Preface and Part 1, Chapter 1 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. Preface. There were thousands of soldiers on both sides during the Civil War who, at the beginning, started to keep a diary of daily events, but those who kept a record from start to finish can be counted on the fingers of one hand. I was so fortunate as to save most of my notes made during the 4 years of conflict, and in 1865, having no fixed pursuit in life, I spent most of the time in arranging and writing up these incidents of camp life while fresh in my memory. I have given in these pages veracious account of the life of a soldier in Lee's army. The public have been surfeited with war literature. There is hardly a prominent officer, North or South, who has not rushed into print at every available opportunity. Yet no officer high in rank dared write the exact truth, for the reason he has the feelings, the self-love, and the reputations of those who served under him to consider. A private in the ranks, who has learned something of the art of war through tough experience in two branches of the service, should be able to write understandingly of that internecine conflict which rocked America like an earthquake. At least he can afford to tell the truth as to what he saw, heard, and thought without fear or favor, and above all, a private in the ranks, having no grievance, can be fair and just. In those days, Johnny Reb and Billy Yank were good comrades when off duty. They had a profound respect for each other, and as Bulwer says, "It is astonishing how much we like a man after fighting him." A. H. Washington, D.C., November, 1904. End of Preface. Part 1, Chapter 1. The Rising of the Curtain. Few people have any conception of the fearful ordeal through which the private in the ranks was called upon to pass during the 4 years of our great civil contest. It shall be my task to portray the soldier's life, both in sunshine and in shadow, from the gathering of the storm clouds which burst upon the wide plains of Manassas to the hour in which the blood-red banner went down at Appomattox. It was my good fortune to serve in two branches of the service, infantry and cavalry, 2 years in each. This necessarily widened my experience and furnished scope for observation. The terms Yankees and Rebels, as idioms of the camp, have been used without offense meant to either side. It has been my earnest endeavor to present a faithful and nonpartisan statement of what passed under my own observation, so far as the life of the private was concerned. Of the facts of war upon which history is founded, I have not hesitated to make use of the most accepted authority on either side, having ever felt that profound respect for a brave foe which every veteran cherishes for another. Pope says, "There are two events in a man's life that he never forgets. The first, when he discarded small clothes and put on his primal breeches, and again, when he transferred those small clothes to another, and that other his wife." Yet there are days more strongly impressed on my mind than these, days whose memory is as ineffaceable as if wrought in bronze. The 20th of December, 1860, was one of these. Under the peaceful shadow of a Virginia college, its assembled students, from a conscientious regard for duty, had resolved to pay no heed to the mutterings of approaching war that came to them borne on the wings of every wind, and to consider the marching of squadrons, the tramp of hurrying battalions, the rumbling of artillery as naught but a fantasy of the brain or a winter's night reverie. But in vain. As day after day passed, the air grew heavy with the signs of coming tempests, and as the excitement continued to increase, study and routine became impossible. Books were thrown aside and daily papers only furnished food for thought and discussion. Among so many, there were enthusiasts who urged an immediate break-up, but the majority decided to remain until further developments. The end came soon. On the 20th of December, 1860, startling news reached the college that South Carolina, taking the initiative, had succeeded. That much was certain. Besides this there were 1,000 rumors, among others that Governor Letcher would bring about the secession of Virginia by a coup d'etat, and was preparing to attack Fortress Monroe immediately, and to that end had secretly organized a volunteer force who were to storm the fort before reinforcements could be thrown in. It was confidently asserted that there would be no resistance, inasmuch as the majority of the garrison were in sympathy with the South and would throw down their arms. This was read by one of the students from a letter from his brother, who strongly asserted the truth of his information, stating also he had become a volunteer and calling upon his associates to leave books and take up arms in the glorious cause. As may well be imagined, such words were as a match to tinder. That night the pupils held a meeting, and after an exciting discussion decided, by almost unanimous vote, to leave for their homes on the morrow, after which they dispersed to their rooms, but not to sleep. As for myself, imagination ran riot, and rose-hued visions passed through my brain. Ah, does not youth always so dream, and are not the siren songs of hope ever sweet? What scenes of glorious excitement opened before the boy's enraptured gaze! Who does not know what his fate should be? Has he not read Charles O'Malley, the Irish Dragoon? Where is the soldier who has not had the easy, rollicking, glorious time that he enjoyed, he and his Mickey Free? War. It is a little fighting every now and then, just to keep his hand in, leading a forlorn hope at intervals, meeting with adventures at every picket post, making love at every camp, living on deviled kidneys and grilled bones washed down by the best of sherry, and marrying an heiress at last. Yes, and Napoleon told his men that every one of them carried a marshal's baton in his knapsack. What glory it might be to show the world another Massena, another Ney. C'est homme le brave de braves. Abercrombie, Wolfe, Caesar, Pompey, Hannibal, Cyrus. Names great to all times. How the boy's very soul longs to emulate their example, to win their glory, honor, and everlasting fame. Aye, so I too dreamed, and so I too believed in the soldier's life, its ease and happiness, as devoutly as a boy holds his faith in his Robinson Crusoe, the child in his Santa Claus, and Mohammedan in his Mecca. But the night wore away, the day came at last, and the dream was ended. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Prompter's Bell. No parting ever seems really sadder than that of college mates. The feelings are then so fresh, the intuition so unbiased, the imagination so vigorous, and the flush of youth so vivid in its joys and sorrow. The world is a beautiful unknown land, and standing on the threshold of life, not even Prince Fermoraz of the Arabian Nights had brighter visions. Sorrows, then, no matter how they may dwarf into insignificance in after years, have a bitterness peculiarly their own. There exists no room for cynicism, doubt, or distrust in that golden age when every woman is an angel, every eye that looks into ours seems honest, and every man's word his bond. And so, many faces that morning were turned aside to conceal the trembling lip, to hide the tear ready to fall. Those young faces, they return oftentimes to memory as I knew them in the old happy careless time, hopeful, ardent, aglow with youth's enthusiasm, joyous with springtide anticipations, reflecting faithfully every sudden impulse of the heart. How the life faded from them on battlefields and in hospitals. Alexandria is an old, we may even call it ancient, town on the northern border of Virginia, but 6 miles from the national capital. To a stranger it has all the quiet sleepiness, the deep repose of some old cathedral town in Europe. Named for the family of Alexanders, owners of its land full 3/4 of a century before General Washington was born, its streets laid out and named in its old English royal style, the while that worthy gentleman walked there a mere stripling. We may yield it the attributes of honorable old age, pregnant with memories, and say it has earned the right to rest. Its proximity to the capital of the United States, whose incessant stir and pulsing life might have infused something of activity into its sluggish veins, has only served to lull it into deeper repose. It stands aloof with the exclusiveness of the old regime and virtually says to the newcomer, "Keep to your side of the river and I will keep to mine." At the breaking out of the war, though the heart of loyalty beat so near, Alexandria was decidedly Southern. Washington organs spoke of it as a hotbed of treason. Hence it woke unto sudden life and prepared for strife with an impetuously defying restraint. Political questions of the hour seethed and bubbled in a very maelstrom of excitement. The streets became in appearance those of a fortified city. Nearly every man wore a uniform. The rattle of the drum, the scream of the fife, was heard day and night. Soldiers everywhere were in squads, companies, and battalions, drilling, marching, countermarching, and parading. Hotels were crowded. In the lobbies people were discussing in ever-shifting groups the latest news. The glitter of the bayonets, the thousand rumors flying from mouth to mouth, the inflammatory appeals of the newspapers, all conspired to keep up the abnormal enthusiasm to the highest tension. At night huge bonfires blazed, casting a lurid glare upon the assemblage of human faces flushing with excitement or paling with emotion as rival orators on hastily constructed platforms with vehement gestures and loud voices descanted on the merits of union or disunion. No one could remain calm. Even little children caught the infection and discussed secession. Business was in a great measure suspended. All were on the qui vive for the latest news. Crowds hung around the newspaper and telegraph offices all day. The reliable man was in his glory, and could be encountered at every corner, leaning generally against a lamp post and surrounded by an eager audience. He always knew more than anyone else, and could tell to the minute just what was going to happen. A wonderful fellow is our reliable man. Alexandria was at first a conservative city, and at the commencement sent a delegate to the convention instructed to vote against secession. Party feeling ran high, while each side stood firm to his convictions. Young men in general were in favor of seceding. The older and more cautious espoused as earnestly adherence to the Union. The women and preachers, it is needless to say, were all disunionists. As each day went by one party grew stronger, and it was not long before the advocates of secession had everything their own way. Those opposed were taunted as submissionists, cowards, and traitors, epithets which induced many to join the now ever-increasing throng bent on overt measures. The Alexandria Gazette espoused the cause of the Union, and under its worthy editor, Mr. Edgar Snowden, Sr., counseled moderation. The secession organ was the Sentinel, edited by Mr. Smith, a forcible writer and an able manager. This paper was admirably suited to stir up and keep alive popular sentiment. It was described as red hot. Its sensational telegrams and reports were read 20 hours out of the 24 by a surging, struggling crowd around the bulletin board. The Sentinel performed its duty well. Its printing presses ran day and night. Fresh dispatches were posted up on the board every half hour and heralded with large capital letters such as, "The work goes gloriously on. Fort Pickens to be attacked tonight. 30,000 stands of arms captured at Montgomery," etc., etc., etc. Inflammatory appeals calculated to arouse men to frenzy were also blazoned on this board. "Arm, Virginians! The crisis is upon you. There is no union but the Union of the North against the Union of the South. Which will you choose? Arm, arm, arm! The Long Bridge will be crossed tomorrow and Virginia's sacred soil invaded by the enemy. Virginians, defend your homes against the hirelings of Lincoln." Even the ignorant street Arabs and little gutter snipes went about the streets singing, "A red cockade and a rusty gun makes them Yankees run like fun." Hot, eager eyes scanned these utterances. Swift and ready tongues repeated them, while embellishments were not wanting to fan the rising flame. Madness? Yes. It seems as if nothing short of insanity could so inflame the people. It was like the wildest kind of emotional insanity, too universal to make it seem strange. No one stopped to reason and no one suggested failure. It is no wonder then that the work of volunteering rushed forward. All were accepted, sick or well, half blind, deaf, or crippled. It mattered not. They were enrolled at once, enlisting for 1 year. Toil-worn farmers and schoolboys, gray-haired merchants who had spent their lives behind their desks, and their dapper young clerks pale-faced students and brawny blacksmiths, the gentleman of means and elegant leisure, and the hard-working mechanic, all stood shoulder to shoulder in the ranks, forming a contrast that might have caused a smile if every one had been in less deadly earnest. 5 full infantry companies, 1 cavalry, and 1 artillery were organized in a short time in this small city. The latter was commanded by Del Kemper, a born artilleryman. In his company were found principally roughs and fancy men, in all as desperate and reckless a set of fellows as one would care to meet. It was Kemper who delayed until night the Federal advance in their first attempt on Manassas, thus gaining 2 hours when every second was precious. It was Kemper who brought the German General Schenck to untimely grief when he made his virginal scout in a train of cars, an original move in tactics to say the least. The infantry formed the nucleus of the 17th Virginia Regiment. Its first company was the Alexandria Riflemen, an organization dating back many years and the pride of the city. It was composed of the elite of the place, and commanded by Captain Morton Mayer, a natural military genius, albeit a martinet by nature, under whose efficient instructions the company became, with probably the single exception of the Richmond Greys, the best drilled and most proficient in the state. Not only were its men taught in the evolutions of the line, but also in skirmish drill. This command was armed with the Mississippi rifle. The second company composing the 17th was the Old Dominion Rifles, 100 strong, made up chiefly of clerks and young merchants, with a sprinkling here and there of well-to-do shopkeepers. This was commanded by Captain Arthur Herbert, a fine disciplinarian and a splendid type of the Southern soldier. He had an able second in Lieutenant William H. Fowle, who a year later commanded the company all through the war and led his command in many a hard-fought battle. Captain Fowle was nicknamed the Gamecock, and well he deserved the title. The Mount Vernon Guards were composed mainly of elderly men, small tradesmen and mechanics, and commanded by a certain Devon. The material of the 2 remaining companies were Irishmen. Later the regiment was filled up with companies from the country, the plains, and the mountains. To sum up all within the ranks of this same 17th, we find the city bred. Farmers, used to handling arms from childhood. Men from the mountains. Country gentlemen, proud of race and lineage, and the sons of old Erin. We may not wonder, then, that this 17th, with such material, gained laurels all its own, winning and wearing proudly its hardly earned guerdon. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life in the Barracks. The battalion now being organized, the pride of the soldiers was complete. There was no hard work at first, only a triumphal march up and down King Street, with all the people cheering the troops to the echo. A popular fallacy existed, that a warrior's fitness was measured by his size. A brawny 6-footer was the pride of the ladies, the admiration of the street garments, and the envy of his smaller companions. As he marched at the head of his company, his head towering above the others, his hat cocked in a defiant way, his features set in martial frown, he looked not unlike Mars leading mortals to battle. In the barroom the big man was always surrounded by a group of admirers, who listened to him with open-mouthed wonder. The big man knew what war was, and he knew what he was going to do. He did not want ammunition. His weapon was the bayonet or bowie knife. Give him that. And here the big man looked so terribly bloodthirsty that the timid ones shuddered with absolute terror. It was amusing to see the big man pat the young slender boy on the shoulder and tell him to cheer up, that a year or so in camp would spread him out and then he could hope to be a fighter too. Then the big man would roll up his sleeve and let us measure his arm and strike him in the breast. The boys and little men were laughed at. They did not brag. A warlike sentiment from anything under 5 feet 8 was derisively laughed down, and so they sensibly held their tongues. What availed a quiet voice where the hoarse tones from the big man completely drowned it? If the boy or small fellow spoke, he was squelched. "Wonder what he will do when we close with them Yankees with bayonets or bowie knives. Where will he be then?" At that, the big man would give his mustache a ferocious pull and walk off, leaving the smaller soldier utterly extinguished. That this was, and probably, now that the war is over, is, a popular error will be shown further on. It was a natural mistake. Size and strength are thought to go hand in hand with courage. Every boy who has read the Iliad infers that prodigious stature, a strident voice, and thews of iron are necessary to make an Achilles or an Ajax. Ulysses and Aeneas were men of doughty mold. The three guardsmen of Dumas were athletes. Mad Anthony Wayne, Sergeant Jasper, and Moll Pitcher, heroes and heroines of the Revolution, were all big people. What chance or place is there for little people? So for a time the giants had their day. Ours was to come after while. On the 17th of April, events reached a climax. News was flashed over the wires that the state convention assembled in Richmond immediately upon tidings of Lincoln's proclamation calling upon the governors of all states for 75,000 men to coerce the South, had passed the ordinance of secession. The long agony was over at last, and the North confronted the South. Whose the better chance of success? The South was overweighted from the start. Our adversary was of the same race, equally brainy, and of greater persistence. But the North's great superiority lay in the fact that the slave states were not united. The five richest states in men and money, Maryland, Delaware, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Missouri, were divided in sentiment, and instead of presenting a solid front, gave to the Union army over 250,000 men. Missouri gave 169,111. Kentucky, 79,025. Maryland, 50,316. West Virginia, 32,068. And the state of Delaware, 13,670. A total of 344,190. While the recruits from the loyal states of the Confederate army, not counting deserters, could be counted on the fingers of one hand. In summing up the chances between the two factions, the South, to an impartial observer, did not seem to have the ghost of a chance. The North was one of the richest established governments on the face of the earth, and better equipped to wage a long and costly war than any nation in Europe. They had no national debt, and they had a sound currency on a solid basis. Their cities were rich and populous, and filled with shops, mills, factories, foundries, vast storehouses, and arsenals. The North had also the finest agricultural region in the world, full of diversified agricultural products, which could be transported at will by her extensive railroads and inland waterways. One incalculable advantage the North possessed was her immense merchant marine and an efficient navy. And in addition to these, they had unlimited credit, and could command all the outside globe to aid them with munitions and men. The wealth of the South was in her raw cotton, which had to reach the market in driblets in order to realize. With the exception of Richmond, there was not in the South a mill or foundry that had the machinery necessary to construct a decent firearm. There was not a storehouse within her realm, and only the ruins of an armory. A few poorly equipped railroads, with poorer rolling stock, was her only means of transportation. In all manufactures, the South had ever been the bondservant of the North, and now at the beginning of the struggle she had absolutely no manufactures and no credit. In a word, the South had to create and use makeshifts all the way along. The strength of the South lay in her immense territory, traversed by vast watercourses, and mountains which would prove a refuge to her troops in case of defeat. Another element of supremacy the South had was her docile slave population, who tilled the fields and raised grain and meat for her armies in the field. Another thing was in her favor. Her people along the Atlantic coastline were as one. As for men, the North could place in the field 3 soldiers to the South's 1, and what was more, the Northern soldiers would be thoroughly armed and equipped. But to offset this numerical difference, the Southern men were of Anglo-Saxon lineage, with heart and soul enlisted in their cause, and fighting for their hearthstones, while the Northern man was often an alien born, and almost always the invader. The personnel of the Southern army was excellent. It was superior to that of the North. The Southerners were inured to arms from infancy, and all good shots, and the sons of the men of the Revolution or the Indian Wars stood like their sires, ready to fight or die for what they considered their sacred rights. The Southern people were full of hope. The battle was not always to the swift and strong. They remembered that history was full of examples of successful rebellions. The victories of Thebia at Thrasynemus and Cannae, gained by Hannibal over disciplined forces. The great conquest of the rebel Arminius over the consular legions of Varus forced back the boundaries of the Roman Empire to the Rhine, where they remained forever afterwards. Scotland for centuries resisted the power of England and never was conquered, and the barefooted rebels of Valley Forge were victors in the end. When Thursday morning, the 21st of April, 1861, dawned, the city seemed to have changed entirely. All classes settled down to hard work. The fiat had gone forth and nothing remained but to prepare the soldiers for the field. There had been a wonderful change in public opinion. But yesterday there were hundreds of Union men in Alexandria. The day after Lincoln's proclamation, if any remained in Virginia, they were hard to find. It was but a question now of espousing the cause of the South and casting lots with state, friends, family, or taking up arms against all that was nearest and dearest. It was no longer Union or disunion, it was home, kindred, and country. There was no middle course, no convenient fence upon which a man could climb, to drop later on either side. The tide of feeling ran too strongly for that. Party lines that hitherto had divided Unionists from secessionists were now impassable barriers that separated friend from foe. To maintain the cause of the North at this juncture would have been to render oneself a social pariah, to cast aside all that was most precious to the heart of man, to earn and wear for years at least the name of traitor. The whole city was a vast workshop, and here it was that women, de la garde, stepped in. Recognizing the momentous issues of the hour, ignoring class distinctions, rich and poor, cultured and untutored, young and old threw themselves into the breach, and side by side labored with full heart and soul for the cause that from the first had owned their entire allegiance. All day long and far into the night, even on Sunday, the click of the sewing machine was heard, and every Southern woman in that city, stopping midway in her fashionable life or in her daily round of duties, devoted every moment to making clothes for those so soon to take the field. Having no stable government, the troops were obliged to rely on voluntary contributions, and these were ample. Company after company was equipped and their knapsacks filled, and still the work went on. Certainly no tribute can be too great for those noble women. They clothed us, fed us, not only in the first flush of a new excitement, but all through all the long, weary years of war. Gave up sons, brothers, husbands, never stopping to count the cost or weigh the sacrifice. They nursed the sick and wounded with such unfaltering patience, such tenderness, that only the pen of the recording angel can ever do them justice. We were ordered into barracks on the 18th of April, 1861, and settled down into a quiet but hard-working routine. Guards were posted, pickets set, and in short everything was brought down to war footing. Volunteers now fully realized that this was to be no child's play, but war in grim, hard earnest. There was no longer marching along thronged streets behind a big brass band, with a gorgeously attired drum major leading the way and a hurrying crowd to follow the showy pageant with admiring shouts. There was no longer the nightly feast at the city hotel, where mirth and wine held high revelry and unnumbered toasts were drunk in glasses of Mad Clicquot or Monzero Etterer. Alas, no quail on toast, no champagne, no wine and olives to welcome the close of the day. Instead, a piece of bread, a cup of coffee, a thin blanket, and hard floor. The contrast was disappointing, to say the least. Then arrived an old army officer, Major George Hunter Terrett, a West Pointer, to train those untried soldiers into more military bearing. He at once treated the dilettante volunteers as regulars, and ordered that the privates salute the officer. He placed guards at the door of the barracks and permitted none to leave for an hour without a pass countersigned by himself. One drill was hardly over before another was called. No fancy drilling, but hard work in fatigue uniform. The fine holiday of the past month was over, and it was arduous labor, harder than grubbing, stump pulling, or cracking rocks on a turnpike. And to render matters worse, soldiers by that time had become too common to render this petted company, the riflemen, of any special notice. The new volunteers who flocked to the armory every day to be enrolled were drilled apart in the first rudiments of forming in line, marking time, etc., and were known as the Goose Squad. Some of them were very green, and had never handled a weapon before, and could have as easily jumped through a hoop or performed the great bareback act in a circus as to load their muskets properly. It must have been men like these that Artemus Ward put the questions to. "Do you know a masked battery from a hunk of gingerbread? If I trust you with a gun, how many men of your own company do you think you could manage to kill during the war?" Every morning at 5 o'clock the drum beat the reveille, and up would jump a set of poor fellows huddling on their clothes, half asleep, trying frantically to shove a No. 6 foot up the arm of a jacket and getting an arm in a breeches leg. Then would be formed a line of miserable, sleepy-looking wretches, who would stand yawning and gaping until roll call and the order given, "Break ranks," after which there would be a rush back to bed again. Jupiter! What a change from soft feather beds and a tender hair mattress to something so hard that no rest was found. Nothing but continual tossing all night long, as uneasy as the sybarite who found a rose leaf under his pillow. Hearken to the undertone of complaint rising and falling like the minor wail of the wind amongst the trees on some wintry night, now loud, now sinking into silence. What in the name of the old scratch is the use of being waked up at this unearthly hour with 2 hours yet before breakfast? Who can get to sleep again after being roused up in this fashion? Major Terrett must have cramp or a bad fit of something and wants to take it out on us. Heaven rest his soul, he has enough to answer for. After breakfast 1 hour was given for recreation, and if grumbling was recreation, every man had plenty of it. This was the routine. 9 o'clock, and the old confounded sheepskin was heard again, and the sergeant was wont to put his carroty head in at the door and yell out, "Fall in, men, for squad drill." And for 1 long blessed hour there was nothing but tramp, tramp, tramping on the commons, until there was not a square inch in all its limits that had not felt the tread of each man's foot. At 11, guard mount, as if the guard could not mount itself without the rest of the company. Dinner at 12, nice time for men to dine. Battalion drill at 2 p.m., the old hour for napping. Then no sooner had the men, half dead, come limping back than they were ordered to reform and practice company drill. Any reasonable person would have imagined this would wind up work for one day, but no, after crawling back there yet remained dress parade. Oh, the mockery of that name to one who in happy days gone by had known a claw-hammer coat and white kids. About dusk a weary, wretched lot would wriggle back to the barracks and be given supper at 7. At 8, roll call, evidently for the purpose of seeing how many had been used up during the day. At 9 the drum sounded the tattoo, and all lights out, ordered and obeyed. They went out, alack, not we. And then in utter darkness mutterings and murmurings began again, and warm discussions. "I'd have won that game." "Not you, I had a full hand, so I want that $1. "You'll play no such game as that on me." "Say, Bob, going to drill tomorrow?" "No, I've a sore foot." "So have I," from a dozen throats in a chorus, so loud and full that the sergeant cries out through the half-open door, "Silence there!" and silence reigns. The surgeon was called in to examine those feet and announced that the disease was called shamming. After all, there is ever some sunshine intermingled with the shadow, and even under those circumstances pleasure was extracted. There was music in plenty, fiddles, banjos, and flutes. What if the neighbors did complain of the uproar, especially one irate old fellow who said in his wrath, "I will sue the barracks as a nuisance." He had no soul for music. The said barracks had, and so melody floated in the prisoned air about 1/2 of the time. On one occasion, with the permission of the captain, a serenade was planned for Major Terrett. But those artistic, well-meant efforts were treated ungratefully, scornfully, in fact, and sad to relate, the amateur hand was confined to the guardhouse the next day. It happened thus. After permission had been granted for this presupposed treat to the commandant, the few lucky performers were excused from evening drill that they might practice and furbish up old tunes. To aid the memory, a nip of brandy came between each tune. As night drew on, every single man of them, having imbibed so much, was in that blissful state where he felt he was a band unto himself. The performers started out with their instruments, accompanied by a quartet, whose sole instruments were a flask of brandy to each, merely as a matter of throat medicine. They reached the commandant's residence quite late. That worthy man, all unconscious of the treat in store, had long since retired. After a discussion, which came near ending in a fight, as to whether the vocal or the instrumental should open the serenade, it was decided that the quartet most merited the honor. So clearing their throats by a long pull at their melody inspirer, they opened up with "Come Where My Love Lies Dreaming," but in spite of the tenderness of the refrain, the window remained closed. This was rather discouraging, so the band struck an attitude. The flutist leaning against the lamp post, the cornet propped alongside a tree trunk, the small fiddle sitting comfortably on an ash barrel, the bass viol squatting on the doorstep, while the banjoist found himself most satisfactorily lodged on the pavement. As for the quartet, they were almost anywhere. One lying on the cellar door, sound asleep, from whence he was, at the close of the performance, carried home in a wheelbarrow. The other three had voluntarily commenced in stentorian tones, "Look into my eyes, love." In the meantime, the instrumental was doing its best. The bass viol grunted, the fiddle shrieked, the cornet tried to blow the roof off the house, the banjo thumped away on its own individual merits, the flute was black in the face and out of wind. When the window was raised at last, the major's head protruded, and he thundered out, "What the devil is all that noise about? What is the meaning of this?" "Meaning," replied one of the quartet in a hiccough, "we're come to serenade you, old boy. Come and take a drink, won't you?" "Take yourselves off," shouted the voice, thick with passion, "or I'll court-martial every mother's son of you in the morning." A dead silence then followed the sound of the gurgling liquor as it flowed down every throat. The cornet suddenly revived and shouted back, "You be damned. We've come to serenade you, I say, and we are going to keep on, ain't we, boys?" A chorus of assent responded, and the music struck up where it had left off. While this was going on, the commandant slipped downstairs and dispatched his orderly for a guard. Soon the sound of tramping feet was heard. In a voice of thunder, the major ordered them to arrest his serenaders, and the guard closed round. Then ensued about as pretty a fight as ever was witnessed. However, the quartet was soon secured, especially the one who was asleep. But the performers, using their instruments in a manner never intended by their manufacturers, made most vigorous resistance. Forgetting that they had ceased to be free American citizens, at present devoted to the muses, they knocked and banged and struck out valorously, while the guard, not willing to use their weapons, closed in on the musical fighters, and after a fierce struggle and with many bruises, mastered them one by one. The cornet flattened his weapon on the corporal's occiput, raising a bump unnamed in phrenology. The fiddle was smashed to atoms over some other skull, while the banjo came down squarely, or rather roundly, on the top of a guard's head. He wore it as a necklace, the handle sticking out behind like a gigantic queue. The flute, just about the size of a police officer's club, might have been a dangerous weapon, only being hollow it shivered to pieces at the first blow, its sound and fury signifying nothing. The bass viol performed prodigious antics, describing a huge parabolic curve, and striking with fearful force the cranium of yet another guard. There was a confused jangling of the strings, and down went the guard prone on the ground. A second blow and one more guard fell, while a third man was happy enough to catch the blow on the butt of his musket. This finished the irate old big fiddle. But with the headpiece the serenader laid about with such vigor that victory might have perched thereon. Only, seeing the odds, the valorous warrior broke out of the surroundings and took to his heels. In short, the whole party were lugged to the guardhouse, where they remained all the next day. As for the bass viol, he was found in the morning sound asleep on a pile of planks in Smoot's lumberyard, with the headpiece firmly clutched in his hand. It is safe to add no more permissions were granted serenading parties. And yet another incident. One evening a party was given in the city, to which several of the company were invited. Not one of them but thought he would give a year of his life to be present. They sought the captain's consent, and laid before him in moving terms the necessity of going, but this he did not quite see. The truth was this: Captain Mayer was in an awful humor, which, by the way, was his normal condition. At any rate, he refused those heart-rending appeals, leaving no alternative but to go without permission. But how? That was the question. Believing that in a multitude of counselors there was much wisdom, they put their heads together to devise some plan. Each suggestion was discussed and discarded in turn. The guards had been played upon so often that they understood every trick. They would not be bribed, they could not be fooled. To get out by the door was impossible. Escape by way of the window had been tried so many times that it was useless even to think of. What could be done? In this dilemma it was finally determined to consult the Mephistopheles of the company, Tom Douglas. He was waited upon in a body and the grievance solemnly laid before him and his assistants earnestly invoked. "Boys," said he, puffing slowly at his pipe, "go out and let me think. Come back in a half hour and I will see if I cannot help you. And say, if it is convenient, one of you step down to Apex and get me a couple of bottles of ale or porter. For nothing," added Tom sententiously, "aids the imagination like malt liquors." The desired articles were duly forwarded and Tom was left to his supine cogitations. It was noticed at the end of the allotted time, when his clients returned, that both bottles were empty, but there was a light in Tom's eyes that shone as a beacon of hope, and proved that the appeal to the friends of his imagination had not been made in vain. "Now, boys," said Tom, "always come to me when you want to get into a scrape or out of one. Have I ever failed you yet?" A chorus of negatives followed this question. "Well," continued Tom, "I am tired of working for nothing. You all know that I have no invitation to this party and have to stay here. But if I arrange a plan for you, I must be paid for it. In other words, you must promise me 3 things if you can. Otherwise, just help yourselves. That's all." "Not to lend you money, Tom?" anxiously inquired one of the party. "Who said anything about borrowing?" gruffly interrupted Tom, whose credit was none of the best. "No, it is this. If I get you out safely, mind, I shall exact 3 things. Firstly, whenever any of you receive a box of anything to eat, I shall share it. Ditto as regards drinks, malt or spirituous. Secondly, I shall not be wakened in the morning for roll call. Some one of you must answer to my name. That to be arranged among you to suit yourselves. Thirdly, if I shall ever be placed on extra duties, one of your number will take my place. That also to be arranged among yourselves." "By Jupiter, Tom, that's asking altogether too much," said one of the audience in indignant remonstrance. "Do you expect these things to go on all during the war?" broke in another. "No," answered Tom with a grin, "only while we are here in barracks." "Agreed," said all. Then Douglas unfolded his plan and gave his directions. "Tonight, when you are marched to supper, one of you slip into the kitchen and bribe the cook. That black rascal would sell his soul for $1. Bribe him to send up to my room 2 or 3 large baskets, and mind the baskets must be filled with tin pans, kettles, bread trough, rolling pins, and 3 or 4 old ragged coats. It doesn't make much difference about the pants. Another of you hurry down the street before tattoo and buy 2 pounds of cork, and have everything ready at 7:30. The drum beat the supper call. When the coast was clear, Tom opened the window, which was on the 2nd floor, and gave a shrill whistle. The signal was answered by a like one, and in a few seconds a small specimen of humanity, known as the street Arab, appeared below. Tom wrote a few words on a piece of paper, directed it and threw it to the boy, with the injunction to fly. The boy disappeared in the gathering gloom. All were assembled in Tom's room, and in a few moments were as black and tan as any horse opera troupe. A whistle was heard outside. It was Tom's Puck, who had girdled the city in less than 40 minutes. Tom let down from the window a small line, which on being drawn up brought with it a large bag containing several suits of female attire of the roughest kind. Several of the partygoers soon got inside of them, and then the conspirators were ready for the denouement. "Keep your nerves steady, boys," whispered Tom. "Don't overact your part, and don't speak unless you are obliged to. Now, if you are ready, follow me down into the kitchen." Under instructions, one seized a fiddle and played. The rest of us commenced, as ordered, such an uproar that speedily the entire barracks were aroused. Then Tom went to Captain Mayer, with his coat off, his head bound up, and looking for all the world as if suffering from an attack of illness. "Captain," said he in a faltering voice, "I don't like to complain, but the truth is, I am sick, and it is impossible to stand that fuss any longer. Do you hear that noise?" "Hear it?" said the captain. "It is enough to waken the dead. Why, the house will be shaken down next. Who in the devil is kicking up all that rumpus?" "It's Mills and Hunter," said Tom solemnly. "That noise must be stopped anyhow," interrupted the captain angrily. "Any old officer coming here would imagine he had made a mistake and gotten into a free and easy concert saloon. Listen to that," he continued, working himself into a passion as howls and screams rose above the sound of the music. "Just listen to that. I think my company is composed of the wildest set of rips in the world. I would rather be the keeper of a menagerie or an under-doctor in Bedlam. What in heaven's name is the matter? Mills surely cannot be making all that noise." "No," answered Tom sadly and unwillingly. "Don't tell the boys I told you. I wouldn't if I were not so very sick. But Mills and Hunter have those infernal fiddles of theirs and are scratching away for some niggers to dance." Here Tom put his hand touchingly to his head, and his agony was for the time most intense. The captain had turned white. For a moment he was speechless, then came the tempest. "What? What? Niggers in my barracks? Niggers dancing? Niggers dancing in my barracks? What would Major Terrett say? Get a guard at once and turn the whole lot out into the street, and tell those black impudent rascals if I ever catch them here again I'll cut their ears close off, which I have a mind to do anyhow. Stay! Tell those boys to send their fiddles home. They are a confounded nuisance anyway. Turn those darkies out at once, and allow me to thank you for your information. I will remember it." Tom received these acknowledgments meekly, nay, modestly, and hurried off with alacrity, considering his previous illness, to get a guard. The whole tribe were incontinently marched out at the point of the bayonet and set adrift, feeling very much like Aesop's old hare, who begged when caught to have any punishment rather than be turned out on a frosty morning. They shook hands all round ecstatically, and an hour after were keeping rhythmic time to a divine waltz with a diviner waltzer. It was the last for many long days, many weary months. Why dwell on these trifles? Merely because they describe the little simple pleasures of barrack life, present the private in his best light, that of a careless, happy being, at least it seemed so afterwards, and marked the transition between the raw volunteer and the trained soldier. The temptation to linger tenderly over each bright, happy episode of that time is only the greater since there were rapidly approaching the days of gloom, of sickness, sorrow, bloodshed, and death. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Public opinion on both sides. It is with something like amusement that we look back upon the fallacies entertained at that time by both North and South. That an intelligent people should, at the commencement of this war, have permitted themselves to be so duped passes all belief. Southern editors characterized their foe as Yankee riffraff, Hessians whom in fair encounter we could conquer 3-1. The good marksmen, the fine riders, the daring and dash were preeminently their own, so that if ever arrayed in solid phalanx, their troops so distinguished might laugh to scorn anything like failure. Many formed their opinions of the coming contest from the Mexican War, where Southern volunteers were largely in the majority, and imagined that in military qualifications the Northern army could not in any wise be more advanced than that of Mexico. As Taylor and Scott invariably routed forces vastly superior in numbers, it was deduced that the South would be equally successful in any actual encounter. That the war would be of any duration never entered the mind of anyone. Some were pleased to extend the time to 6 months, but it was generally imagined that the first battle, then rapidly approaching, would end the conflict. Men, women, and children were thoroughly sanguine of victory, while to doubt success was treason to the cause. A mental blindness pervaded the land. It is not surprising that the rank and file held such opinions, inasmuch as press and public speakers instilled them in their minds. A prominent speaker, an ex-governor of Virginia, in denouncing Helper's book on the impending crisis, said that nothing could conquer his hatred and prejudice against New England. "Why," continued he, becoming excited, "what is the reason of all these musterings, these warlike preparations? The Southern army needs neither cannon nor rifle to beat back the hordes coming to desecrate this sacred soil. No, give the Southern army but their slave whips, and they will send the Yankee hirelings flying back from whence they came." The press asserted that the Southern soldiery would prove it irresistible, and argued that if a Baltimore mob could put to flight trained troops from Massachusetts, our volunteers, thoroughly armed and equipped, might defy any force. "Have no fear," said a Richmond daily. "Bob Toombs' prediction will yet prove true. Ere another year rolls round, he can, if he chooses, call the roll of his slaves in Faneuil Hall." Hence the volunteer, discussing in his barracks the future, expressed the honestly felt desire to meet the foe in combat, a foe he had come to despise, a foe he felt certain would never stand long enough to look him in the face. Imaginative battles were rather of the Iliad order, a few rounds, then a rush of cold steel, and all was over. It was agreed that Company A should go into action with each man carrying a revolver in his belt and a bowie knife in his bootleg. It would look decidedly warlike and unique, we thought, to see the handle protruding from the leggings. The pistols were intended for close quarters, and when each chamber should have done its deadly work, the bowie, conveniently carried between the teeth, would be expected to step in and carve up the foe. Thus we sat in earnest conclave, day after day, fighting our coming battles. We mapped out our program to suit our untutored fancy. The most harmless fellow amongst us, who would have hesitated to kill a fly, talked by the hour of bayonet charges, until the blood in our veins ran cold. There was one little fellow, a private named Hunter, who grew meditative as the discussions waxed more thrilling, and spent many a sleepless night communing with himself. This bowie knife business might be a very good thing, he thought, for immense fellows like Raymond Fairfax, or for one of those big Irishmen, but for a 16-year-old soldier of 97 pounds fighting weight it might not prove so very amusing after all. In a tight place, when cold steel was letting out blood, might it not be advisable, after having stood up to the fight like a man, to drop down on the ground for a little while and pretend to be dead? The big bowie knife would hardly stop to stab such a little corpse. A boy in battle, he continued to reason, could discharge firearms with the biggest and do damage enough. Having this advantage besides, there would be so little of him to hit. But as for an advance, who would be hurt? The big blue? Not he, and making up his mind that until he had grown bigger, the question of cowardice would not be involved, and his anticipations of the future assumed a brighter aspect. One morning, Mills, a son of Clark Mills, the sculptor, and myself determined to run the blockade to Washington City. We kept our intention a profound secret, as discovery would have resulted in confinement in the guardroom for merely entertaining such an idea. Across the Potomac extended a rickety structure known as the Long Bridge, guarded at either end by pickets, the one Southern and the other Northern. Travel across this thoroughfare had ceased, and visiting Washington by this route was not to be thought of. The steamers that plied between the two cities had discontinued their trips. Not only that, but a strict watch was kept up in Alexandria along the wharfs, even sail and rowboats having been interdicted. But where there's a will, there's a way. We donned citizen's dress and went to a certain farm 3 or 4 miles above Alexandria, of which I was the prospective owner, where a rowboat was kept, and bribed the gardener, old Uncle Sandy, to row us to Washington, reaching there about noon. Then commenced our tour. How thick the bluecoats were! How many officers there were in the city! How elegant their uniforms! A general passed, his epaulets, buttons, and sword flashing in the sunshine, followed by a brilliant staff with orderlies in the rear. How many gaudily dressed women were on the avenue! What splendid bands! What soul-inspiring music! How martial looked the troops as they marched along the streets! As we watched them we noted their soldierly appearance, their perfect step, their fine drill, and the illusions of the hour faded away, and the thought that flashed through both our minds was, that it would take more than one rebel to whip 3 of these Yankees, and Mills exclaimed, "Good Lord, let's hide!" We wended our way to Willard's Hotel. The lobby was filled with an excited crowd. In the bar room the discussions were fiery. "I'll tell you, gentlemen," said an officer to a group around him, "that in 2 months from the word go we will march from the Potomac to the Rio Grande and drown the last damn rebel in the Gulf." "Yes," said another, "we want a bloody war, and if I had my way I would raise the black flag and hang every rebel caught with arms in his hands." "How long will it be," inquired a citizen, "before the Long Bridge is crossed?" "In a few days, at the furthest," responded an officer in Zouave uniform. So the talk drifted on and proved that they had no higher opinion of their foes than said foe had of them. We bought some Northern newspapers and found the same tone pervading their columns, the same contempt for the easy task laid out, the same appeals to the passions of the hour as that which marked the journals of the South. They alluded to us sneeringly as "chivalry," called us slave drivers and pampered minions, declared they wanted a sharp, sudden, bloody war, endorsed Seward's prediction that "the Rebel would be put down within 90 days." In one paper was a speech made in Chicago by some public man, in which he said, "My fellow citizens, I do not endorse President Lincoln's call for 75,000 men. He should have called on Illinois alone. This is an Illinois war. Let the President recall his troops, and let this State fight the slaveholders' rebellion, and I'll stake my life and all that is dear to me that Illinois alone and unaided can conquer the South before the year is out." If the South had run mad, the North was demented, neither side considering the overwhelming proportions, the fearful, far-reaching consequences of the impending struggle. In such wise both parties boasted and raved before closing in deadly combat. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Retreat. April had passed. May had come and gone, and still the busy hum of war continued. Soldiering had ceased to be a novelty. Our volunteers were rapidly settling down to barracks life and were becoming contented. As our muscles had grown stronger, fatigue was felt less. Besides, drilling was not looked upon with such disfavor, inasmuch as the nearer approach to perfection in manual, the shorter became the drills. It was not long before Major Terrett had a battalion which even he or any other West Pointer might look upon with pride. Virginia was by this time practically out of the Union, for the Confederate flag, the rebel rag its enemies called it, waved over the public buildings. Jackson, the proprietor of the Marshall House, had published his own anti-Union sentiments by affixing over the roof of his hotel the insignia of rebellion. Against this he had been warned, as in case of an advance, his house being public, was endangered, involving perhaps the safety and property of his guests as well as that of his own. To all such counsel he turned a deaf ear, quietly remarking that as the house was his own he would defend it with his life, and that whosoever should attempt to lower that flag would do so at their peril. His threat was made good, for it was at this spot that the first blood was spilled. It was there that Ellsworth was shot and Jackson also lost his life. The morning of the 23rd of May dawned upon our world. It was a bright, sunny day, with one of those languid noons that rendered it an enjoyment just to live, move, and have our being. We had only 2 drills, both hurried through, and then the men lounged and slept, and the usually busy barracks were silent as the grave. Toward evening life began to stir throughout the building. The drummer, rubbing his eyes, seized his sticks and beat the rataplan. The men reached out for their weapons, the officer girded his sword, and as in Tennyson's enchanted castle, the prince kissed the sleeping princess and woke the spell. At 6 o'clock, dress parade. There in the softness of the evening lay the beautiful Potomac, its waters gliding placidly by without a murmur, its surface undisturbed by a ripple, reflecting in its beauty the golden sheen of the setting sun and the gorgeous coloring of the sky. All nature seemed at rest, lapsing into the deep serenity of night, but on the river floated an unsightly blur that marred the otherwise peaceful scene. It was the U.S. sloop of war Pawnee, riding lazily at anchor not 100 yards from the wharf. She had arrived that morning and taken position, amid much speculation and wonderment of the good people of the place. There she lay, dark and forbidding, revealing the grim muzzles of her 24-pounders. Suddenly, in the twilight, a gun was run out and immediately a long bright flash poured out of the muzzle, succeeded by a thundering report that rattled windows in their casements and startled the town. An interval of a few seconds, and the signal was answered from the Navy Yard at Washington. Then the silence of night came on, and nothing further startled or jarred the gathering shadows. 9 o'clock. The tattoo beat, and the barracks were in Cimmerian darkness. Sleep weighed down our eyelids, and only the guard's solemn tramp broke the quiet. Midnight came, and the cry of the sentry was "All's well." The town clock chimed one, and still the city slept on. The streets, deserted by every living thing save perhaps some houseless dog, had sunk into a quiet as unbroken as that of the wilderness. 3 o'clock, and yet no sound other than the measured strokes of the old town clock, albeit the faint light of coming day had begun to streak the east. 4 o'clock. The quick, sharp beat of a horse's hoofs on the stones reverberated upon the air, and its rider, at full gallop, dashed up to the barracks. It was Major Terrett's courier. "Halt!" said the guard. "Who comes there?" "A friend." "Give the countersign." "Oh, damn the countersign! I come from Major Terrett, and must see Captain Mayer at once." The captain was awake in an instant. The commandant's dispatch was short. "Wake the drummer and beat the long roll," ordered the captain. Then came the rattling of the drum. As though by instinct, the men were in line before they were fairly awake. In hurried tones, the captain told them that the town would shortly be in possession of Yankee infantry, who were even then in the suburbs, and he added, "I will give you 10 minutes to get ready, not 1 second more. Pack your knapsacks and have your accoutrements and be prepared to march when the order is given. Whoever is not ready will be left behind." Instantly everything was in confusion. At last a dim glare was thrown over the scene and rendered it visible as well as laughable. The men, all unused to night alarms, were panic-stricken, and huddled on the first clothes they could get their hands on, rammed everything in their knapsacks, taking what they would not want, and of course leaving what they did, complaining bitterly of the very short time allowed. The idea of time is purely relative. 10 minutes with a dentist hacking away at a nerve is an age. 10 minutes with one's sweetheart on a moonlight night is simply nothing. But those 10 minutes, there, they were gone. The drum beat, the clear tones of Captain Mayer's voice rang out the order. "Fall in! Steady, men!" The sergeants distributed 60 rounds of cartridges to each man, a proceeding which sent the blood away from many a cheek, especially as the march of the enemy's troops began to be distinctly heard, while at intervals the sound of cheering that came to our ears showed how rapidly the danger was approaching. Nearer and yet nearer. We had often prayed to meet the enemy, but not so early in the morning, and certainly not with so little ceremony. We had thought, too, of marching out of town, but it was to have been in broad day, with banners flying and bayonets gleaming, the band playing Dixie, while the entire population, hanging around, would wipe their weeping but admiring eyes. This hurrying away like a thief in the night had not much glory attached, but yet it was with infinite relief that we heard the next order. "By the right flank, by the left, march!" And not a minute too soon, for as we marched out of the town the enemy's column, by a parallel street, marched in. A collision seemed imminent, but the discipline of the company was here evinced. We marched as regularly as when on parade. 1 square, 2 squares were passed, when just in front was seen a body of infantry crossing a square farther on and at right angles to us, going at double quick. It looked as if our first battle had really begun. Then came the order, "Company, shoulder arms. By the right into line. Forward march. Right shoulder, shift arms. Double quick. March." And then we started to break and force our way out. A square farther on, and in the uncertain light of dawning day, we could see troops standing 100 yards distant, but whether friend or foe could not be distinguished. The company was halted and ordered to load. The line was dressed, and extending from sidewalk to sidewalk, we continued on our way, expecting a volley to be poured into us every minute. Just at the final moment we discovered that we were mistaking friends for foes. It was Company H, who in their turn were laboring under the same delusion. It is needless to say that no blood was spilt that morning. In a brief space other companies came up, keeping on in a solid column to the railroad. All the infantry escaped, but the cavalry company of Captain Ball was captured to a man. The battalion was not halted until some 3 miles outside of town, where we boarded a long train of cattle cars. The whistle sounded slowly at first, then faster, and the cars started. The crowd broke into that favorite song, "We'll be gay and happy still." Middle-aged and elderly citizens who heard the alarm rushed out and joined the singing throng. Had the advance of the enemy been delayed but a few hours, not an Alexandrian, from a budding youth to palsied age, would have remained. A moralist would have found much food for thought in that miscellaneous party. There were men of ripe wisdom and wide experience, long-headed, cautious businessmen who were leaving their warehouses full of garnered goods, shopkeepers deserting their stores which a lifetime of frugality had built, planters abandoning their estates, and farmers with their granaries full, their barns stuffed, stables filled with blooded stock, and cattle grazing on the hills, and the simple negro slaves without a guide, and worse than all, men left their families all unprotected. It was passing strange. It is a curious fact that when a community of men labor under an intense mental strain for a length of time, their reasoning faculties become numbed. These people, and Alexandria was but typical of the entire South, had talked of war, dreamed of war, and had simply become war mad. No domestic or business thoughts could find lodgment in their brain. The cold, calm-eyed goddess of reason had fled from the land, and wild-eyed shrieking hate reigned supreme. There was no retrospection, no future, only the thrilling present. In those perilous times men's very natures were changed. When the stirring notes of Dixie or Maryland, My Maryland filled their ears, the softer strains of Home Sweet Home found no responsive chord. It was madness, it is true, but yet a transcendent madness, in which greed, envy, and malice had no part, and so these elderly fellows, deacons, vestrymen, and communicants, sat in the crowded flats, and as their homes, their families, and their fortunes were left behind, they joined in the jubilant chorus, "We'll be gay and happy still." Take for instance the case of my own family. We lived on a splendid estate of 650 acres, lying on the Potomac, between Alexandria and Washington. Footnote: Between Washington and Alexandria, on the banks of the Potomac, is one of the oldest and finest estates in Virginia. It was the family seat of the Alexanders and Hunters, and has been in the family for nearly 3 centuries. The family is descended from the powerful clan of MacDonald of Scotland, from Alexander, son of John, Lord of the Isles, by Lady Margaret his wife, who was the daughter of Robert, the second King of Scotland. John IV, son of the Earl of Stirling, emigrated to Virginia in 1659, and had all the land from Georgetown to Hunting Creek by letters patent. When he died in 1677, his will bequeathed to his son John all the land from 4 Mile Run to Hunting Creek, so that the historic home referred to became the home of the Alexanders. The mansion is still standing and is most solidly constructed. The beams and rafters are of solid oak, 2 feet in diameter, and strong enough, as was proven, to bear the weight of 2 centuries. Descendant after descendant inherited the estate, until it, together with Arlington, fell into the hands of Girard Alexander. Girard sold Abingdon to General George Washington, who bought it for his stepson, John Parke Custis. Here he and his wife lived several years, and his 4 children were born at this home, except G.W. Parke Custis, who was born at Mount Airy. Abingdon passed away from the Custis family. It had been paid for in Continental money by General Washington, and the heirs of Girard Alexander brought suit to recover the money. After many years of tedious litigation, the sale was set aside, and Abingdon passed once more to the Alexanders. It was sold to one of the Wises, who kept it for some time, and resold it to General Alexander Hunter, a member of the original family. General Hunter was a famous soldier in the British invasion when General Ross burned the Capitol in Washington, and he was marshal of the district for 20 years. He willed Abingdon to his nephew, Alexander Hunter, but before his majority, Abingdon was confiscated in 1864 while he was in the Black Horse Cavalry in the Confederate Army. Lockwood's Historic Homes of Washington, page 202. End footnote. I doubt whether in the whole Southland there existed a finer country seat. The house was built solidly, as if to defy time itself, with its beautiful trees, fine orchards, its terraced lawns, gravelled walks leading to the river a quarter of a mile away, the spacious barns, the stables with fine horses, for which my father, a retired naval officer, had a special fondness, the servants' quarters, where dwelt the old family retainers and their offspring, some 50 or more. In addition to this stately place, my father owned a second plantation called Brookdale, but a few miles away, and adjoining Arlington, General Lee's estate. It was the custom of our family to spend the summer months at Brookdale, so as to escape the ague and fever that attacked everyone who lived on the banks of the Potomac. In April my father removed his family to the city of Alexandria and abandoned those two places, with all of their goods, chattels, servants, stock. In fact, everything except the clothes we wore, not even employing a caretaker, for overseer we had none. The land was there after the war, but that was all. In the national capital my father owned a fine mansion of 40 rooms, and spacious grounds, corner of C and 3rd Streets, northwest, besides a dozen or so of smaller houses and many lots. Mr. Lincoln sent him word that he would not be called upon to draw his sword against his native state, and asked him to let his name remain on the retired list, pledging him that all of his property would be strictly guarded. My father refused the President's courteous request, and infected by the rabid contagion that swept through the South, lost all reason, and he left all his great business interests to go to the dogs, without one precaution whereby he might protect his rights. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Breaking in the Volunteers. The cars stopped at Manassas, a station on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, a small, insignificant-looking place, but destined before long to become a household word in America. The landscape was either a dead level or gently rolling and heavily wooded. The battalion, on its arrival, found everything in a disorganized state and only a few independent companies. The 1st South Carolina Regiment was in camp. Our coming, however, was altogether unlooked for, and Governor Letcher, having made no provisions for our 900 men, we found ourselves in that lone spot without rations, cooking utensils, tents, or any of the necessities of a soldier's life, simple as they were. Possibly at this period the Confederate commissariat had not been organized. We went immediately into bivouac, which consisted in laying down our knapsacks and taking off our accoutrements. That done, we looked into each other's faces and wanted something to eat. But wanting was one thing, and getting was another. For a while all discipline was relaxed. Some favored of fortune at once engaged board at a small tavern, while others, with never a cent in their pockets, prowled like lost dogs around the camp of the Carolinians, thankful for a bone or a crust. For 3 days some of us were literally on the verge of starvation. There were no drills now, only roll call in the morning and evening. We slept under the trees in our blankets, those who could sleep, for if the barrack mattresses were hard, the ground was harder still. Money was tight in the market in those days. A very Rothschild in the ranks could not have borrowed $1, and those who were too proud to beg nearly starved. In my diary are these entries. First day, 25th May. Tried to sleep but could not. The ground hurt my body. Am so hungry. May 26th. A soldier gave me a cracker and a piece of cheese. Hung around the camp of the South Carolinians, but nobody asked me to have anything. If this is war, I won't last long. Slept a little better last night, but dreamed all the while of eating. Waked up every now and then and rubbed my stomach to ease the pain. So hungry. May 27th. All day not a morsel has passed my lips. Spent most of the day in the woods, almost crying with hunger. I can't beg. Nobody ever offers me anything. Am starving. I have dreadful pains in my back and stomach. This evening as I wandered in the fields, wondering what I must do, I saw a dog go by. A lean, starved cur. The meanest, dirtiest, ugliest, boniest, bow-legged creature imaginable. Shot at him and missed. Put out after him. "Old dog," said I, "you will make a first-rate stew, even if the sun does shine through your ribs, and I'll have you if I can get you." Ran my best, and the dog, who loved life as well as I did, ran his best. Nearly reached him once where 2 snake fences met, but he squeezed through just as I jabbed at him with my bayonet. Ran him about a mile farther, but my breath gave out, gave up the chase. Last I saw of him was a yellow streak disappearing over the hill. Lost my dinner. In retrospection, one cannot help pitying the innocence and ignorance of men starving in the midst of plenty. 100 yards or more away there were farmhouses where it would have been only necessary to ask to receive. The Rebel soldier was, in the eyes of the people, one for whom too many sacrifices could not be made, and it was with pleasure and willingness that they administered to his wants. To the soldier of the Army of Northern Virginia, and he soon learned the fact. But in the first year of the war he had not acquired the art of foraging, and was content to cook his camp rations without the aid of farm produce, or the delicacies of the good wife's dairy and storeroom. Later on he felt no hesitancy in asking, believing that as he bore the hardships and did the fighting, it was the duty of the citizens to provide the food and keep him from starvation. All were in the same boat, doomed to sink or swim together. As people waxed poorer and provisions scarcer, it became impossible to supply the wants of each soldier, as they would be made known to every farmhouse in the vicinity of the camp, and hundreds would be turned away, not unkindly, but of necessity. A lady once counted such applications at her door in one day, and they numbered over 200, and these did not include the many with whom she had hospitably shared her own frugal meal. Fortunately, the army was not stationary, and such extraordinary demands were not of long duration. But it is only just to bear grateful testimony to the unselfish devotion, the ready generosity of the people whose fair fields were made a battleground for 4 weary years. So long as they had anything to give, they gave cheerfully. The burdens laid upon them were borne uncomplainingly. Their self-sacrifice was heroic. Some soldiers felt great repugnance toward going up to a stranger's door and making a plain request, but they were strong on hints. The Georgians, the best foragers in the army, were of this ilk. A group of them would halt at the gate and choose the thinnest, saddest-faced, hungriest-looking one of their lot. He would meekly knock at the back door, wait until his errand was asked, and then humbly, "Please, ma'am, give me a drink of water. I hain't had a single bite for the last 3 days, and hain't slept on a bed for a week." Johnny Reb's eloquence, especially when he was hungry, generally prevailed and obtained him all he wanted. Happily our commissary embarrassments were but temporary, and supplies began to arrive from Richmond. The season of want was over for a time at least, and as if to make amends for our fasting, the finest kind of rations in the greatest profusion were used. Not only this, but large plank barracks were erected for our company, of which we took quiet possession. Then hard life commenced, so we thought. We missed our noble women, their acts of kindness, their words of cheer, and remembering our grumbling in the old home town, would gladly have returned to take up the thread of existence there just where it had broken off. But as Goethe says, we never float again on the same stream. The company was divided into 3 or 4 different messes, each mess having 2 cooks, chosen by regular rotation, turn and turn about. The cooking at first was simply awful. Not one of the detailed chef de cuisines could tell the difference between a frying pan and a skillet. Hence, the horrible stuff they were wont to serve would have given dyspepsia to an ostrich. But slowly yet surely these amateurs learned the art, becoming so thoroughly competent that they could make a palatable stew or fricassee out of a lot of old bones and a handful of flour. Affairs by this time had begun to assume a warlike turn. Train after train crowded with soldiers was arriving every day. The troops hailed from every Southern state, proving that Manassas was considered a point of strategic importance. The hitherto quiet station now resembled a fortified camp. General Bonham of South Carolina was post commandant. He was very lenient with the men, rarely refusing them any request, and consequently a great favorite. His office was alike open to the private and the staff, and he affected no style whatever. About the 1st of June, 1861, General Beauregard arrived and assumed command of the post. Then a decided change took place. Our cool, roomy, comfortable barracks were exchanged for tents, which, as every veteran knows, on a warm summer day are about 2 degrees less hot than a Dutch oven, and we had 4 drills a day in the hot sun. A change indeed. As David Garrick once said on going from London to Cheltenham, it was like stepping from Elysium into hell. At night sleep was possible, but in the day, with the fierce fervid rays of the orb of day beating down upon us, intensified by the white glare of the cotton sheeting, the heat became almost unbearable. The tents proved also first-rate breeding places for flies, which almost amounted to a plague. The different companies were formed, 10 of them into a regiment. The crack rifles losing their proud individuality and sinking into plain Company A, 17th Regiment, Virginia Volunteers. This regiment was placed in a brigade, which it completed, and was known as the 1st Brigade of the Army of Northern Virginia, commanded by General Longstreet. The brigade was composed of Virginians, the 1st from Richmond, the 7th from Piedmont section, the 11th was from Lynchburg. The regiment was ordered to leave its pleasant quarters in the woods and camp with the rest of the brigade in a vast field, without so much as a huckleberry bush on its surface. Then we had to give up our large tents and take miserable little bell tents, with 4 men in each. They were so short that when a long-legged man stretched out at length he found his feet outside. On bright days we would take refuge in the woods and lie around in the shade. But behold us in a long wet rainy spell. A fine spray showers down upon the inmates. The breathing of 4 people in a contracted space fills the interior with a dense fog. Everybody is steaming, and the only simile is a kitchen on washing day. The one is about as pleasant and comfortable as the other. General Beauregard had reduced everything to a system. We rose at dawn, answered roll call, ate our meals by the tap of the drum, drilled, went for water, retired to rest, and fell asleep by the same rolling notes. O ye innocent sheep, ye fleeced and slaughtered, meekness personified! Why did not nature give you a thicker skin or none at all? Why of all animals in the world was your blameless hide chosen to be beaten, thumped and rolled, to the discomfort and unhappiness of man? Surely your meekness is revenged on the human race for all your wrongs. One grievance more. A failure to be present at drill, and we booked ourselves for police duty. An innovation with a vengeance. For police duty was but a polite name for the work of the man we call scavenger in the city. Every morning squads detailed for that purpose, armed with brushes, brooms, and shovels, roamed all over camp, cleaning and clearing up generally. The men, considering it degrading, disliked this duty more than any other, and many were placed in the guardhouse for refusing to work in such capacity. The regimental camp was surrounded by a perfect cordon of guards, who were instructed to allow no one to pass save field officers. Neither the officers under that grade, much less the rank and file, could leave camp without a written pass signed by his own regimental officer and countersigned by the general commanding, hence we were as strictly guarded as prisoners of war. But there was no suffering for want of exercise on account of these circumscribed limits. 8 hours were spent in drilling on a large level plain in a double quick running through the different evolutions, until every one of us felt like lying down and giving up the ghost. Woe to weak legs! For like the wicked, they had no peace, neither were the hands allowed to fold themselves at rest. What with cooking, police duty, and digging entrenchments, the soldiers soon found that Beauregard, and not the devil, had work enough for idle hands to do. He piled Pelion upon Ossa, and Ossa upon Pelion, in the shape of labor. From penitentiary convicts farmed out under the contract system, more could not have been exacted. He had details, a certain number chosen from each company, chosen to erect breastworks and elaborate fortifications after Vauban. They were marched to the designated spot, picks and spades placed in their hands, and the order given to fall to. It was ever an incongruous assembly of workmen. Pat was in his element, holding between his teeth a pipe of that curtailed description which all Irishmen love, and making the dirt fly as he plied his pick with the measured strokes of a machine. This muscular, brawny son of Erin seemed never to know the meaning of fatigue. But for the delicate man at his side, with soft muscles and weak sinews, all unused to manual labor, and exposed to the sun, it was too hard a task. Sooner or later he would break down and be sent under guard back to his regiment. Those poor, proud fellows! Manfully enough would they strive to accomplish the allotted task, too great for their strength, and labor desperately on in the morning glare of the sun, contracting, all unknowingly, those deadly typhus germs, and digging but too often their own graves. Our life during the month of June was destitute of any incident of note or excitement. It was the daily round of the galley slave, the same systematic duties day after day. Of course, the fatigue and monotony of camp life, superadded to the constant exposure to the sun, caused much sickness. Besides this, the water around Manassas was hardly drinkable, being almost stagnant. As the summer advanced, sickness broke out among the troops, and destitute of the proper medical attendance, the mortality became frightful. The wailing tones of the Dead March sounded in our ears, and almost every hour could be seen bodies of troops marching with reversed arms, followed in a short while by the volley fired over their dead comrade. It began to have a very depressing effect on the army. The commander-in-chief became alarmed at the condition of affairs. The mortality was increasing so rapidly that energetic steps were taken. Huge water tanks were constructed on flat cars which were filled with pure water from the Blue Ridge Mountains, brought down to the junction and distributed among the soldiers. When the whistle of the engine sounded, the cry of "The water cars are coming!" was on every lip, and thousands of men could be seen racing to the depot, carrying in their hands every imaginable kind of utensil, canteens, coffee pots, buckets, tin pails, kettles, and anything that would hold water. The scene at the tank baffled description. A confused mass of men struggling, each trying to fill his bucket first, the guards trying to preserve order, the whole resembling pandemonium by sunlight rather than anything else, and not until the last drop of that heaven-sent, life-giving fluid, fresh from the cool, pure mountain stream, had been scooped up did the place resume its quiet. About the middle of July, drills in the heat of the day were discontinued, but notwithstanding these sanitary measures, the hospitals continued to be crowded to excess, and the death roll in the army, especially among the troops from the far South, was startling. The 8th Louisiana Regiment lost by typhus fevers, dysentery, scurvy, and measles the awful number of 200 men out of a total force of 900 strong, nearly 1/4, or 2 for every 9. Those troops from the extreme South suffered far more from the heat, strange as it may appear, than either Virginians or North Carolinians, and succumbed more quickly to disease when once attacked. The days passed slowly, as they must always do for the weary watcher of the night, the captive in his dungeon, and for the tired soldier, who, fettered by an iron system, could only sigh for change and stirring action instead of wearisome, dull routine. June had gone and July was on the wane before anything occurred, when one sweet morning, the 17th of July, 1861, the long roll sounded and our camp life was broken. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bull Run. The beating of the long roll. Did you ever saunter down the quiet streets of a city on a windy night when the rattling of a passing vehicle was almost drowned in the whistling of a norther? A night when one loves to bask in the cheering warmth of a glowing fire and a large armchair. A night when none were abroad unless tempted out by anticipated pleasure or pressing business. And when hurrying along the deserted thoroughfare, have you ever heard the sudden clang of fire bells? The iron bells, Poe calls them. Heard the answering cries from scores of throats, that dread shout of "Fire!" that echoing fast from square to square, brings the lover from his mistress, the artisan from his sleep, the printer from his task, all to mingle in a common throng, and fill the hitherto quiet street with an eager, hurrying crowd? If you have, you can form some idea of the effect of long roll, beaten on a quiet summer day. Where there had heretofore been an apparently deserted camp, with but a cordon of sentinels around, now swarmed thousands of excited, hurrying soldiers. The fire bell in the city is the alarm drum of the camp. The officers had but little trouble in preparing for a move, servants attending to their traps and a headquarters wagon carrying them, so they generally bustled around and hurried up the privates. "Fall in, men, fall in!" What a time those same privates had trying to make a knapsack answer the purpose of a wheelbarrow. By the way, those small trunks, peculiarly the soldier's own, hold about as much as one can stuff in the bandana handkerchief such as the emigrant bears hanging onto his stick when he lands at Castle Garden. It is always the fault of new soldiers to load themselves down with extra baggage. Give the veteran his blanket, a full cartridge box, a full haversack, and he is content. As for perfume, soap, books, extra suits, bowie knives, revolvers, etc., when it became a matter of transporting them on his back, such vanities lost all attractions and were relegated to his salad days. The Army regulations wisely abstained from prescribing the number of pounds each man should carry, knowing that before long experience would teach them wisdom. In the meantime, if any soldier chose to make a pack horse of himself, the commanding general made no objection. In about an hour the regiment stood in marching order and 60 rounds of ammunition were distributed to each man. Then the word "Forward" was given and we turned our faces northward. One could scarcely recognize that dashing regiment, springing along with elastic steps, as the dull, jaded-looking men who a few hours ago were undergoing with enforced resignation the daily drill. Barrack life may suit regular troops inured to such existence, and who look for no change throughout the year, but volunteers are of different mold. Keep them unemployed or in camp, cooking, cleaning, drilling, and it breaks their spirits, deadens their ambition, they droop, pine, and lose vitality. Give them action, stirring action, and you may starve them, overmarch them, overwork them, and they will rise to the emergency and come out of the ordeal stronger than before. No matter if in rags, shoeless, hatless, hungry, let them be ever on the go, and they will, without grumbling, be always willing to advance anywhere, even through cold, sleet, or rain, shivering all night beneath their blankets, keeping solitary vigils on picket posts, trotting along in the forced march. They will sit at night beside their fires and be content. They will cheerfully advance anywhere, only let there be constant change, constant excitement, for Johnny Reb, like Little Joe in Bleak House, must be kept moving on. The march to Bull Run, a small river near Manassas, was under a blazing sun, but there was no straggling. As yet no one knew their destination. As we looked back and saw the long line of infantry stretching as far as the eye could see, it became clear to even the most unobserving that some great military movement was taking place, but beyond this everything was conjecture. Our rapid marching soon brought us to the creek called Bull Run, and the regiment was placed along its edge, directly opposite Blackburn's Ford, and there halted. Guns were stacked, racks broken, and then, as it was late in the evening, the men were soon busy preparing their frugal supper. Around the various campfires groups were gathered, frying meat and boiling coffee, while the laughter on their lips and the light in their eyes showed what little thought they were giving to the morrow. That night, for the first time, the men were compelled to sleep on the ground without blankets, the wagons for some cause having failed to appear. It was no hardship though, for it was a warm, sultry night, and the soldiers, breaking off the branches of the trees, made a fragrant, soft couch of leaves, and lying down with their clothes on and their arms beside them, were soon lost in slumber. Nothing stirred except the phantom-like pickets, who slowly paced in and out among the shadows of the trees. A whippoorwill sounded from out of the depths of the woods his sad, plaintive notes, and an occasional frog from a neighboring marsh prolonged his dismal croak. All else was silent. The campfires glimmered here and there before dying out. The prostrate forms were motionless in their sleep. The night before a battle, the first battle of a long, disastrous war. What a scene for a painter! What a theme for all who chose to think upon it! By the side of the narrow stream, with its silvery waters, pure as yet as the clouds from which they came, and under heaven's own dome, studded with a golden fire, lay thousands of one country, met there for murderous work. Harmless, voiceless, mute as the stars above them were the men who wore the gray. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care was softening each bronzed face and made it tender, perhaps with some gentle dream of home or with some memory of mother, wife, or child, for those who could not sleep. The deep, fierce passions that in a few hours would let loose the dogs of war were all as stilled as the lead, waiting to stop the beating of some foeman's heart, waiting to do its afterwork. For the bullet, that shell that tears its way into a soldier's form, is sure to glance aside to rend the hearts that love him, and not till then is its ghastly mission done. Imagination falters awe-stricken at the scene that the constellations watch in their next vigil. The blood, the wounds, the agony, the dead. God! Was there no angel to stay the uplifted sword, as Abraham's hand was stayed? For all the prayers that went up that night for the whole wide land, for these sleeping armies, could not one mighty hand have interposed? The early dawn of day found the regiment lying dressed in camp parlance. Toilets that morning, so far from being elaborate, consisted of a soldier's dry wash, which meant rubbing the face on a jacket sleeve. Our breakfast likewise was no studied affair. A cracker or two, a slice of uncooked pork, washed down by a mouthful of Bull Run water was all. But we were too well satisfied to get that, for in view of the day's work before us there was no disposition to be fastidious. The rays of the rising sun that bright Thursday morning, the 18th of July, fell in checkered beams upon the ranks of gray infantry that lay along the banks of the stream in line of the battle. On the side banks, where our position was held, were flat lowlands. A heavy fringe of trees ran along on the enemy's side, the banks rising abruptly and forming a high bluff. We did not know enough of military affairs to be aware of our untenable position, the army above us being masked by a dense thicket. But a kind of dawning intelligence broke upon us that we were in a trap if the enemy should choose to attack us. The 17th rested along the south bank of Bull Run, directly at Blackburn's Ford, and on the extreme right of the Confederate line of battle. Our left, reaching several miles away and covering the stone bridge at Sudley's Ford, where the Warrenton and Alexandria turnpike intersected. General Longstreet kept with us at the ford, sitting at ease on his horse, chatting gaily with the officers and men, and waiting to hear an advance of the enemy from his scouts or to receive orders from General Beauregard. The commanding general expected Blackburn's Ford to be the battlefield, and the information went from man to man that the left wing would bear the brunt of the day's fighting. Our men in long line lying flat upon the ground were doubtless wishing themselves moles, so that they could burrow down out of harm's way. It was our first battle, our first waiting, always a dread ordeal for raw soldiers. As we crouched together in a long serried front, our hands nervously toying with the hammers of our muskets, each one felt that his final departure was near at hand and busily repented him of his sins. Some were silently praying, others were reading their Bibles, all were serious. The soldier's first battlefield is marked by a variety of sensations: trembling fear, curiosity, and an insane desire to get up and leave, a half feeling of awe, a strange nervousness, doubt as to his fate, all mingled together, making his heart beat fast and his pulse thrill with nameless horror. His breathing becomes thick and his face deadly pale. No matter what may be the temperament of the man, the first battle causes him more agony of mind than all other conflicts combined. Henry V said, "Every soldier in the war should do as does every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience." Such was the universal endeavor that morning. The sins of a misspent youth never weighed so heavily as when the repenting soldier, all eyes, watched the dark woods on the other side. Some time after, in speaking of that day's experience, one man declared that he repeated the Lord's Prayer over and over about 75 times, having in his head the idea that the oftener he said the prayer, the better he would become, and the less chance there would be of the devil getting him in case a Yankee bullet should knock him cold. He would begin slowly, he said, and with much fervor, but always ended rapidly, then commencing over again would rattle through at a tremendous rate and dovetail Our Father with Amen. He threw away a pack of cards and made an oath never again to utter a profane word so long as he might be allowed to live. Vowed that if by chance he should come out of the battle safe and sound, he would be a moral as well as a model warrior. Determined to crush down his hasty temper and carry all the canteens to the spring, to give the first sop of the skillet to his surviving comrades, to do his share thereafter of police duty without so much as a grumble, to black the captain's boots if he should order it, in a meek and lowly spirit, resolved to imitate the noble Christian soldier of the Crimean War, the brave Havelock, and follow faithfully in his footsteps, forgave all his enemies, no, when he came to think of it, all except that scoundrel who stole his canteen the fight before, and about whom he made a mental reservation, thought he would go to church and give up his pipe, and if he got through safely would become a minister and preach the gospel. I know all this too well, for I was the guileless, innocent youth. So the morning dragged by, with the men stretched out at length, watching, hoping, praying, resolving, fearing. The sun, tired of playing hide and seek behind the trees, boldly rose above their tops and gazed glaringly and steadily down. It was now late in the morning, and fortunately, as men's nerves cannot always be kept at full tension, strained expectancy gave way to listless ease. Gradually the color came back to our faces and measured beats to our hearts. While many began to amuse themselves, some reading, some writing, while others that fair Thursday morning, to their blushes be it spoken, started a game of cards. Among the latter was the young man whose penitence and vows at dawn of day had been so lively. Then light but subdued laughter was heard, and the line began to ripple with fun. "Who's afraid? The Yankees have backed out," said one. "Never thought they would come to the scratch anyway," said another. Then up spoke an old veteran of the Florida War. "Boys, you are damn fools. You will get your fill of fighting, with plenty over to spare. You won't have to wait long, either." Prophetic words. Wise old Cassandra in the breeches. 11 o'clock by somebody's old silver watch. Whew! How hot it was! We strained our ears, but not a sound. It was so warm that we wished we could take to the water like frogs, or better still, change into tadpoles. One man went so far as to wish that he were a woman, another a baby, and a gal baby at that. Noon, high noon, and a white ball of fire overhead. The cartridge boxes that in the morning had been slipped around in front, with the cover buttoned up, ready for immediate use, were now unfastened and laid on the grass. Jackets were cast aside, and the line, so well dressed before, was now about as straight as a corkscrew. The men scattered about in the shade of the trees, lounged and kicked their heels in the air. Scouts were just returning from a hasty and frightened reconnaissance, reporting everything quiet. Consequently, even the most timid felt satisfied there would be no fighting done that day, except with the flies, which had become so devotedly and persistently attached to us that they followed us in swarms. 1 o'clock. Half of the men were fast asleep and the other half were dozing. The lookouts were no longer lookouts. Standing, or rather lazily leaning against their muskets, with thoughts far away, they heard but the droning of the beetles and the drowsy hum of the bluebottle fly, while the faint cawing of the vagrant crow, as he winged his flight high up in the air, came dreamily to their ears. Across the stream there was nothing like life to be seen save, indeed, an old patient kingfisher that rested on a high limb, rolling his goggle eyes and nodding his head at the strange people below. How many boys we noticed lying under the shade of the trees, boys in their teens! Glancing hastily around at the recumbent forms, one would imagine them more in place in the schoolroom or college grounds, playing football, knuckle down or bandy, rather than waiting there to be made food for powder. A little past 1 o'clock, then with a sudden frightful distinctness, 2 guns went off less than 20 yards from us. Our 2 volunteer pickets, Colonel Terry of Texas and another, splashed across the ford to our side. Instantly every man was on his feet, gun in hand. "Fall in, men, fall in! Right dress!" came in quick succession from the colonel, and in a few seconds the line was formed and dressed. Now burst on our untried ears a rattling, stunning volley of musketry. Beginning down the stream some hundreds of yards and rolling toward us, the iron hail approached and hustled in our midst. The volley caused an icy shiver among us. The screaming hiss of the main ball was frightful enough of itself to make the heart stand still, but the thud of the stroke against the body of some comrade, the sight of falling men, wounded and killed, was more terrible than any words can describe. It froze the blood in our veins. How we wanted to run! Many a man of us could have discounted the fabled winged Mercury in a fair field race. Gracious Lord! They were shooting at us with artillery. Whir, shish, sh, sh, bang, bang, too high. The shells cut the top branches of the trees and they fell showering down upon us. It was useless to attempt any order now, for every man imagined he was about to be killed. The volley from the muskets had frightened us, but the bursting of those infernal shells was demoralizing. Every one acted for himself, and as the majority, by a process of rapid reasoning, concluded that the farther they were away from the enemy the safer they would be, they gradually, of their own free will and fleetness, lengthened the distance between the foe and themselves. Every time a bullet whizzed near a man he would wince. Some would half drop down, and some very nervous fellow would give a howl as if he was actually struck. "There's more honor in a long shot," cries poor Bob Acres, when brought face to face with Captain Jack Absolute on the field. "There's more honor in a long shot. Sir Lucius, if you love me, let me take a long shot." Some of our men were equally as desirous of long shots, miles long. Discretion was evidently the better part of valor. But others stood their ground, firing back at an unseen foe, never flinching. Others again, who had at first retreated, shamed by such brave example, rallied and advanced until the flower of the 17th stood game in their tracks and searched the woods on the other side with their leaden messengers. The firing across the banks at pistol range increased in intensity and violence. It was no longer a rattling volley rolling along the banks of the stream, but a continuous sound like the crackling noise of a forest on fire. For a second it would lessen, and the sound of the martial hurrah, mingling with the bursting of the shells, could be heard. But again would the firing swell into a steady volume as thousands of muskets were discharged. The enemy had every advantage. They had a lofty bluff, we an even plain. They had a dense cover to mask and protect them. We, on the contrary, stood on the bare sward, targets for every marksman. And yet the situation beautifully illustrated one of Jomini's pet axioms of the art of war. A fire up a declivity, he says, is necessarily more close and fatal than one delivered downhill, for in shooting downhill the volleys are always too high. In firing uphill, on the contrary, the aim is almost certain to be low rather than high, and of course more deadly. Had the fire of the enemy been lower, victory would have been theirs. As it was, the vast majority of the missiles struck amid the tree tops, and played havoc with the monarchs of the forest 100 yards or so in our rear, sparing in a great measure flesh and blood, and familiarizing soldiers with the sound. This could not last, for secure in their covert, the enemy made the bank rutilant with rays of luminous fire, and each moment corrected their aim. Bullets now struck the solid tree trunks with a dull thud, instead of whistling through the leaves at the top branches, and many had their billets that day. Men began to fall. Our front line, fighting without order, was borne back to the edge of the trees 100 yards distant from the run, and it seemed as if defeat was inevitable. Many of the rank were running in every direction, the officers trying in vain to form them in line. Half a dozen would obey the commands, but when the shrill wing of the bullet was heard or the dull zip of a missile as it buried itself in a tree trunk, and the fearful noise of the whizzing shrapnel, each man would break for shelter. The measured hurrahs of the enemy were not sounds, either, that were calculated to calm the line that kept up the fight. Captain Pressman fell, wounded in efforts to steady his men. Captain Dulaney dropped. Lieutenant Jarvins was struck, while among the rank and file the loss was proportionally heavy. A very storm of bullets was sweeping overhead, sounding like a swarm of bees above the men, who were lying prone on the earth, loading and firing point blank into the woody covert where the unseen enemy lay. In the regiment was a very portly soldier. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say he had fully 4 inches of fat on his ribs and weighed at least 300 pounds. How he contrived to gain sufficient nourishment out of our camp to keep up to the top notch of the scales was a question of wonderment and many a learned and solemn discussion. Be that as it may, a rosier, fresher, and fleshier rebel never larded the earth on a day's march. There was a little fellow about my size, the very smallest in the lot, who watched this big soldier during the conflict, if not with pride, certainly with interest out of all proportion to the difference in their size. Wherever he went, this youngster followed. When he advanced, the other was close behind him. When he stood firm, his little duplex loaded and fired valiantly over his shoulder. More constant than a brother, truer than his shadow, more faithful than Ruth to Naomi, not even death could have separated them. Had this Hercules charged single-handed and alone the whole opposing army, little David would have brought up the rear. Had he hung back, his double-acting, patent attachment would have stayed with him. Had he died, his weeping mourner would have buried himself beside his ample remains. As before stated, the one was the very biggest and the other the very smallest. The waist of the one measured 5 feet around, that of the other 22 inches. The shoulders of the one spread out like the fabled Antaeus of old, the others were close together and all bone. The one stood 6 feet in his stockings, the other 5 feet too. Thus protected by this mountain of fat, this citadel of flesh, the little soldier felt bullet-proof and quite safe. With this movable instrument he laughed at musketry volleys, scorned and turned up his nose at hustling shells, kept close to his love and fired all around him, but never knew certainly whether he ever hit anything or not. There is nothing like getting warmed up to work. Loading and firing sent the blood rushing through the veins. Instead of retiring, many of the men began to advance, and no longer firing wildly at the sun and pulling trigger at the sky, they became cool and composed and discharged their muskets at the flash of the enemy's guns. It was earnest work, the bulldog instinct of humanity all aroused. No longer were needed the officers' commands. The whole line reformed itself, and standing stubbornly on the fringe of the woods, delivered rattling volleys across the stream. Just here in the very zenith and heat of the conflict, when everything seemed going against us, an incident occurred so extremely ridiculous that even with death hovering near, many gave way to uncontrollable laughter, which, occurring at this terrible time, must have been heard by others, just as Faust listened to the mad merriment of the elfin goblins in the unhallowed rites of the Walpurgis night. On the left of the ford there was a large tree. It was about 10 yards from the water's edge, a great big sycamore, whose trunk was fully 5 feet in diameter and whose spreading branches rose some 50 feet in the air. The flying bullets and hurrying shells had played the mischief with its top boughs, and the ground was covered with leaves and twigs cut off by the leaden and iron shower. On the safe side of the broad, knotty trunk some of the most timid had taken refuge, one behind the other. They had cast away their guns, and they hugged each file leader close, forming a string of about 40 men. The shells had frightened them, evidently preventing their departure to the rear. It was the screaming, shrieking, bursting shrapnel shot that kept them glued together. A shell from the enemy's battery on the left would hiss by them, and the whole string would gravitate toward the right, so as to get the sturdy trunk between them and the shot. All at once another battery on the right opened up on our lines, the ball sailing through the empty space, then the men, almost delirious with terror, would hang close and swing around on the opposite side, but only for a second. Here would come a shell from the left, and away would go the line like a pendulum, back through the half arc of the circle, and hardly a moment for breathing time before a 1/2 weight of iron would rush by the tree with a demoniac yell, and the long, agonized cue described another parabolic curve. And so the band of brothers were kept shifting to and fro, the fortunate ones next to the tree having nothing to do comparatively, while those who composed the end of the string were kept on the swing all the time. It was well enough as long as they knew exactly upon which side to expect the shells, but what if both batteries had serenaded at the same time? What then? Laugh! Take it all in all, it would have made the solemnest old veteran grin. The violence of the fire was redoubled on our left, as if the enemy were preparing for a charge farther up the stream. Minnie balls swept in showers over our heads. The men wavered. The officers, hoarse with shouting, stood sullenly leaning on their swords. The dribbling of the men to the rear commenced, the most potent sign of disaster, and it seemed as if defeat and retreat were now but questions of a very short time. Just at the critical moment, General Longstreet, with the divination of the born soldier, rode up and ordered a charge across the run. The men obeyed the summons and made a rush for the ford. They were not formed into line, but streamed across like a pack of hounds after a buck. Once in the woods, most of the men scattered instead of forming a skirmish line. They, like a lot of schoolboys, roamed at will, all eyes. As soldiers we were as green as the budding grass. Had our adversaries been veteran troops, they could have picked us off one by one with as much ease as the sportsman would bag a flushed covey of quail. Fortunately our friends, the enemy, were as a babe to a callow youth. They too were strolling around admiring the scenery, and it only needed a dinner horn and a petticoat to make these adolescent Billies and Johnnies go to the branch, wash their faces, and eat their meal together. Remember, we then had had no baptism of fire, except the frenzied shooting across the stream, in which we saw nothing of the foe. We had no wrongs to avenge, and the calm after the storm, the cool, quiet woods, was so peaceful that a reaction came. And the irony of it, Virginia and Massachusetts, the two old commonwealths were pitted against each other in one of the first engagements of the war, and strange to say, the men of the 1st Massachusetts Infantry were dressed in gray, real rebel gray, only their jackets were ornamented with frogs and gilt buttons, and their caps all had in brass letters, 1st Mass. I saw several men in gray, and I did not fire my musket, and those I met had no murder in their souls, probably because they could not tell friend from foe, so we did nothing but stare. I was sitting on a log when two of the foe, beardless youths, came up to me and said they were lost and did not know what to do. I told them that I would show them the way, and we walked back to the ford, and they were very much surprised when they saw our men in the solid line of battle across the stream. I carried them about a half a mile to the rear, and they told me that they were from Boston, and that they were glad after all that they were prisoners, that the war would only last a few months, and they wanted to see the inner life of the rebels so that they would have lots to tell their folks at home. So that's how I captured 2 prisoners. I am free to confess that had they ordered me to follow them when in the woods, I certainly would have obeyed. Around the campfire that night rather big yarns were told, and most tremendous bragging done. Some went so far as to show notches on the stocks of their rifles for every man they had killed. Others narrated narrow escapes and displayed, by way of illustration, the hole torn in cap or jacket, the only damage done. But more were silent, willing, it is supposed, to let some future record speak their praises. The fat man who acted as rampart in the engagement across the run was pleased to come to a personal encounter with a plucky Northerner, and when seen was lying at the foot of the hill, prone on his back, and on top of him his tough little adversary, making him see stars. In the meantime, the love of the Union and hatred for traitors, this big old one in particular, animated the Bostonian till his arms worked like a windmill, and every stroke brought a groan. Reinforcements arrived, to whom the stricken one exclaimed, "Thank Heaven you've come," and clasping his small foe in his arms in a loving embrace, panted out, "Stick the rascal with your bayonet, but for God's sake don't stick too deep." The moral was obvious. The enemy, after finding our position, had leisurely fallen back to the field on the left, where stood a house surrounded by a picket fence. Here they halted and threw a volley into the woods, which sent our forces down the hill and across the stream. The firing ceased, the crest of the hill having been swept clear of the enemy. Our regiment was reformed and the roll called. Our loss was found to be 1 man killed and 10 wounded, including 3 officers. The brigade lost 100 men, killed and wounded. The 17th was relieved by the reserve, and retired 100 yards or so to the rear. Ammunition was served out, rations distributed, and the order given to break ranks. Soon the tired men were lying about in groups, talking over their adventures and munching their crackers in the most contented enjoyment. The repose was soon broken by the sound of a signal gun, and hastily rising we became witnesses of the finest artillery duel that took place during the war. Our position was such that we could see the whole practice, being only about 50 yards away, and it seemed like some grand review, in which was all the pride, pomp, and circumstances of glorious war, with none of its horrors. On our right, in the center of the big field, some 75 yards from the run, was posted a battalion of the Washington Artillery from Louisiana, whose guns were formed in the shape of a crescent with the hollow toward the run. The enemy occupied an open space on the opposite shore, hidden from view by the abrupt bank and dense shrubbery. The guns were of heavier metal than ours, as could be told by the report of the pieces. The Yankee batteries opened the salute first, gun by gun. The Rebel pieces slowly replied, increasing in intensity and rapidity, until each gun was fired as fast as it could be loaded, and the detonation swelled into one prolonged roar. At first the enemy's shells flew too high, but that was soon corrected, and then the missiles fell thick and fast among the Louisianians, who would thereupon move their guns forward by hand to get them out of range. After a while a dense smoke hovered over and hid both battalions from view, but through it the flashes of the guns could be seen as they darted out their tongues of flame. Soon the firing slackened, the guns one by one ceased, the smoke drifted away, disclosing the blackened meadow. The earth had been ridged in great holes where the shells had exploded, and 1 or 2 ammunition wagons had been shattered, but there were no dead bodies left upon the field to add a crowning terror to the scene. The next day we lay in line of battle, but heard no warlike sounds except an occasional picket shot across the run. Another sun rose and set with everything still serene. By this time many of us were beginning to think the war was over, fancying the little affair at Blackburn's Ford, wherein the enemy had lost 100 men, had demonstrated the uselessness of any attempt to subjugate the South, and that with enlightened minds they had marched back to Washington, soon to sue for peace on the basis of the Southern Confederacy. Heaven bless our innocent souls. Company A was ordered early in the morning of the 21st to cross the run on a reconnaissance. As we reached the opposite side in carrying out this order, our nerves were shocked by the frightful appearance of the enemy's dead, which had now been lying in the hot, boiling sun for nearly 3 days. It was the first time we had been brought face to face with the ghastly terrors of war, and the sight made us sick in body as well as at heart. The heat of summer had started rank corruption to its work. Faces and figures were bloated and swollen to such a degree that there remained no traces of sweet humanity, and those who loved them best would never have recognized the blackened figures, the sightless staring eyes. It was horrible and hideous beyond words to describe. A detail of men was made for the purpose of burying these dead, but they soon came back with pale faces, declaring that it could not be done, that the sickening effluvia prevented even an approach to the bodies. But another detail of older and more hardened men was appointed, who executed their task by throwing spades full of earth over the dead just as they lay, and so their ambitious hopes and aspirations ended in lonely unknown graves in the depth of the woods, mere heaped mounds raised by foemen's hands. Leaving one company as scouts, the rest of the regiment retraced their steps and took up their old position in the trenches. It was a bright, clear, dewy morning. The birds were singing blithely in the tree tops, and it only needed the distant chimes of the church bells to make the unities of the scene perfect. All at once, without preliminary warning, the enemy's cannon opened with an infernal salute. The stirring tones of the officers were heard, and the clicking of the gunlocks told that the line was ready for the expected charge. But the firing ceased as suddenly as it had commenced, and we were left in peace. Probably this was a feint to feel our position and nothing more. But away on the left, booming reports of cannon had been heard at intervals throughout the morning. Now, however, the cannonading assumed an angry tone that showed that it was no longer simply shelling, but a serious give and take affair. Faster came the bellowing thunder, until the reports ran into each other so continuously they could not be counted. A heavy battle was going on evidently. Our regiment knew they were to take no part in it, for our duty being to defend the right flank, we were to remain stationary in the old position. So the engagement went on, and the persistent pounding of the cannon never ceased. Sometimes, rising above this, could be heard the crash of musketry, that told our excited imagination how close and deadly was the conflict. Yet no intelligence, not even a rumor, reached us of how the battle of Bull Run was going. No thrilling news of victory, no dread tidings of disaster. While the men sat in serious silence listening to the sound of the fierce fight, or conversing in low tones, speculating upon the result, knowing not that Stonewall Jackson's star had risen on the world. About 3 o'clock, however, the excitement became intense, for the tremendous fire of musketry and the terrific noise of the artillery had merged into one, sounding close and clear, keeping up in one continuous volume, with no abatement for nearly half an hour. Then there was a sudden lull, and the reports ceased to be other than spasmodic. How had the battle gone? No one knew, not even when a courier dashed up, his horse covered with foam, and delivering some order, put spurs to his steed and went off down the line like a shot. "Fall in, men! Right flank! Forward march!" And we marched across the run and headed for Centerville Pike. A march for a mile carried us through the woods into a large field, where the splendid brigade halted for a short time, and where the news was communicated to the men that a great battle had been fought and won, that the enemy, panic-stricken, was flying to the wildest confusion toward Washington, and that our brigade was to pursue them even to the banks of the Potomac. Such excitement ensued as beggared description. The enthusiasm passed all bounds; it approached madness. Cheer after cheer, hurrahs from thousands of throats rent the air, thousands of arms gesticulated, thousands of caps were flung in the air, but only one wild, delirious cry went up, and that was "Forward!" The order to advance was given, and the brigade, wrought up to uncontrollable excitement, increased their gait to a double quick in the direction of the retreating foe, the officers in vain trying to check their ardor. And so advancing at a run down the pike toward the sound of the random firing, a half mile or so, they came to a breastwork built directly across the road, where batteries and heavy infantry reserves had been stationed. As we right obliqued to avoid it, we had tangible evidence of the hurried retreat. The road was strewn with papers, official orders, letters with seals, some unbroken. The tents of the officers were left standing, with their clothing and trunks untouched. The suppers they were preparing were set out, the camp kettles of coffee actually boiling on the fire, the rations of bread and meat lay ready to be eaten. Guns, bayonets, boxes, ammunition, knapsacks, camp equipage, uniforms, clothing of all kinds, even officers' swords and crimson sashes were among the spoils, to say nothing of the dainties of every description, and the baskets of champagne, upon which the flying enemy had proposed to feast in Richmond. Never was there a worse rout. Indeed, only raw troops could have become so utterly demoralized. Evidently they had not left 5 minutes before our arrival, and finding us so close, they must in an instant have lost all organization, and were changed by utter panic into this flying, frenzied mob. Still our soldiers kept on and showed no disposition to stop, even to pick up the valuable plunder within their reach, except that each man stooped and made a grab for the letters lying around, which he thrust by the handful in his haversack for future reading. The more scared we found the enemy to be, the more brave we became, until the men were in a very fever heat to catch up with the foe. Exulting expressions burst forth. "We've got them now. We will be in Washington by daybreak. Forward there in front. Step out. Don't stop." Every man put his best foot foremost, and even our fat Jack panted on, wiping the dust and perspiration from his face. But the end came in a way we little dreamed of. A courier rode up and delivered an order to General Longstreet, and his reply was heard by the whole regiment, for he was riding in front of the 17th, which led the column. "Retreat!" he thundered. "Hell, the Federal army has broken to pieces!" The amazing order was given to halt, and the men stood in their tracks. But when the command was understood, right about face, and we started to retrace our steps, there came curses loud and deep. Some emotional natures, so brought down from extreme, thrilling excitement and high-bounding hopes, absolutely burst into tears, while disgusted, depressed, and hungry, the whole brigade dragged itself back to the old position on the banks of the Run. So ended our bright dreams of an early peace and a Southern independence. The goddess Opportunity offered her face to us and proffered her flowing locks. The South had but to grasp it, and the history of the New World might have been changed. Like Jerusalem, she knows not the things that belonged to her own peace. She knew not the time of her visitation. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bull Run to Washington, but 26 miles. Not speaking from a partisan standpoint, nor yet straining the truth, in the Longstreet's 1st Brigade there were 3,150 men who could have marched to Alexandria that night. This brigade has been lying in the trenches for 3 days, with abundant rations, and had not walked 100 yards, nor fired a gun at the enemy in all that time. What an irretrievable blunder was committed in not following up the retreat, an impartial history will decide. Generals Johnston and Beauregard affirm that an advance to Washington would have been unwise, declaring they had no fresh troops to throw against the fast fleeing enemy. And yet, by the official reports of the Battle of Bull Run, both of those commanders state that there were fresh troops which might have been used with such fatal effect. General Johnston says, "The apparent firmness of the United States troops at Centerville who had not been engaged which checked our pursuit, the strong forces occupying the works near Georgetown, Washington, and Alexandria, the certainty too that General Patterson, if needed, would reach Washington with his army of 30,000 men sooner than we could, and the condition and inadequate means of the army, in ammunition, provisions, and transportation, prevented any serious thought of advancing against the capital." General Beauregard says, "It is proper and doubtless expected that my countrymen should be made acquainted with some of the sufficient causes that prevented the advance of our forces and prolonged vigorous pursuit of the enemy to and beyond the Potomac. An army which had fought as ours did on that day, against the uncommon odds under a July sun, most of the time without water and without food, except a hastily snatched scanty meal at dawn, was not in a condition for the toil of an eager, effective pursuit of an enemy immediately after the battle, and the want of a cavalry force made the pursuit a military impossibility." In the same report from which the above extract is quoted, we learned the number of men who were fresh, not so much as having fired a gun on the day of battle, and whose sole duty it had been to guard the fords, wings, and communications of the army, all spick and span, and filled with fiery enthusiasm for the advance. As for the general's assertion that it is a military impossibility for a victorious army to follow up a panic-stricken, flying enemy without the aid of cavalry, it is simply an insult to any soldier's common sense. But if the statement of one so high in authority carries with it the weight of rank and experience, then with all due respect therefor, it may not be amiss to remember that Napoleon did not think so at Jena. Richmond was not of that opinion at Bosworth Fields, nor yet Gates when he followed up and forced the surrender of Burgoyne's army. And to go back to the days of Joshua, that mighty man of war who subdued and smote the countries around about him, it is only necessary to recall the fact that cavalry was forbidden the children of Israel. To be quite sure, the overtaking, the pursuing, the slaughtering of those neighboring nations was done by men on foot. The following is a list of the regiments that took no active part whatever in the day's fighting, merely lying in position, protecting the wings, guarding the fords, and watching the enemy. General Beauregard is again quoted. As before stated, 2 regiments of Bonham's brigade, the 2nd and 8th regiments of South Carolina Volunteers, and Kemper's battery, took a distinguished part in the battle. The remainder, 3rd Williams, 7th Bacon's South Carolina Volunteers, 11th Kirkland's North Carolina regiments, 6 companies of the 8th Louisiana Volunteers, Shields's battery, and 1 section of Walton's battery under Lieutenant Garnell, whether in holding their posts or taking up the pursuit, officers and men discharged their duty with credit and promise. All these troops were idle all the day of the 21st. General Beauregard goes on to say, Longstreet's brigade, pursuant to orders prescribing his part of the operations of the center and right wing, was thrown across Bull Run early in the morning, and under a severe fire of artillery was skillfully disposed for the assault of the enemy's batteries in that quarter, but were withdrawn subsequently in consequence of the change of plan already mentioned and explained. The troops of this brigade were the 1st Virginia, Major Skinner, 11th Virginia, Garland's, 24th Virginia, Lieutenant Colonel Houston, 4th North Carolina, Colonel Jones, and Whitehead's company of Virginia cavalry. Throughout the day these troops evinced the most soldierly spirit. Brigadier General Holmes, left with his brigade as a support to the same position in the original line of battle, had also been called to the left, whither he marched with the utmost speed, but not in time to join actively in battle. Walker's rifle guns of the brigade, however, came up in time to be fired with precision and execution at the retreating enemy. Now adding the number of troops so shown to have been inactive, and we have, Longstreet's brigade, then full, not one of its companies having less than 60 men on the rolls, but at least, say, 1st Virginia Regiment, 500 men, 24th Virginia Regiment, 500 men, 17th Virginia Regiment, 865 men, 24th Virginia Regiment, 500 men, 5th North Carolina Regiment, 500 men, 2 companies cavalry, 150 men, total 3,015 men. Part of Bonham's brigade, 3rd Regiment North Carolina Volunteers, 600 men, 7th Regiment North Carolina Volunteers, 500 men, 11th Regiment Louisiana Volunteers, 500 men, 6 companies 8th Louisiana Volunteers, 400 men, total 2,000 men. Ewell's brigade stationed at Union Mills, Hill's 13th Virginia Volunteers, 550 men, Holmes's brigade, 2,050 men, grand total 7,615 men. It is here shown that there were 7,615 infantry who were not engaged in battle and ready to continue the pursuit, wild to advance. There were 4 batteries of artillery which had not fired a gun that bloody day, and who stood harnessed and ready at the word "Go." In all 8,000 troops, according to Beauregard's own showing, who had been held in leash all that stirring time. Besides these, there were at least 5,000 more who arrived on the field just as the battle closed, and could therefore have pressed the retreat, viz., 18th Virginia Infantry, Barksdale's Mississippi Regiment, Cox's brigade, Early's First Maryland Volunteers, and others which were comparatively but little used and who reached the field only to participate in the glory and not the stubborn contest. And so, with 12,000 fresh troops at command, Johnston and Beauregard made the greatest military blunder on record, for with that force hotly, fiercely pressing the retreat, none but a fugitive enemy would have reached the defenses in Washington. How history repeats itself! Here in the New World was a battle fought, the conditions, forces, the very ground nearly identical with one that decided the destiny of Europe, and as Talleyrand remarked, set back the march of civilization 100 years. The English under Wellington, the old Iron Duke, occupied precisely our position, acting like us on the defensive, and repulsing with an inferior force, attack after attack, charge after charge, standing as a rock against the dashing, rushing billows, waiting for and hoping for night or reinforcements, striking back, giving blow for blow, and hanging to his ground with bulldog tenacity. At last Blucher came to the one, as Johnston came to the other. Wellington advanced, Beauregard stopped his serried ranks and went quietly into bivouac, allowing weeks and even months for the enemy to recruit its demoralized army, while there was not a moment's peace given to the flying French by the vengeful pursuing Prussians until they reached the defenses of Paris. Stuart had a hot argument with Beauregard when he issued orders to recall his cavalry. He often said afterwards that he wanted to flank Centreville and push on to Alexandria with his cavalry, but received peremptory orders to stop pursuit. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Camp, no camp. 2 days after the battle, on the 23rd of July, the brigade was formed into line and again crossed Bull Run, keeping on until it reached Centreville. The men manifested no enthusiasm, knowing that the advance meant only a camp at some point near Washington. The whole command was in a sullen humor, and received with the utmost disfavor the prospect of spending the summer and fall in the same inane, uneventful, pipe-claying, ever-dulling style that had characterized its former camp life. We arrived at Centreville and there bivouacked after a leisurely day's marching. The next morning the camp was measured out in an open field a mile from the village, and we went to work like beavers, pitching tents, digging trenches, and doing many little things to make ourselves as comfortable as our limited means would admit. The cantonment was christened "No Camp," and soon enough we were following the old routine, only enjoying far greater liberty now that we had received our initiation by fire. Having but little to do, and the discipline relaxed, the days passed pleasantly enough. The winning of the Battle of Bull Run was in reality a great disaster to the South. It aroused the mighty puissant North, which like a lion shook its mane as it awoke from its fitful slumber. It made a peaceful settlement and separation impossible, and it stilled the South to a fanciful security. Better by far, that our forces had met crushing defeat, which would have opened the eyes of the people and caused them to gird up their loins for a desperate resistance, or to make terms with the enemy. The Richmond Examiner, of date of July 26, 1862, stated, "We have assumed all along that the Battle of Manassas determined the fate of the war and secured our independence. Not only has that battle disorganized and demoralized the Yankee army, which has returned home, as its time of service expires much faster than the raw and worthless recruits can come in their places, but it has also divided and demoralized the Cabinet, Congress, the press, and the people of the North." This opinion gained ground. It was so easy to believe, and it pleased the pride of all vainglorious Southerners. A fatal lethargy was the result, and it affected all the people south of Mason-Dixon's line. About a month after we had settled down into our new quarters, the paymaster arrived. We were formed in a long line, and as each name was called, the owner was made the happy recipient of a bundle of banknotes new and crisp, amounting to $44 for 4 months' service to the country. We younger ones were so agitated that we could hardly sign our names to the roll. It was the first money some of us had ever earned in our lives, and we strutted about as proud as a dog with a new brass collar. Then for the first time we saw and made the acquaintance of that irrepressible character cleped the sutler. One of them was very much insulted at being called a peddler by a soldier who had not been informed of the wide reputation of the profession. At any rate, they soon opened their stock, and as we had been out of funds for months, and debarred of old-time comforts and luxuries, we made the currency fly. $1 then in Confederate money was as good as gold. These obliging tradesmen, however, made from 1 to 500% on our purchases, and as we bought freely, our hard-earned money soon disappeared. In about 2 weeks our licensed highwaymen, having sold their wares, consisting of stale pies, moldy cakes, vinegar cider, canned fruits, fly-blown molasses, and other useless articles, cleaned us out completely and silently stole away, as they had been doing from the first. It might have saved useless formalities had the authorities at Richmond the next pay day collected the money in a bale and sent it by express with the address, "Soldiers' Pay, to Regimental Sutler, care of Quartermaster." The chief delight of the company was to serve on picket post at Falls Church, and the anticipation of it was like that of Christmas holidays to boys, enjoyed weeks beforehand. This little village was distant from Centerville about 14 miles, and as many from Washington. Half a mile on the other side of Falls Church was Taylor's Tavern, our most advanced picket post. 2 companies from the different regiments were alternately on this duty, and would start out like civilians on a picnic. Novels, papers, and cards became in great demand, as away from camp there was nothing of which we were so prodigal as time. Starting early in the morning we would soon accomplish this distance, then selecting some deserted house as barracks, spend the sweet, soft summer days in the most delightful lazy enjoyments. No drills on the dusty roads or barren fields, no inspection of arms, and, every saint in the calendar be praised, no police duty. That, after all, was the soft corn on our military foot. Poor Hugh Height, one of the FFVs, as we called them in Virginia, was wont to say in his wrath, "I volunteered to defend the sacred soil with the last drop of my blood, but confound it all if I join the army to become this." Send the soldier on picket duty and give him sufficiency of food if you wish to make him happy. The fact that he is close to an enemy exhilarates his spirits, and the danger of sudden attack keeps him in good humor. It has all the charm of novelty to be isolated, as it were, from the thousands who form the army. To be only with chosen comrades and boon companions, this is of itself enough to change the dull mechanical soldier into a bright, sentient, hopeful being. While about 15 men at a time would be on active duty, the rest enjoyed the careless do-nothing as fancy might devise. Some would be lying under the trees in idle dreaming, or in deeper slumber; others reading, writing, with here and there a group absorbed in the mysteries of old sledge. But over every head drifted the soft curling cloud of smoke from the valued briar roots, reminding one of a cozy lot of chimneys in a small village. Night would bring the cheering campfire, and with it the light jest, the echoing laughter, the roaring camp song, for we boasted a fine chorus in the company, and 2 musical artists, so that those old rafters of Taylor's often rang with the unwonted sounds of morceaux from Rossini or gems from Mozart. Besides, we had a violin and banjo, in consequence of which stag dances became the rage, breaking out upon the slightest provocation, and keeping time to those battered instruments with emphasis. Then the night picket on the outer post was not without its charm, though a half-frightened, tremulous feeling ran throughout its experience, as a woof in the weaving. The moonlight made such weird shadows, such uncanny shapes appeared to glide along the edge of the woods. Such boding, suspicious noises were heard, that instinctively one would grasp the shining rifle barrel and stand rigid with expectation. The croak of a frog, the hoot of an owl, would thrill him with sudden apprehension, while his fervid imagination would picture creeping figures of the foe stealthily drawing nearer. But dawn would come at last, the haunting moonlight would give place to the lightness of day, distorted objects would regain their wonted shapes, and the picket would smile at the terrors of his watch. As the summer slowly ended, and the sensitive leaves of the maple first showed by their changing color, that the fall of the year was asserting its sway, our existence in camp was pleasant beyond all a soldier could wish. After a simple inspection and dress parade, no duty to be performed, we roamed at will through the shady woods, and bathed in the cool, limpid streams that abounded in that section. And this, too, in the loveliest, divinest season of the whole year. Our fare was very good, for by exchanging with the farmers our surplus of beef and salt pork for vegetables, butter, and eggs, we made a most beneficial mutual arrangement. The Confederate commissariat was in an affluent condition then as compared with its after poverty. No man drew his pound of flour or crackers, his half pound of meat daily, for there was absolutely no drawing of rations. Whatever any of the various messes wanted could be procured from the store tent, which was pitched next to that of the captain, where were piled barrels of flour, meat, mess pork, peas, beans, etc., all in the greatest profusion. Every morning a freshly killed beef was brought and laid at the store tent, with the understanding that each soldier was at liberty to cut off the quantity or quality that might best suit his taste. The country people flocked to the camp with every kind of produce that could be traded or bought, and on very reasonable terms, too. The table of each mess was supplied with roast beef, beefsteak, soup, vegetables, butter, milk with pastry, fritters, and molasses for dessert, winding up with coffee. No marvel that the men grew plump and lazy, and even shrank from picket duty. A few having nothing else to do entered into a system of experimental cookery that almost rivaled the unapproachable Sawyer himself. Our crack cooks understood as many ways of dressing and preparing beef for the table as any French chef from Delmonico's. Indeed, many dishes were placed proudly upon the table by the gastronomic discoverers, that no one could tell of what they were composed, the true test of that art. At one time the interest in that subject was so keen, and the rivalry so great, that officers and men alike tried their hands at inventing new dishes for the mess. Very often the result was rather dubious, and the dinner would have to be thrown to the camp dogs that came, no one knew when or from where. They belonged to no masters, and stood ready to catch any morsel thrown at them, or sneak off with whatsoever bones were within reach. Rogues, every one of them, with not an honest dog in the lot. Dinner was the great event of the day, the one occurrence that broke the monotony of camp. Below is a bill of fare copied verbatim from my diary. Camp No Camp. September 18th, 1861. Soup. Beef, Virginia style. Mutton, à la Française. Chicken, beets, mutton, beef, mess pork. Roasts. Beef à la mode. Shote, stuffed with vegetables. Mouton, French style. Entrees. Beans, potatoes, cauliflower, eggplant, tomatoes, peas. Wines, liquors, etc. Whiskey, Stonefence. Brandy, Red Eye. Cider, Fairfax Best. Dessert. Cakes, rice pudding, monkey pudding, apple dumplings. Fruit. Apples, pears, peaches. Coffee, pies. The table was not set with snowy cloth, china, and cut glass. Neither were there waiters to change the plates. No, the private was his own waiter and his own cook, and it was this distinguished detailed chef and his assistants who served things by merely transferring pots and pans to an adjacent shady place. Notice being given that dinner was ready, a hungry crowd would soon gather, and each person, taking a tin plate on his lap, help himself without grabbing, for there was plenty. Good humor and contentment reigned. The soldier learned to go back to his schoolboy sports, marbles, follow my leader, football, etc., and seemed to enjoy them as much as in the days of his youth. 5 men out of 6 played cards, and some gambled day and night. Draw poker, of course, being the game. Those who had money staked it, but those who had none played for credit or OPs, which meant order on paymaster. Some unfortunates actually lost their 4 years' pay in advance, never drawing a cent during the entire time of the war, but they afterwards had the grim satisfaction of knowing they had not lost much. To such an extent was this gambling carried on that men played for the clothes they wore, and discounted every earthly thing they possessed. Indeed, there were some invertebrate old sports in the First Brigade who would have played with the Old Scratch himself and paid the forfeit with their own souls. The abandon, the dream of the soldier's life, were all ours now. But sometimes, when there was a grand review of the whole army, there were but too many to deplore the inaction of that splendid body of men who marched and countermarched in solid column across the level plain. They deplored that such troops, with their high discipline, their wondrous enthusiasm and esprit de corps, were not forcing an offensive campaign, instead of leading the lazy, enervating life which, while it was good for health, was yet almost destructive to morals and training. Just at this time occurred the famous conference at Centerville, when Mr. Jefferson Davis commenced the role of military dictator. Bred as a soldier at West Point, and afterwards serving with distinction in the Mexican War in a subordinate capacity, his brief experience in one short campaign seemed to have convinced him that he was one of the foremost soldiers of the age, and the great military genius of the New World. Time proved that his strategy was faulty, his decisions ill-considered, his mind prejudiced, his nature obstinate, and his head far from clear. He lacked, more than anything else, poise and calm judgment. He often differed from the conclusions of the generals in the field, and to his blindness and obstinacy the Army of Northern Virginia were indebted at this time to their rusting inactivity. On the 6th of September, General J. E. Johnston wrote to the Secretary of War, urging that President Davis should visit the headquarters of the army and have a council of war to decide upon the question whether or not the army should commence an offensive campaign on October the 1st. In compliance with this request, the President came to Centerville, where General Beauregard's headquarters were located, and met the officers as designed. There were present Generals G. W. Smith, J. E. Johnston, and G. T. Beauregard. An account of this interview was drawn up and published in the Richmond Examiner shortly after, the document being subscribed to by all three of the officers referred to. General Smith submitted the propositions: First, that the Army of Northern Virginia was at its highest point of efficiency, both as regards morals and numbers, and if kept inactive it must retrograde in every respect during the coming winter. Second, the Federal army was daily growing in numbers and discipline. Third, that the best chance of ending the war was to strike a sudden and deadly blow. These deductions being unanimously agreed upon, General Smith then addressed the President. "Is it not possible, sir, to increase the effective strength of this army and put it in a condition to cross the Potomac and carry the war into the enemy's own country? Can you not, by diminishing the forces at other points as they will bear, and even risking defeat at other places, put us in a condition to move forward? Success here gains all." In explanation and illustration of this plan, the three generals gave their unqualified opinion that if for want of adequate strength on our part in Kentucky, the Federal forces should take possession of that entire state, and even enter and occupy a portion of Tennessee, that a victory gained by this army beyond the Potomac would, by threatening the heart of the Northern States, compel their armies to fall back, free Kentucky, and give us the line of the Ohio River within 10 days thereafter. On the other hand, should our forces in Tennessee and Southern Kentucky be strengthened so as to enable us to take and hold the Ohio River as a boundary, a disastrous defeat of this army would at once be followed by an overwhelming raid of Northern invaders that would sweep through Kentucky and Tennessee, extending to the northern part of the Cotton States, if not to New Orleans. Similar views were expressed in regard to the ultimate results in northwestern Virginia, being dependent upon the success in this army, and various other illustrations were offered, showing that a triumph here was triumph everywhere, defeat here was defeat everywhere, and that this was the point where all the available forces of the Confederacy should be concentrated. It was conceded by all that the Army of Northern Virginia was not sufficient in numbers to assume the offensive beyond the Potomac. The President asked General Smith what number was necessary, in his opinion, to warrant an aggressive campaign, to cross the Potomac, cut off the communication of the enemy with their fortified capital, and carry the war into their country. General Smith replied, 50,000 effective men, sound soldiers, and they can be drawn from the Peninsula, Norfolk, and West Virginia. Generals Johnston and Beauregard said that a force of 60,000 and more men would be necessary. This force would require large additional transportation and munitions of war. In this connection there was some discussion of the difficulties to be overcome, and the probabilities of success, but no one doubted the disastrous results of remaining inactive throughout the fall and winter. Notwithstanding the belief that many soldiers in the Northern army were opposed on principle to invading the Southern States, and would fight better in defending their own homes than attacking ours, it was concurred in that the best if not the only plan to ensure success was to unite our forces and attack the enemy in their own country. The President gave no definite answer as to what number of troops he deemed sufficient, and no one present considered this question to be decided upon by any other person than the Commander in Chief. Finally the President delivered his ultimatum, that at this time no reinforcements of the kind wanted could be furnished the army. He ended by stating that the whole country was demanding protection at his hands and praying for arms and troops for defense. He had been expecting arms from abroad but was disappointed. Want of arms was the great difficulty. He expressed regret, and that was all. When the President had thus clearly and positively given his opinion, it was felt that it might be better to run the risk of almost certain destruction fighting upon the other side of the Potomac, rather than see the gradual dying out and declension of the army during the winter, at the end of which the terms of enlistment of half of the troops would expire. The prospect of a campaign commenced under such discouraging circumstances was rendered more gloomy by the daily increasing strength of the enemy, already much superior in numbers. The answer of the President was deemed final, and there was no other course left open but to follow the same masterly inactivity. If the enemy did not advance, we had but to await the coming winter and its results. During the conference or council, which lasted about 2 hours, all was earnest, serious, and deliberate. General Smith said afterwards in referring to it, "The impression made upon me was deep and lasting, and the foregoing statement is correct, and as far as it goes, gives a fair idea of all that occurred at that time, in regard to the question of crossing the Potomac." The report was signed in triplicate at Centerville, Virginia, January 31st, 1861. The whole brigade during the autumn went on picket at Falls Church once in a while, and we usually kept northward until we reached Munson's Hill, a few miles from Washington. This high elevation was our farthest post, though not regularly picketed by either army, but each in turn occupying it. If we held the hill and our enemy advanced to take possession, we were too polite not to yield the point, and when we felt like indulging in a survey from its lofty summit, including the church spires of Washington, not to be outdone in gallantry, the politest of foes marched cheerfully down as we marched up. From the crest of Munson's Hill a magnificent scene did indeed stretch out before the eye. The cities, the fields, the broad Potomac all spread out like a panorama at our feet. No grander spot could have been selected by the Moses of either side to view the landscape o'er, of a land he yearned to enter, the while, for very strong reasons, he could not. Strong? Well, the huge forts spanning and dotting each rise of ground were very suggestive hints in their way, that our company was not desired in the national capital, while Bull Run still lay between Richmond and our Seesaw Hill. In those autumn marches, the buoyant feeling of the men found expression in song. One voice would start a favorite camp refrain, either "My Maryland" or "Gay and happy we will be." The soldier next would take it up, another would join in, another, and yet another. Then the company, the regiment, until the whole brigade would swell the chorus, and with thousands of voices rising and falling in measured cadence, the effect would be indescribably grand, the music irresistibly inspiring. Brigade drill was a heavy affair, very tiresome, and an infliction to be endured while it lasted. It is ever a difficult maneuver to throw a brigade into a hollow square, especially if the commanders of the companies are not well versed in hardee. The wrong movement of one company will delay or throw out the formation of the whole square. When this would occur, our colonel, genial and sociable off the field, and a martinet on, as all officers should be, would fume and fret, until the luckless captain, losing what little self-possession he had, blundered more and generally ended up tying up his company in a hard knot. Question: If it took so many minutes to form a square on parade ground, how long a time would be consumed if the enemy's cavalry were charging and the solid shot plunging through the line? Even such a wearisome proceeding as drilling was not without its humorous side. Sometimes in making the soldiers charge bayonet in line, they would increase their speed and keep on, and never stop until they reached their camp, when the whole force would disappear, as if the ground had been the whale and they were Jonahs. Very often in maneuvering in the field an old hare would jump up, shake his white tail by way of challenge, and bound off. In that case good bye to all discipline. Regardless of officers' commands, the soldiers with one shout would start after him. True, some crack companies would keep firm so long as the rabbit did not run close to them, but not a minute longer. For catching the contagion, they too would start yelling and screaming on the chase. A strange characteristic of this Southern army was their insane desire to run a hare. Regiments that stood immovable under the severest fire, that never flinched while a charge of cavalry dashed themselves in vain against them, would go all to pieces at the mere sight of a Molly Cottontail. Nay, the cry of old hare," would set a camp in a blaze, and soldiers would drop everything to join in the pursuit. Away they would go like so many hounds after a fox, filling the air with their shouts, just so many thousand men after one poor little animal. On the 12th of October, the brigade to which our regiment was attached drilled for the last time under the command of General Longstreet, who had been appointed general of a division. In severing old ties, he addressed a very complimentary order to the 1st Brigade. Sorry enough we were to lose him. He had won and held the entire confidence of rank and file, who would have followed him blindly anywhere. And this is more than they would have done for many who commanded them afterwards. It was a subject for congratulation that the brigade was incorporated in his new division. The late fall of '61 was cold and rainy, and the men kept closely in their tents. The regiment was ordered on picket duty, when there came an alarm of the enemy's approach, and we started on a run, not stopping until we reached our reserves some 10 miles back. Then we advanced in heavy style, only to find that some little Yankee drummer, beating his sheepskin for his own private delectation, had started some 2,000 Rebels at full speed for the rear. It was abominable weather, and the woods and fields at Falls Church were like Mr. Dick Swiveler's description of the marble floor of the Marchionesses, decidedly sloppy. After a day's march we had camped in the woods and built huge fires, before whose glowing warmth we were fast drying our wet clothes when the drum beat the long roll. "What is the meaning of that racket?" was the universal query, expressed or unexpressed. The officers forming the line soon showed what was in the wind, and the grumbling was fearful. Each man seemed to consider it a personal insult to himself, and had almost to be dragged into the ranks. Wet boots were savagely jerked and pulled on to undried feet, damp garments were drawn over shivering limbs, sobby, dripping hats were put on aching heads, and the miserables started to march back to Centerville, the very place from whence they had just come. The slanting rain soon wet everything. The road became a quagmire, and the sleepy, weary soldiers tramped mechanically on. Though the rain continued to pour, and the road had become but a bed of liquid mud, sleep fought and conquered us, and the soldiers actually slept as they marched in ranks. No greater torture falls to the lot of man than to feel an irresistible desire to sleep and yet be obliged to combat it. Truly, the members of the old Venetian Council of Ten were devilishly wise when they banished sleep from the eyes of its victims. For 100 yards on a smooth road we could march perfectly unconscious, animated by a force independent of mind or will. The feet could take the same step, while the soul was far away in realms of dreamland. But should the ground become uneven, or a ditch or stream run across the highway to break the level, a bad stumble or pitching fall was sure to result. Then with restored consciousness we trudged along, fighting with nature, the power that claimed us. Another level, easy stretch of ground, and again somnambulism ensued, followed by the same inevitable gymnastics, and so on through the long night. The intense effort to keep the mind clear, the wide open straining of the eye, the feeling that the brain is succumbing to an overmastering influence beyond the will is simply horrible. And many of us would have dropped out of ranks and laid down anywhere along the road, but for the report that the enemy was close behind. So we staggered along, asleep and awake, and reached the village at last. In Sir John Moore's withdrawal of his army in Spain, we read of the same thing. and we know how common it was for Napoleon's wearied soldiers to slumber in those long marches during the retreat from Moscow. The physical endurance of man is simply wonderful, and his power to adapt himself to surroundings none the less strange. Veterans have lain down by a 6-gun battery, whose throats were belching flame and smoke and earth-shaking thunder, and become as sweetly locked in sleep as if the iron storm were the mildest south wind sighing a lullaby among the trees. We had once a remarkable opportunity for noting the automatic power of the muscles while the senses were locked in deepest sleep. It happened in this wise. Not long before this night march, a party had been given near Fairfax Court House to a soldier and his bride, wherein the fair women of the country turned out in force to do them honor. We danced to the music of a fiddle, played by an old negro, and played well too. For, to use his own expression, he could knock a fiddle cold. And about 2 o'clock in the morning this ancient Orpheus began literally to play out. His arms grew weak, his fingers were cramped, and he laid aside the instrument, exclaiming, "For de Lord, gentlemen, de ball must come to an end, for de music can't feel de fingers on his hand, and dis makes 3 nights I's been up." We plied the old fellow well with liquor, and after a promise of double fee he agreed to make another effort to play the Old Virginia Reel as a winding up. It was about 3 o'clock, and the 2 lines formed across the floor as the fiddler struck up the tune. The dancers went at it with a will. Faster and faster the music, quicker the answering feet kept time, until the old house shook and quivered again. While each was doing his level best, deep in the mystery of making his steps, it was noticed that the music was not always keeping time. "Sally Come Up" was being repeated over and over again without variation. Calling in vain for another tune just for the sake of variety, the ancient African was found to be sound asleep. His head had sunk on his shoulder, his breathing was regular, while from his nose was issuing an orthodox, unmistakable snore. The violin was held in the usual way, except it was not resting under the chin, but on the breast. He played well the half tune, only at times the bow would glide on the wrong side of the bridge and produce a scratching sound. As he reclined there, swaying away in most profound oblivion, we stopped and watched the strange phenomenon, our host remarking that old Dan, the fiddler who now lay sleeping before us, was noted for combining the power of Orpheus with that of Morpheus, that while the latter held him, the former used him. End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost of Chantilly. A large ball was to be given near Fairfax Court House. A very high-toned affair, with the brigade band to furnish music. All the generals were to be there, with now and then a colonel, but nothing except a star on the collar passed muster, with the exception of a few who could be counted on the fingers. I was well acquainted with the lady of the house, a dashing, brilliant brunette, reminding one of Di Vernon. She had no respect for buttons just because they were buttons, and would leave a general of a division any time to take a moonlight stroll with a gray jacket if she liked the wearer better. Yes, it was to be a grand party, and the soldiers, from the highest to the lowest, discussed the great event around the campfire and envied the invited ones. When the day arrived, by judicious borrowing, I had succeeded in getting up a very respectable costume. A white shirt was loaned me by one of my comrades, whose name I was asked to conceal for fear the whole company would bear it in mind and try to borrow it on some future occasion, it being the only one in the company. An officer, a friend of mine, supplied me with new military trousers with a gold stripe down the sides. I found a handkerchief lying around, not very white it is true, and I had a diamond ring on my finger. So I intended, under all this nimbus, to hold up my head with the highest general in the lot. As I sat in my tent busily rubbing and polishing my buttons, letting anticipation have full sway, I was awakened from my dream by the sergeant of the guard, who put his head inside, saying, "Hunter, report at once for guard duty." "You must mean somebody else," I answered. "Do you know there is to be a party tonight, and that I am invited to it?" "I have nothing to do with your party. You are on the regular detail to report at the guardhouse at once." replied the sergeant gruffly, as he pulled his hat over his eyes and walked off, leaving me numbed with despair. I went to the captain with the sad story, but something had gone wrong and he was cross, or rather sarcastically kind. Asked whether guard mounting should be stopped because there happened to be a party in the neighborhood, and whether a wedding would not have to be preceded by a flag of truce. I appealed to the colonel, but he was not invited, and being an old bachelor, wanted to go. Hence, he took savage pleasure in denying my request. I sought the brigadier, who laughed at me. So with a heart filled with the keenest disappointment, I reported to the guard tent, where I was told I would not be posted till evening. I wandered off by myself with grief too profound for words, too poignant for consolation. Never did city belle, with her new dress ready for the ball which she was compelled to forego, feel more keenly the defeat of her hopes than I did mine, relinquishing them too only to walk up and down a beat and cry "All's well" to the moon. Evening came and brought no joy to me. I smoked all the tobacco I had for comfort, and then answered to my name at roll call. It was 6 o'clock, when instead of donning brave attire, I followed the sergeant and struck out from camp. "Where are you going, sergeant? I thought I was to be placed on a beat in camp." "No," he said, "you are detailed by the officer of the day to guard Chantilly." "Oh," I replied, "I am glad." And then I began to recall all I had heard of this famous ancestral place. Chantilly, the home of the old Stuarts, was one of the handsomest country seats for miles around. In the olden days of Virginia it was kept up in baronial style, and was the center of profuse and lordly hospitality. Many were the gatherings within its walls of the sporting gentry who assembled to celebrate the annual meet from far and near. Imagination can picture the gay throng, just as tradition and old letters delight to hand them down. Let us see. There was my Lord Fairfax from Greenway Court, mounted on a splendid Arabian, followed by his faithful body servant Scipio, a recluse whom they called the Cameron, but he was ever ready for the hunt. Then young Bird of Westover, owner of a celebrated plantation on the James, which the Marquis de Chastellux, on a visit in 1770, pronounced the most beautiful estate in Virginia. Bird was a zealous sportsman and had the finest hounds in the colony. We must not leave out, either, Major Bullet, who knew and was known by everybody, for a roaring blade was the major, who loved the wine cup, the chase, and the sound of the rattling dice. He was tall and slender, with soft brown eyes and a gentle voice, the mildest mannered man that ever scuttled ship or cut a throat, so 'tis said. Not a desperate looking fellow by any means, though the major was in the colonial army, and was noted for cool bravery and determined nerve. He was nothing of a bully, not even quarrelsome, but his temper was rather quick and fiery, and a more devout believer in the code never lived. Indeed, he had the reputation of being the most famous duelist in Virginia. A crack shot, an accomplished swordsman, it made little difference to him on the field whether the saw handle or the slender rapier was the weapon chosen. And there was Man Page, the richest man in the Old Dominion, with his plantation of 8,000 acres in Frederick County, called Pageland, 10,000 acres in Prince William, Page Wood, 4,000 acres in Spotsylvania, Glen Page by name, and 1,000 in King William, Pompadike, 2,000 in Hanover, 2,000 in James City, and a score of other farms of 1,000 or so apiece, while his slaves were numbered by hundreds. Among the horsemen I see another character, and a most marked one of those times, one who gives us a blessing when we come into the world and who throws the earth on us when we leave, who by a few words changes the whole tenor of our lives, and makes Van Winkles and Mr. Caudles of the wisest of us, who is loved by women and hated by men. I mean the parson, as he was commonly called at that time. The preacher was a jovial fellow in those days, not much given to praying, who kept up with the gentry in the maddest of their sports. If the truth were told, he preached on Sunday, rode on Monday, got drunk on Tuesday, and so on through the nursery song. Yes, we can imagine them all, men with historic names, which are as well known to us as household words handed down and worn by so many of our best and bravest. Selden, the handsomest man in the colony, McCarthy, Fighting Randolph Carter, Washington, and hosts of others too numerous to mention. If the meat was striking, What must have been the glory of Chantilly in the Christmas time, when hosts of relations, friends, and even strangers gathered around the immense Yule log. Even around our campfires we had heard of old memories handed down from sires to sons, of those splendid entertainments. The table groaning under the weight of its feast, the rare old china, the massive family plate, the smoking haunch of venison, old Virginia cured hams, sweet as sugar, wild fowl from the Chesapeake, fish from Hog Island, rare old wines from famous cellars, and the silver punch bowl filled with that most delicious of festive brews. We had heard, too, of those gay old balls where the proudest, the fairest, and best of the colonists met, where satin rustled, velvets trailed, and brocade swept over the polished floor, where jewels rich flashed in the soft, becoming light of numberless wax candles. And the dress of the cavaliers! Why, the homeliest man would shine a thing of beauty in such arrayal, brought in big strong chests from across the sea, velvet coats with gold buttons, elaborately embroidered satin vests worked in delicate designs, dainty ruffs of fine old lace, shorts that reached to the knee and tied with a garter, stockings of finest silk, and long pointed shoes with jeweled buckles. Decked in these, with an embossed belt hung over the right shoulder, to which was attached a slender rapier in bright steel scabbard, and a three-cornered cocked hat, and you have the outfit complete in which shone the cavalier colonist in all his glory. A decided contrast to the stiff, ugly, conventional black of our present day, in which a man hardly can tell himself from his own waiter. Call to mind the stately gallantry, the elegant courtesy that makes the very mention of their names and their sons' names, and their sons' sons, generations all passed away, synonym of all that is refined and polished, of all that is courteous and chivalrous to women. And we once more people Chantilly with the men who trod its now deserted boards, and woke the slumbering echoes with dance and song and jest. While I confess the theme has ever had strange fascination for me, and many is the day reverie in which they have been as present in my mind in fancy as if I had seen them with my own eyes. And before we leave the brave old chevaliers, with names that shone, some of them in Revolutionary annals, let us linger with them a moment at their banquets, then relegate them to the shadows from which we brought them, and peace be to their souls. See, the dining hall is all ablaze with waxen lights in silver candlesticks. The glare from the huge hickory logs, burning and snapping in the deep old fireplace, is touching and playing upon the burnished heavy plate. There are no ladies present. All the better, perhaps, if there had been, for these cocked hat gentry imbibed like fish in those days, and got drunk on principle. Lucullus held as a maxim that women should be excluded from the feast, and Epicurus made it a practice to banish them because dinner was considered too serious a thing to be trifled with. They both held that a man owed too sacred a duty to his digestion to risk it, since life becomes a burden without its perfect condition. The fullest enjoyment was not to be secured, they said, the heathens, with women present. A man could scarce hope to enjoy his wines, his soup, and his roasts, and at the same time play agreeable aux dames. There was a time for everything, and the time to eat was to attend to one's gastric juices in undisturbed repose. The courteous host is doing the honors with a graciousness his wife could scarcely rival. George Mason is in the crowd, the very prince of good fellows. Lord Fairfax, representing many miles of Virginia land, is here tonight, bending from his stern dignity and helping to swell the wassail. And by his side is his young friend, George Washington, trying to forget his dismissal by Mistress Carey as he drains a bumper from the huge punch bowl. But why attempt to name them all? Look how they rise and clink their glasses to that telling toast. How pleasantly it sounds, the roaring fire, the ringing of glasses, popping of corks, and the confused mingling of voices. You may be quite certain that the flowing bowl is circling round without stop or stay, and they are drinking without flinching to their host, each other, the chase, and their sweethearts' eyes. Not till the cloth is removed is the revelry fairly at its height. With no fears of waiting wives or stern old governors, the men and youths are drinking deeply. Faces are already flushing to a deeper hue and voices are raised in tone. Steady old goers are speaking of dashing runs and desperate exploits of the chase. The statesman is forgetting his caution and revealing the secrets of his heart. The planter is discussing his crops. The parson, with rubicund nose all aflame, is arguing in thick tones the relative styles of beauty with that rake, Major Bullet, but my dream is ended. The conjured picture vanishes into thin air as did my reverie, of which this is but a shadow, when the sergeant's lips, which had been in solemn communing hitherto with his pipe, gathered voice to say, "Here we are." I started, collected my wandering senses, and looked up. Before me was Chantilly, a stately old place, with spacious porch and a passage running from end to end, so broad that a 4-horse wagon might have driven through it. A wide stairway led to the apartments above. The house was built of brick brought over from England, but the various wings, added at intervals, were of solid oak. Around the house was a splendid park of full-grown chestnut trees that shadowed and adorned the fine old mansion. No one inhabited the house when the enemy made the first advance to Bull Run, its owner having collected previously all his negroes, lares and penates, and started for Richmond. The said enemy had carried off all that was portable, but had had no time to gut and sack the house. To protect it from further plunder by our own soldiers, a guard was placed over it, with orders to allow no one to trespass upon the premises, and so it fell out that instead of tripping the light fantastic toe, I was doomed to guard old Chantilly that night. It was a beautiful, soft, balmy Indian summer night, and both grounds and mansion looked lovely. After sauntering some time along the porch I entered and commenced a tour of inspection. On the right a door opened into the parlor, a long, handsome apartment extending the whole length of the house. There was no furniture left except an ancient spindle-legged piano of German make, whose keys were yellow with age. I struck a few chords. It gave out a jingling sound, but appeared to be in passable tune. The instrument was at the front end of the parlor, between the door and the long window that opened into the porch. I am particular in describing its position. Across the room and directly opposite the piano there hung 2 portraits, the one of a woman, but so blurred with age as to be nearly indistinguishable; the other a man's, judging by his attire. The features had faded with time, all except the eyes, which shone out with startling distinctness from the shadowy face, with an expression of intense surprise, as if questioning my presence there. Leaving this room I went up the broad, handsome stairway leading into a long gallery, from which a suite of rooms opened, looking to the front of the building. In nearly all of these apartments there was furniture, rather cracked and antique specimens which no one but a curiosity seeker would care for. Evidently all articles of value had been removed, and only these few old relics of a century past left as lone sentries at their post. Oh, sad! This dismantled home, with its rich association of years, endeared to its owners by all the refinements of cultured life, left to a ruthless and reckless soldiery. The old King Lear of a house, turned adrift in its old age to bear the raging tempest. Nothing but the body of the old house left, the soul, the life, all gone. I explored the building all over, its every nook and corner, its lofty rooms. It seemed as if a whole regiment might have found shelter within its spaciousness. Descending, I went out upon the porch, paced up and down, and watched the campfires breaking out one by one, like sentinel stars in the sky. Through the branches of the grove the night wind murmured a gentle plaint. It was dusk, and darker the black shadows fall. The neighboring forest became one with the night, and the house was indistinguishable in the gloom. The reveille from camp had sounded 8 o'clock. It was time the relief was coming. I went on at 6 and had been 2 hours at my post. 4 hours off for me, and then I was to go on again at midnight. 8 o'clock and dark as pitch. I was getting nervous. I could swear that I heard a door slam. But thank heaven, there came the sound of the advancing relief. Their steady footfalls, the clink of their accoutrements, was sweetest music to my longing ears. They advanced up the gravelled walk. "Halt! Grand relief! Friends with the countersign! Advance, one with the countersign!" The guard came up to the porch and gave the password "Potomac." I yielded him my place and repeated instructions, which were to let no one enter the house, and should it be attempted, to halt 3 times and then if necessary fire. I joined the relief, marched back to camp, and turning in the guard tent was asleep in a moment. The quick, stern cry of "Guards, turn out!" brought us to our feet at once. Sergeants and men were talking in an excited tone, and for a few moments no one could tell what was the matter. But the officer of the day came, and in the silence that then fell, the cause was soon understood. One of the relief was brought in the tent by two guards, and if ever there was a man literally frightened out of his senses, that man was before us then. His hat was gone, his hair hanging over his face, half hiding his wide protruding eyes. His features were deadly pale. Huge beads of perspiration were dripping down upon his jacket, and he trembled like an aspen leaf. But he could answer no questions, and only begged that we would spare him the details of that which he had seen. Even after we had given him a heavy drink, and his pulse had assumed its wonted beat, and the color had returned slowly to his face, even then he said he could not put in words the terror of the past 2 hours. He had been detailed to guard Chantilly, and it was there at his post that he had heard and seen what he would never forget, and this was all we could learn, or ever learned. Again the trembling seized his limbs, again we noticed the deadly paleness of his face, when even the officer was moved to pity, and instead of having him handcuffed and tried in the near future for one of the most serious infractions of military law a soldier can commit, that of leaving an outpost without permission, was so much struck with the man's abject condition that he only ordered him back to his post. But with this command the soldier positively refused to comply. He said without equivocation he would be shot first, and that nothing earthly could induce him to go into that house again, or even near it after dark. He said, too, he knew it was now his business to try and put some people out of the world, but once out he considered he had no further use of any of them, and that he was willing to stand a court-martial any day, but that he was not willing to stand up against ghosts. "Ghosts!" said the officer contemptuously. "Ghosts! Why, are you a baby? Some old woman's tales have been frightening you." "Maybe they have and maybe they haven't, but I am not going into that house again. You know yourself, Lieutenant, I don't sing second to any soldier on the battlefield." "Yes, that is so," cordially assented the officer, "and that is why I have thought better things of you. But go in the guard tent and consider yourself under arrest." Then turning to me he continued, "Hunter, get your musket and take his post, and Sergeant, go and place this man on duty." I stood speechless and almost petrified. What? When a full-grown man and one of the most daring soldiers in the regiment had been scared almost to death at Chantilly, that I, a mere boy, should be sent into that ghost-haunted place? Me? Ordered to go? Me? I could not believe anything so cruel, and I found words to protest. "Lieutenant, for God's sake don't send me to Chantilly." "That's your post, sir. Go and take it." "But, Lieutenant, let some soldier go with me." "No, sir. Here you came to me this morning to be let off that you might attend a ball at the courthouse, and now because this man has listened to some old grandmother's yarn, and frightened himself half to death, raised himself a shadow to run from, you must needs follow his example? Don't be a coward." That word stung me and settled the matter so far as I was concerned. I would have gone inside a tomb and lain down, as Romeo says, amid dead men's bones, reeky shanks and yellow chapless skulls, in a charnel house, much less Chantilly. So I made but one request, to be allowed to take a light with me, which was granted, and then with my long tallow dip in hand, amid the goodbyes of my comrades and their parting salutations and advice, I started with the sergeant for Chantilly. It was a moonless night, though the sky was brilliant with stars as we entered the dense grove. Passing through the gloom, strange figures seemed to glide in and out among the tree trunks. Spectral arms reached out toward us. The breeze, which had sprung up since nightfall, sounded like boding voices from the grave. I began to quiver with long, low, creeping shivers that curdled the blood like a congestive chill. I thought of shapes that walk at dead of night, and clank their chains and wave the torch of hell around the murderer's bed. I clung close to the sergeant, who was under the influence too, and was leaning over toward me, and in such affectionate manner we passed from under the trees and went stoutly up the walk to the house standing dark and grim in the background. I lit my candle, and unscrewing the bayonet from the gun, made use of it for a candlestick, and stuck it in the open piano. Ugh! How chilly the cold air felt inside the room, and how the old villain's eye glared from the portrait to see me there again. I glared back, while the dip flared ominously, as if it meant to leave me in utter darkness. "Don't leave me, Sergeant," I pleaded huskily. "Stay with me. I swear I would rather go into heavy battle than stay here for 10 minutes by myself." "I would do so, old fellow, but I have all the guard mounts to attend to. Keep a stiff upper lip. 2 hours will soon pass by, and if I possibly can, I will be here before that time. Besides, you won't be in the dark," he added as he turned to go. "Do you think that candle will last 2 hours?" I inquired anxiously. "Oh, yes. Good bye, and don't allow your imagination to run away with you." And so saying, the sergeant struck a match, lighted his pipe, and left me. I looked at my borrowed watch. It was just 12, the mystic hour when spirits most do walk abroad, and here behold me in the old haunted house alone. Alone! It meant more than at first appeared, when even the company of a dog would have been invaluable. I tried walking on the porch, but I had an insane desire to go inside, so stepping across the sill I entered the parlor. The candle was flaring and wasting away in the draught. The old cavalier never ceased to look at me with those fierce, questioning eyes, as if bent on draining every secret of my soul. I struck some chords on the piano, and the reverberations came back, it seemed, from every chamber in the house. I began to feel uncomfortable. The candle did not fully light the great room with the little ghostly glare it shed, and in the distant corners, lying in shadow, mystical spirits seemed to congregate, pointing and gibbering at me. Black spirits and white, blue spirits and gray. I grew so fancifully nervous that I went out in the open porch once more, and there I heard singular muffled voices upstairs, voices as of women talking, it seemed to me. I turned cold, and back into the house I wandered in my restlessness, only to feel an added thrill as the eyes gleamed threateningly at me from the canvas. Again those sounds from the upper rooms, screams of laughter, and I could stand it no longer. Forming a desperate resolution, I grasped the candle in one hand, the musket in the other, and marched up the stairs. Each step woke a separate echo, and it seemed as if feet long since moldering in the grave were walking along the floors and ascending the back stairway, and all the stairways at once, up into the gallery, while the high old clock stood like a spectre on the landing. I could swear that it was ticking. Nothing there. Through the front rooms, farther up, and I was appalled by a furious noise somewhere. I started to run, but knowing if I once took to flight I would never stop this side of camp, I retreated slowly. I saw nothing, not even a shadow. I turned to descend, and as I did so I became conscious that something was following me. I could not hear it, nor could I feel it or touch it, but my sixth sense told me the shape was there, dogging me close behind. For the life of me I could not look around, so I kept on increasing my speed until I burst into the parlor with a rush, and then I turned and stood at bay. Nothing was there. Absolutely nothing. And though I felt sick I tried to laugh it off but could not. Once more placing the bayonet candlestick in the piano top, I sought the open air of the porch and then lighted my pipe. O sweet and noble Comforter, what a friend thou art in need! For as the smoke curled up from my lips it left in its wake sweetest and purest comfort. The bounding heartbeat became quiet and shaken nerves firmer, and I began to smile at the vivid imagination which made my ear take note of sounds that never smote the air. So I seated myself on the steps and watched the campfires which were fast smoldering out, leaving only one here and there to tell where a great army lay, and then I commenced to sing in a low voice our favorite air. All quiet along the Potomac tonight, where the soldiers lie peacefully dreaming. Hark! What sound was that? The piano, yes, the piano, as I live! There goes a running scale, and now a full crash! I could scarcely get my breath, and my heart thumped like a trip hammer. I rose to my feet and stood like one turned to stone, and then by a strong effort of will I went across to the window and looked in. Everything was just as I had left it, only the candle was nearly burned up, and there remained but a death wick hanging down to chronicle departed time. The old fellow on the wall was scowling menacingly, and thrilled me with horror. I went back to my place again on the steps, again relit my pipe, and sought to restore my shattered equilibrium. But my thoughts were far beyond my control and refused to be soothed by tobacco. They dwelt defiantly on every ghost story I had ever heard. Banquo shook his gory locks at me with eyes that had no speculation in them, and I remember how Macbeth said, It was a bold man that dare look on that which might appall the devil. Old Mr. Hamlet, Sr., walked abroad with his slugged up ear, rattling his canonized bones hearsed in death. Clarence sat heavy on my soul, and all his fellow shadows struck as much terror to my heart as ever they did to Richard's. I hardly know whose ghost the Witch of Endor brought up, or whether somebody brought up hers, but I am pretty certain that she was at her worst and favored me with her company. I recall lines that I was not conscious had ever lingered in my mind, nor do I remember now where I have ever met with them. We have no title deeds to house or lands, owners and occupants of earlier dates. From graves forgotten stretch their dusty hands, and hold in mortmain still their old estates. Shades of Erebus! How many of those hapless landlords of Chantilly might take it into their heads to stalk abroad tonight? Here I was brought to my feet more quickly than if a whole salvo of artillery had been fired in the yard, for the crashing tones of the piano came again startlingly clear to my ear. There was no ground for a mistake now. I felt as if an icy hand encircled my heart, my head spun so I could not see. My brain teemed with horrid, hideous images, and skeleton hands seemed to grasp my throat. Rising to my feet with a spasmodic step like a sleepwalker, I turned toward the point from whence the sound proceeded. Yes, yes, clear and loud the piano keys were being touched by ghostly fingers. My eyes seemed to fill with blood, and then like a felon walking from the cell door to the steps of the gallows, I moved to the window and looked in. I saw, or fancied I saw, a brilliant company in gorgeous array. But, oh horrors! Instead of smiling, beautiful faces, there grinned each skull with awful cavities where eyes and nose should have been, and every toothless mouth was gaping wide. A dozen skeleton fingers suddenly pointed to me, and a burst of hideous laughter followed. By the expiring flicker of the candle wick it looked to me like a scene from the Inferno. Unless I could break the spell I felt I should go mad, so with a last convulsive movement I raised my gun, leveled it, and pulled the trigger. A burst of light, a stunning report, and darkness. A shriek, a long, loud shriek. I turned and fled. How I reached camp I never knew. I suppose I ran myself clear out of breath. I reached camp without hat, gun, or cartridge box, and speechless. I told my tale by degrees to a believing audience. None doubted me. That night the lieutenant went with a guard and examined the premises. In the garret they found half a dozen swallows that had just tumbled down the chimney, and so those mysterious noises that had frightened my brave predecessor and myself were explained. So far so good. And now must I spoil my ghost story. They generally all end as did mine, so I had better add a few words more before we turn in for the night. In the parlor were found the remains of the candle, and on the keys lay a huge rat which my bullet had struck before it had embedded itself in the solid wood. The explanation now is easy. Frightened when I started, I became wrought up to such a state of nervous excitement by the noises upstairs and my own vivid imagination that when the old rat sounded the keys of the piano by jumping on them, I believed that beings of another world were present in bodily shape. Nay, I actually saw them, for superstitious terror had made me as mad as any patient in Bedlam, and with my own voice ringing in my ears I broke away from the scene. You will say it was because I was a mere boy. But that had nothing to do with it. A boy can be as brave as a man, and every man is a coward in the dark. "Sergeant," said the colonel next day, "did you give a canteen of whiskey to Private Hunter yesterday?" "No, sir. The canteen was only half full, and he was so scared." Thereafter the doughtiest warrior would not stand guard at Chantilly, and it was left to be pillaged. The bad name it received remained with it. In 1862, just after the second battle of Manassas, the fine old house was burned to the ground, and in a short while the forest was laid low by soldiers, and so faded from earth even the slightest trace of its site. The place that knew it knows it no more. How curious are the tricks of fate! There was one man of high rank in the Union Army, who in the days of Homer would have been the very incarnation of war. He was the Ajax of his legions, and led them in battle always where the harvest of death was thickest. Knightly as Bayard himself, and as brave as Ney, he was the ideal American soldier of the 19th century. Reared and educated in America, after leaving his good right arm at Chapultepec, in the faraway mountains of Mexico, he spent years in Europe, where he was the pride and delight of the salon and the ornament of the courts of royalty. Coming back to his native land at the commencement of the Civil War, he at once assumed high command, and on the evening of September 1st, 1862, General Phil Kearny, charging through the oaks of Old Chantilly far in advance of his line of battle, with sword in hand and his bridle in his teeth, fell headlong, with a bullet through his heart, but a few steps from the historic mansion. I gazed long that gloomy evening upon his dead face, and wondered at that strange destiny that had brought him to die at the home of the Stuarts. End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 and 12 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Winter Quarters. It was now the latter part of October, and though the days were bright, warm, and sunny, the nights commenced to be very cold. The troops began to build their winter quarters at Centerville, consisting mostly of double-walled tents, well trenched on the outside. The inner arrangements were a fireplace or kitchen stove, bought, begged, or borrowed, and on each side of it were 2 bunks for sleeping, while the cooking utensils, which formed no unimportant part of our economy, were placed anywhere and everywhere, hanging on nails, pitched on the ground, or chucked under the beds. None but a woman can keep a kitchen clean, and we did not even try. Our bread trough served us for 2 good purposes, used in the morning as a basin, then later for kneading the dough or beating up the batter. The camp kettle was, however, the most important culinary implement, and was put to a variety of uses. It stewed our hash, it boiled our coffee, it made the soup at noon and cooked our hominy, while on Saturday we boiled our clothes in it. This was a most convenient arrangement and worked to our entire satisfaction. We were saved the trouble of rubbing and scrubbing our garments, and soon found that boiling would make them clean. Washing gave us more trouble than all the rest of our vexations combined. It was far more distasteful to a soldier than even police duty, and when we could not get the task done for hire, we would be too often tempted to wear our underclothing until it fairly dropped off, and then apply to the quartermaster. One man could in this way use up enough apparel for a dozen. The waste was most lamentable, and that at a time when we had need of the greatest economy, for it incurred a vast and useless outlay to the government. In the European armies all these details are noticed and directed by the officers, and every soldier is required to take as much care of his clothes as of his musket and accoutrements. The winter in camp was simply one of dreary monotony, yet our rations were abundant and there was no complaint, only a little grumbling at the listless existence. But men will grumble anywhere outside of paradise. The weather was very inclement and drills were entirely dispensed with. The men rarely left their tents, lying huddled up in their bunks like pigs in a hole of a haystack. The quietude of the camp was sometimes broken by a free fight between the 2 Irish companies. Whenever there chanced to be any contraband whiskey, it was sure to show itself by warlike demonstrations in the men of companies I and G. Liquor, be it noticed, has different effects on different men. It induces a Frenchman to talk, and he shines out, the very embodiment of the graces. A German becomes gloomy and morose. An Englishman grows affectionate. 4 fingers of stone fence whiskey will set an Irishman fighting as surely as St. Patrick was a gentleman. At first the colonel would summon an armed guard to arrest the belligerents, and the whole brigade would be in an uproar. But he found it made bad blood between the contestants, and as the Irishmen never used deadly weapons, but fought in their own loved manner with sticks and fists fairly, he thought it best to allow them to settle their little family quarrels in the usual way. After the melee, wherein had been showered hard knocks on harder skulls, for they followed the time-honored custom of old Aaron, and in a riot when they saw a head would always hit it, the most pleasant and friendly relations would be resumed. Wounds were washed, cuts bound up, bruises bathed, heads bandaged, and the late foes were better friends than ever and ready for another loving tiff. But the hero of them all was Jerry F., of Company G, who was not unlike Spartacus the gladiator. No 2 could stand the weight of his puissant arm, no head was proof against that large shillelagh. As the hero of Ballonwhack was cock of the walk in Kinsale, so was he among his confreres. He a blunderbuss too, of horse pistols a pair, but his favorite weapon was always a flail. I wish you could see how he'd empty a fare, for he handled it neatly, did Larry McHale. Pick out of any thronged thoroughfare 10 Irishmen, and you will find at least 6 honest men. They are the bone and sinew of our land. They rear our stately structures, build our great industrial works, develop our minds, and join heart and soul in our battles. What a happy, devil-me-care, laughter-loving fellow he is withal. In all the troops of the Confederates there were none truer or braver. End of Part 1, Chapter 11. Part 1, Chapter 12. The Retreat. The winter of '61-62 passed with nothing of note, except that the 17th enlisted for 99 years or for the war. We were now practiced in division drill, Longstreet being the only general who drilled by division. His crack command numbered 15,000 muskets and were all in splendid condition. One day was so like another to us that we had to be told when Sunday came, for on that day there were no church calling bells, no tolling chimes to mark the period of rest. Occasionally a furlough would be granted to some exceptionally favored soldier fortunate enough to get up any kind of sickness, and we would see him start on his journey with a joy in his eyes and an envy in our hearts, which strong words only could describe. One man actually fished for leave of absence by begging from Wash Milburn, the doctor's clerk, a package of ipecac, and had the nerve to take dose after dose. He fell off, grew white, looked indeed as if death had marked him for his own. He passed a rapid examination by the medical board, was granted a furlough, and sent on his way rejoicing. Cold, blustering March was now at hand, and signaled his approach by blowing down nearly all the tents of the army, thereby becoming responsible for a frightful amount of profanity. On the 9th of March, 1862, the whole army began its evacuation of Centerville. We had received orders to pack and be prepared to start at a moment's notice, while the news came that the enemy were moving against Centerville and Manassas in heavy force. An earnest hope was expressed by the troops that they might be ordered to remain and defend the breastworks, upon which they had spent so much time and labor. But the packing kept on and soon every knapsack was filled to bursting. The various articles of comfort the soldiers had collected in camp were doomed to be left behind, for everything that the private in the ranks carried must be on his back. The army had been paid off in the winter, and as there were a goodly number of sutlers in Centerville, the men purchased anything that happened to strike their fancy, finding that when the winter was over their money was gone and their tents were filled with any quantity of useless impedimenta. Each soldier, though, loaded himself down, hating to leave anything behind to the enemy, and such a set of heavily weighted men were never seen before. They looked for all the world like an army of porters, or rather buccaneers, who having sacked some town were returning laden with booty. Some had immense knapsacks bulging out ready to burst. Others carried carpet bags, old valises, and even camp kettles, filled with every imaginable article that could be of no use, and lugged for many a weary mile only to be thrown aside at last. One infantryman was seen with a pack greater than ever peddler carried, and heavy enough for a dray. A huge knapsack was on his back, his musket rested on his right shoulder, his belt with cartridge box and scabbard was buckled around his waist. A frying pan, coffee pot, and tin cup were suspended by the straps of his knapsack. A haversack, with 3 days' rations, hung over the right shoulder. A large writing desk was under his left arm. A dressed turkey was transfixed by his bayonet and waved aloft in the air, while an enormous grain bag, filled with everything he did not want, was dragged along as a horse drags his cart, and so, snail fashion, he carried his house on his body. As the march proceeded, the heavy laden began to unload. First one thing after another was discarded, and as mile after mile was traversed and heavier grew the burden, the more reckless they became, fairly strewing the route with clothes, cooking utensils, and provisions. But these household goods were not lost, for the country people in the vicinity reaped a rich harvest and laid in a large supply for future use. The troops now, for the first time, discovered what marching really meant, as day after day they kept up the long winding road leading southward, with a steady, ceaseless action that soon broke many down. The weather, too, was of the real March kind. It seemed as if it snowed the first hour, rained the second, was sunny the third, clouded up the fourth, hailed the 5th, rained again the 6th, sleeted the 7th, cleared up beautifully the 8th, and a hurricane the 9th, and froze everything solid the 10th, thawed the 11th, with clear starlight the 12th. The highways were in a woeful condition. Huge ruts seamed the road where the artillery had passed, while the long train of heavily loaded wagons had made the way a mire through which the soldiers toiled painfully in sullen silence, or muttered anathemas against the weather and mud. At night, tired and stiff, we camped in some convenient woods, and using the axe remorselessly, we soon had immense campfires blazing with a vigor and snap that sent warmth and joy to the marrow in our bones. A campfire is the delight of a soldier's life. It is the one soft place in his heart, and the larger it is, the happier is he. When its flames mount upward and entwine in loving embrace the very overhanging branches, when the coals lie hot and ruddy beneath, there is nothing he thinks he cannot dare of high emprise and valorous undertaking. But let them fade into dullness under an old green log, and he feels at once life is not worth a continental cent. Given. Some vast monarch of the forest lying prone on the ground, with a fence near by whose rails are dry enough to burn, and in a short order our soldier will furnish you a picture of contentment as he lies on his blanket for hours, placidly smoking his pipe, gazing into the burning embers and ascending flames, and building goodness only knows how many castles in the air. Our week's tramp brought us to Old George Court, where the whole army camped until the 6th of April, when the march was again resumed, and this time toward Richmond. Mud, 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 everywhere and on everything, real sticky Louisa County mud, which is dark red loam, as hard to get rid of as if it had been tar and turpentine. It was no fun either to trudge along with 3 inches of the sacred soil clinging to each foot. The information that Yorktown had been attacked and the first assault upon Dam No. 1 had been repulsed with loss of the enemy put new life into the army, so that it accomplished the distance in a very short time. Richmond was thronged with soldiers, for every man would leave camp just as it pleased him, and the citizens, full of patriotism then, would go out to their highways and compel them. It did not require much force either, to come into their homes and partake of such food as did not often fall in their way. Those army men were a well-behaved set, and the city was as quiet and orderly as in its most peaceful days. The provost guard was not needed. A drunken soldier or two would be gathered in here and there, and no harm done, for those visiting were obliged to leave their arms in camp. Indeed, they had in the main the instincts of gentlemen, and were ever found more ready to protect and be polite to men and women, especially the latter, than to cause disturbance anywhere. The courtesy of the rank and file was ever a theme of strongest commendation. And looking back upon the peace and quiet of Richmond during those 4 years of war, it is a matter of no little comment that the inhabitants of a city always thronged with soldiers, at times surrounded by the whole army, should at a time of intense excitement have retired to rest night after night, feeling as safe as a child in its mother's arms. Housebreaking and robbing were unheard of, acts of violence were unknown, while the ladies felt as safe to walk the streets after dark, without fear of even a rude word spoken, as they did in the old days of peace. The private's cap was raised as courteously from his head at a woman's greeting as was the greatest general's, and any word of kindness or sympathy met immediate response. It is only to compare this state of things with any large city of Europe, to show how remarkable it was. For the strong and well-trained police force of that restless, surging tide of human life cannot succeed in keeping down the acts of violence and murder that fill columns of its daily journals and throng its police reports and jails. To account for it fully, we must bear in mind that the rank and file of the Southern army contained a majority of the best and wealthiest in the land. Men, in most instances, who stood socially higher than some of the officers who commanded them, and this had its effect, leavened the lump, as it were. I have heard many ladies of Richmond, who gave much of their time to nursing the sick and wounded, say that in the hospitals, where men of every state, age, and rank lay side by side, suffering, delirious, and dying, they never heard or saw the slightest word or look that made them hesitate to minister to their wants. Every soldier in the army owes a personal debt of gratitude to the women of Virginia, for sooner or later they were ministered to with the tenderest care when sick or wounded. In all the 4 years of the war, no one ever heard of a woman being insulted in the streets of Virginia's capital. End of Part 1, Chapter 12. Part 1, Chapters 13 and 14 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, In the Trenches at Yorktown. In March, the brigade received orders to pass through Richmond en route to Yorktown. The men, already tired of the quarters, gladly fell into ranks. It was a scene never to be forgotten by any old Johnny who had cleaned his musket, washed his shirt, and mended his rags to show off before les grandes dames of that city. It was one of those rare, lovely spring days, a relic of the summer, cut short by the waning fall, that, seeing its chance, edged in among the blustering days of March and beamed proudly in its sunny splendor. The whole city was on the qui vive, for nearly all the Army of Northern Virginia were to file for the first time through its thoroughfares. Every one was astir, as if a herald had gone to each house, as they did in Rome during Caesar's triumph, and cried out, "Come hither to see what none of you have ever seen before or ever will see again." The windows, balconies, and porticos of Main Street were filled with the beauty and fashion of Richmond, and Richmond had the loveliest women in the world then. The sidewalks were jammed with a vast, enthusiastic crowd of old men, boys and girls, with here and there a hobbling wounded soldier, but no able-bodied citizens were among them. Oh, but it was a gallant showing, invincible, we thought, as they marched in solid column down the roadway, a full brass band to each brigade, and a drum and fife to each regiment. On they came, Longstreet's corps in advance, stepping jauntily to the air of "The Girl I Left Behind Me." As the 17th reached the foot of Main Street, near Rocket's, to turn and look back was to have such a sight meet the gaze as the Old Dominion city never saw before. As far as the eye could reach, for nearly a mile, came the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia in all its martial array. The steady tramp of marching thousands to the measured beat of soul-stirring music, scintillating sun-gleams on burnished guns and glittering bayonets, the floating of banners, the waving of hats to the shouts of the multitude, wrought into irrepressible ardor by the splendid pageantry, was a spectacle that photographed itself upon the memory of every bystander and all soldiers who witnessed it or were in the ranks that day. We made a quick march to Williamsburg. "Magruder is in danger," flew from lip to lip and spurred the soldier on. We reached the old colonial town late in the night, and camped a few miles distant. A brief rest, and then we took position in the trenches of Yorktown. A more desolate, dreary, abominable place to camp and picket it would have been impossible to find in Virginia. Our duty was to guard the outer line of the trenches near Dam No. 1. The trenches ran along a low, swampy region of wet, sickly, yellow clay soil, which held water as a sponge and stuck like a mustard plaster. The breastworks, thank heaven, we did not have to build. That infliction at least was spared us, for Magruder's men had thrown them up, perfect in execution and design. They were fully 6 and 8 feet high, and solid in construction. The 17th took position just on the left of Dam No. 1. Across the way, not 300 yards distant, were the enemy's picket lines, and farther back were the heavy batteries of columbiads and mortars, regular mounted siege guns, whose thunderous roar could be heard for miles, and the scream of whose shells as they flew through the air was like the savage shriek of a demon ready to seize his prey. The guns gave us no rest by day, and startled us at night with spasmodic shots. After sunset we expected an attack, and were not allowed to drop out of ranks. The first night it commenced to rain, not a rushing, driving rain, but a ceaseless, persistent, businesslike rain that gave no promise of letting up. In a few moments everything was wet through, and a shivering set of wretches stood in line, with chattering teeth and cramped limbs, hugging their guns. It was pitch dark, not a gleam of light anywhere, and to make matters worse, the trenches soon became the bed of a torrent. Oilcloths, overcoats, and blankets were but sodden things, that soaked in the water only to let it distill into our chilled bodies beneath. No place to lie down, no fire to warm the well-nigh torpid form, no comfort in the dark but one's own thoughts, no hope but for the day to break. Like the weary watchers on a wrecked vessel, our only cry was, "Will the morning never come?" It seemed as if the light had left the earth forever, and those laggard hours, when we stood the whole night through without sleep, are now recalled as a frightful nightmare. Forced to stand all night on tired limbs, up to the knees in running water, and wet to the skin, proves how strangely wonderful is man's physical endurance. Day broke at last, but the pitiless rain came down with the same resolute, dogged, never-stop style, as if intent on drowning both armies. 3 solitary crackers apiece, washed down by a mouthful of dirty water, constituted our rations for breakfast. The rain kept on. The heavens above us seemed to frown with a leaden, angry countenance, as if we were responsible for this turmoil on earth, and it was retaliating. Night came again, and we rose stiffened, cramped, and trembling from our muddy holes. 3 crackers again were given us, and then the relentless order, "Back into the trenches, men." After that, another night of agonizing endurance and unutterable wretchedness. Some smoked their pipes, others talked in low tones, and others still, in hideous mockery, tried to sing. Sing, did I say? Those songs were like the hurrahs of the trembling boarders of Dotheboys Hall over Mr. Squire's coming back home, shuddering sighs with the chill on. All those voices ceased at last from sheer hopelessness. Every now and then would be heard a splash as some tired fellow's legs would give way under him and he would drop into the muddy water. Ever and anon would sound the warning notes of the lookout sentinels who were watching and peering into the inky darkness, for we had every reason to believe that another attack on Dam No. 1 would be repeated. The officers certainly looked for it every moment. Once, and only once, was the situation varied. A little after midnight a gun went off by accident, and half asleep the whole line sprang to the parapet and blazed away in air. For half an hour a tremendous fusillade followed, every one loading and firing like mad, expecting the enemy would soon be swarming over the walls. But it was a false alarm. The pitchy blackness took the valor out of some, and frightened many half out of their senses. In the daytime an advance could be seen and was rather light, but this firing alone in darkness, without being able to see friends, and worse still, enemies, had a quelling effect. However, each man loaded and fired as best he could, and when his musket would not go off, stood to set it a good example and went off himself. Certainly, had the enemy attacked, he might have carried the line easily, as not one musket in 5 would fire, the barrel being full of water. Silence at last, and the color came back to the cheeks that had paled, while all drew a long breath. Blessings on the man who invented tobacco. Who can speak of its delights, its joys, its consolations like the soldier in the ranks? Who but he can know how the weary march is shortened, how hunger and cold are forgotten, how with a panoramic fidelity old scenes and old faces are reproduced by that great genie and magician, the little briar-wood pipe? Would I could immortalize you, O guide, counselor, and friend, in glowing verse and song, for you were the truest ally that ragged, tattered Johnny Reb could ever claim. Quartermasters might fail him, commissaries disappoint him, sutlers forsake him, but tried companion and faithful comforter, you were never, never missing to cheer and solace him. We took those cherished pipes from our jacket pockets, bosom friends they were, filled them with the soldier's joy, a celebrated brand at that time, begged a light from a comrade if we had none ourselves, and then, like a touch of Prospero's wand, the scene would change. Look, how bright the lights, how beautiful the passing women, and that strain of music, how dreamily it flows into the slow gliding waltz. How smoothly the couples float over the polished floor in rhythmic movement to the measured cadence. A glass of champagne. Here's to wives and sweethearts, and success to our Confederacy. Another glass, old friend, and now excuse me, for there she passes, flowers in her hair, gleaming neck and arms, a glance, a smile, a happy flush upon her cheek. A stroll into the dimly lighted room fragrant with exotics. How beautiful the face, how blue her eyes, how tender the lips. Gentle are the words of welcome, but the pipe is out, the vision is gone, and you are nothing but a poor private, and the rain is pouring down, and your teeth are chattering like castanets. I said few slept, none restfully, but there was one exception. His eyes closed as peacefully, he slept as dreamlessly as if on a bed of down. In the 17th was as gallant a son of old Erin as ever fought the battles of other lands, Jerry of Company G, of stalwart frame and with a heart big enough for 10 men, as gentle as a woman's and as tender as the one that beat in Bayard's bosom. On many a watch he would carry for miles the musket of a little fellow of Company A, whose willingness was greater than his strength. That night in the Yorktown trenches, when the rain had made a deluge of the place, he hunted up his little friend, leaned against the parapet, opened his heavy overcoat, buttoned the cape close around the chilled and shivering figure, and pillowed the tired head on his breast. Then throwing one arm across the boy, he lit and smoked his blackened pipe, while his charge, in the new-found warmth and shelter, slept the whole night through. Stiffened and almost numbed, hardly daring to move lest he should rouse the sleeper in his arms, morning at last released him from his vigil. The clods of the valley were soon to rest upon that kindly heart instead of human touch, and the sands of life were running swiftly out. But ere then, in all the great round earth, no nobler, tenderer deed was done. Saints might stop to witness it, recording angels write it down. In the 1,001 incidents that my diary recalls of the Civil War, there is none that so touched me as the loving care that Jerry ever took of me, in shadow and storm. If his last resting place could be found and a stone were planted to mark the spot, it should proclaim but one inscription: "The merciful obtain mercy." As light routed darkness and established its sway, the scene was not enlivening, and a bluer, more disgusted looking tribe could not have been found outside the 17th Regiment. They were too forlorn even to curse their untoward luck, and could only wonder in a torpid, stupid way wherein consisted the glory of a soldier's life. That morning we were relieved from duty, and returning into the woods in the rear we built huge fires and disposed of the full rations that were issued. The sun even came out with his cheering beams, and the regiment, like a bedraggled gamecock after a thunderstorm, dried its feathers, dressed its plumage, and with crest erect once more, walked about in its own usual complacency. Again the jovial song, light-hearted laughter, and ringing voices resounded in the ranks, and the heavy rations of spirits that were distributed had no little tendency to bring this sudden forgetfulness to their minds. I well remember that drink. It was the only one the Southern Confederacy ever issued, to our company at least. No attack was made at all, and only the siege guns kept up their ceaseless firing, and as their range was entirely too high, we soon became accustomed to their noise. It was a great mistake that McClellan made in not moving to assault Magruder as soon as he had his army, which consisted of 112,392 men, fit for duty. President Lincoln, with his usual clear-headedness, wrote to McClellan April 9, 1862, "I think it is the special time for you to strike a blow. By delay the enemy will gain steadily on you. That is, he will gain faster on you by fortifications and reinforcements than you can by reinforcements alone." So with 112,000 men, McClellan proceeded to build forts, sap and mine in his endeavor to drive 14,000 of Magruder's men. McClellan, on the 5th of May, when he was ready to open his guns, found the place empty. The number of men comprising the Army of the Potomac on May 1, 1862. General Staff, Engineer Brigade, escort to headquarters and provost guard, 16,657. Second Corps, General Sumner, 22,002. Third Corps, General Heintzelman, 39,710. Fourth Quarters, General Keyes, 39,561. Franklin's Division, 12,448. Fifth Corps, General Porter, 26,561. Army Corps, General Division, 11,025. General McCall's Division, 12,263. Total, 179,999. I hereby certify that the preceding statement was accurately compiled on June 20th, 1862. E. D. Townsend, Acting Adjutant General. End of Part 1, Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Sharpshooters and Sharpshooters. As the day was bright and sunny, myself and two companions, with Captain Harold at our head, started on a sharpshooting expedition. Our breastworks had been thrown up on the outer side of the woods, But about 200 yards in front stretched open fields for nearly half a mile, and then came a fringe of woods. Running just back of those trees were the enemy's breastworks, and in our front, about 100 yards distant, was a solitary, isolated fort that we held with a 4-gun battery. Passing the outer row of rifle pits and disregarding the advice of the officer who commanded it, we commenced to creep on hands and knees through the swampy woods, keeping a sharp lookout. Suddenly we heard several faint reports. Wing, wing, zip! The angry bullets flew over us. Sinking down at full length on the ground and peering out with beating hearts for a sight of the hidden enemy, we could detect nothing, not so much as the rustling of a leaf. "Shall we advance or go back?" whispered one of the party to the captain. "We will try once more. Keep close to the ground and don't make any noise," he answered. We crawled along some 50 yards farther, amid deathly silence, and then stopped to consider. We were now far beyond our last picket post, with no knowledge of the country, and no idea as to where the enemy's vedettes might be. "It is foolish to go on," said the captain, the most prudent of the number. We felt the truth of his remark, still the situation had its charms. It was a strange feeling, half fear, half bravado, mixed with a good deal of curiosity, that restrained while it urged us on. "Go back," said common sense. "You are doing no good, while running a heavy risk." "Keep on," said recklessness, "and see what will happen. Nothing venture, nothing gain. Besides, what will your comrades say if you return without having fired a shot?" So the captain was overruled against his better judgment. Once more was heard the report of a rifle not far off, and Walter Addison of Company A called out quickly, "Get behind that log and look at the top of those trees," at the same time falling flat and peeping over the trunk in the direction of his extended finger. It needed no keen sense of sight to see what he was pointing out, for bright flashes of fire, followed by puffs of smoke, were issuing from the tops of the trees not 75 yards distant. We all took careful aim and pulled trigger. Instantly the fire from them increased. Bullets hummed around us like a raging swarm of bees. We started to load, when 2 or 3 balls, searching the covert about us, knocked the bark and splinters from the very log behind which we were lying. "It is time to be getting away from here," sang out Captain Harold. "It's too damn hot for me, and now every man for himself." Then, like rabbits that had been jumped by the hounds, we broke away and ran. If anything is calculated to increase a man's speed, it is to hear solid lead tearing its way after him when he is on a home run. As we raced into our own breastworks, 1 or 2 guns discharged therefrom threw us into mortal terror lest we should be shot by our own men. We could not cry out, for breath was gone. So it happened, when we reached the top of the parapet, we found our own soldiers kneeling with cocked guns on the ready. As we threw ourselves down, all exhausted and speechless, the officer said that with the noise we made in running to covert, the crack of the rifles, the whizzing of the cannon shot, he felt sure that a storming party was about to attack our lines. Furthermore, that in his front were the enemy's vedettes, the celebrated bird and sharpshooters, considered the finest shots in their army. During the Peninsular Campaign, when we were in the trenches, this same organization kept us close within our works, hardly daring to lift our heads above the parapets. They were a full regiment, commanded by the colonel of that name, and composed of men picked from the Army of the Potomac for skill in handling the rifle. The North went into ecstasies over them, and the fugitive copies of Harper's Weekly, which sometimes reached us, abounded in complimentary woodcuts of their achievements and prowess in the trenches before Yorktown, representing them, for instance, crowding us close to our works and picking off rebels with as much nonchalance and coolness as a farmer boy would blackbirds and mudlarks. Their arms were beautiful and costly pieces of heavy caliber. Each rifle had its handsome leathern cover. The men of the bird and sharpshooters received $30 per month, and had no picketing to do. Neither were they sent into actual engagements, nor yet subjected to any of the hardships which the infantrymen are obliged to undergo, their only duty being the extreme advance. Some of these sharpshooters had holes dug in the ground close to our trenches, wherein which they had every comfort, while they kept a close and constant watch over us. We used to place a hat on a stick and lift it above the embankment just to see them put a bullet in it. We lost in the 17th by these sharpshooters during our occupancy of the trenches, a sergeant killed, 1 private killed, and 2 wounded. While at Yorktown the reorganization of the army was held by the privates electing their officers in accordance with an act of the Confederate Congress passed in 1861. It would have been better for the country could all those legislatures who voted for the resolution have been blown high in air by some Confederate Guy Fawkes, for this was the Iliad of all our woes. Before, we had good officers, proud of their position and zealous in the discharge of their duty, officers who laboriously drilled the men, knowing the value of good discipline. They had exacted implicit obedience, and of course were looked upon as marionettes. When this reorganization act was carried out it was found, as might have been expected, only a source of demoralization, and all uncalled for as it was, set every lazy or ambitious musket carrier to lobbying, begging, and electioneering for the position of officer. By specious promises, infinite lying, and servile mendicancy, some of the most worthless men in the army were placed in authority, sworn to let the soldiers have an easy time, and pledged, in other words, to relax all discipline, thereby destroying the efficiency of the volunteers. Many splendid officers were relegated to the ranks by this reorganization demoralization scheme, for too proud to beg for votes, too true to their own sense of right, they stood aloof and watched how spurs could be won by a despicable play on the worst passions of men, rather than by bravery and military accomplishments. On such occasions, it has ever been the experience of the world, the unworthy are most apt to rise and ride into power. Had the Confederate Congress but passed an act making valor and skill on the battlefield the sole and only medium of promotion, the Army of Northern Virginia would have been twice as efficient. But more of this anon. This election foisted upon the 17th several worthless officers whose names afterwards became bywords of reproach, ridicule, and scorn. End of Part 1, Chapter 14. Part 1, Chapter 15 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The fat and lean of a soldier's life. Once more the regiment was ordered back into the trenches, and no sooner did we leave the works than the clouds gathered, the air grew dark and murky, and it began to rain. It seemed as if the sky was one vast mill pond with the sluice gate opened. The trenches as before became creeks and rivers, and our past experience was repeated. The same old fortitude had to be summoned, the same suffering borne. At least 1/4 of the regiment succumbed. Many caught violent colds, neuralgia, and rheumatism, and were sent to the hospital tents. These, fortunate in escaping the trenches, if unfortunate in suffering pain and illness, were packed in an ambulance and carried some 2 miles to the rear, where a number of large hospital tents were pitched. In one of these some 4 of us were placed on beds consisting of blankets spread upon the bare ground, with no extra covering and no pillows. We had much to be thankful for. We were not extremely ill as some were, lying tossing with fever, or shivering with chills as they rested upon the earth, while above all the ground inside the tent was dry, and it was happiness to feel ourselves once more outside of a puddle of water. So the sick quartette lay curled up in their tent 3 whole days, under the care of the M.D. of the 17th, Dr. M.M. Lewis, as grand a specimen of mankind as ever lived, a glorious man in every way, with a skill in his profession that ranked second to none, and withal the handsomest man in the division. The 4th day, when the doctor visited on the rounds, he brought with him a gentleman whom he introduced to me as my uncle, and who was living only a few miles from Yorktown. The said relative was a bachelor of long standing, the possessor of a large plantation on the James, with scores of darkies at his command, and never was the sight of the long-lost father's face more welcome to a son than was his to me. I blessed my grandfather's memory for having such a son. "Are you well enough to go?" asked the doctor. For answer the erstwhile sick man jumped up and cut a pigeon wing, which rather surprised that disciple of Aesculapius, who had found me so weak a few minutes before that it was necessary to raise my head to administer medicine. "Can I take my comrades?" I asked of my new-found relative. Well, he reckoned so, a whole company if I wanted, for there was room enough and rations for all, whereupon 3 figures sprang from the blankets and had a private stag dance all to themselves. "A most wonderful cure," said the doctor. "I must send you all back to the trenches." 4 figures sank back simultaneously on the blanket with a groan. 4 faces twisted themselves in contortions of intense suffering. 4 voices made themselves heard in tones of weak yet bitter complainings. Said one resignedly, "Well, I might as well die in the trenches as linger on here." "Just my luck," groaned the second. "I never expected to go anywhere except into battle that something didn't turn up to prevent. No use trying to get to heaven that I can see. I'd be sure to go the other way." "I was born unlucky," moaned the third. "If it rained mush it would find me without a spoon." Meanwhile I just rolled over and over in anguish of soul. "Well, boys, I hardly think that Yorktown will be surrendered if I let you go," said the doctor. "However, let me feel your pulses." 4 dirty paws, that had not felt water for 3 days, were pushed toward him, and 4 pairs of strong lungs stoutly held their breath in order to make each beat as slow and weak as possible. "Here, he reflected, "castor oil for number 1." Something like "damn" was heard to issue from the lips of number 1. "Blue mass to bring up the bile from number 2's stomach." A muttered exclamation from said number, to the effect that he had not had anything in that locality for a week past. This caused my old uncle to grin and remark confidentially that he would soon fill it up. "Quinine to be taken regularly by number 3." The alacrity with which the faithful promiser gave himself away to the doctor was suspicious to anyone who knew him intimately. "Strict diet for number 4." A smothered exclamation, with the information that that had been the trouble with him all along, running off into a right good chuckle, was exhilarating in its influence on the whole party. And so, with their prescriptions and sick furloughs, and hearts brimful of happiness, we jumped cheerfully into a light wagon, and rattled along to our destination. The plantation, situated on Swift Creek, turned out in honor of young Massa and his confreres, and they held a levee, from the head waiter to the lowest field hand, for the servants on old Virginia homesteads were wont to be more clannish than the family itself, and the return of any member to the old place was regarded as a special compliment to themselves, which they were in honor bound to reciprocate to the best of their ability, and only let the child of some young missus or young massa come on a visit, and the satisfaction in their beaming faces knows no bounds. "Lo, now, you don't say this is Miss Myers' child?" in tones of varied exclamations of surprise and wonderment from the older servants, while the young one gazed rapt. "Favor her now, don't he? Bless my soul, honey, I knowed your ma. Haven't I told you, nigger, what a pretty young lady she was?" The rest yielded glad assent, for the most valued traditions handed down around the cabin fires are of the family, of whom they are ever proud. Indeed, they consider their own standing in dusky society more or less impregnable, as they were owned by masters of long lineage and purses, while they refused association with those less favored. However, money was of less importance in their eyes than family. To say, "I am one of Mass Blank's servants," filling the blank with the name of the owner of some well-known plantation, with a descent from irreproachable ancestors, was for them equivalent to a coat of arms. If one of the daughters of the house was anything of a belle, the smallest darky on the place, who stoned the cows, chased the geese, or jumped at a scent, could tell the name of the discarded lovers who had ridden hopelessly away, and discuss the favored suitor. A wedding was a most momentous incident in their lives, the memories of the grandeur of which was handed down to the 3rd and 4th generation. The children of the family were always borne in mind, and the retainers were as faithful chroniclers of collateral relations and connections as the big family Bible. Richmond society smiled amusedly in old antebellum days when it was told how a genteel looking old darky had refused to occupy a pew with others of his color because, as he said, he belonged to Chief Justice Marshall, and he was not going to demean himself by "sittin' in the pew with any nigger whatsoever." But this jealousy of grade went farther down, and had a wheel within a wheel. On the plantation, for instance, there were as many stratas of society as ever existed in a city or the Queen's drawing room. First, there was the very hot ton of plantation aristocracy, the butler, who was ever a pompous old fellow, with nothing to do but serve the meals, and wait on the table, and act as his master's confidential valet. He was always well dressed, inheriting the master's clothes, and he was ever more observant of ceremonious etiquette. Under him were various lackeys who received instructions and awaited his orders, regarding their course as quite collegiate. Then there was the head nurse, Mammy, as she was always called, an elderly, important, bustling individual, who raised her mistress and mistress's children, and from this high standpoint she was mistress of society. The children she had nursed with such faithful devotion loved her next to their own mother, went to her in all their perplexities and joys, and poured into her listening ear all their youthful confidences. She called them her babies, her children, and they were hardly second in her heart to her own. She petted them, sympathized with them, and scolded them by turns. The family treated her with deference, trusted her implicitly, and consulted her judgment, while her own race regarded her as some great prime minister. Only second to her was the cook, generally as black as the ace of spades, always rotund, and supremely dictatorial. In her realm she was as absolute as Pluto, and had a tribe of assistants to do her bidding. She could be seen in front of the kitchen door in a huge splint-bottomed chair, on a warm sunny day, with a flaming red bandana handkerchief coiled like a serpent around her head, giving directions to her scullions, or perchance deep in consultation with her mistress about the coming dinner. One peculiarity about the cook was that she never had a husband. Like the impersonal sultana, she had her connubial fancies, only they did not last long. So acknowledging no lord or master, she governed her kingdom in her own way. One other peculiarity she had: she permitted no children in her domain, and were they ever brave enough to enter its precincts, the dishcloth they would afterwards find pinned to their clothes, by way of deep disgrace, served to remind the world in general that they had been out of their proper sphere and in forbidden quarters. Still there would come proprietary offerings in the way of horse cakes, and cakes in the shape of many animals whose anatomy would puzzle the brain of Agassiz himself, thus proving the existence of a soft spot under the layers of culinary adipose, which it were otherwise hard to find. Only let no one presume on such favors. The coachman was not to be forgotten by any means. He held his head high, you may be sure, and scorned to do manual labor. His horses were his delight and pride, the stable his kingdom, and sitting in state, clothed in all the majesty of livery, behind a pair of thoroughbreds, he was an object of unapproachable and reverential awe to every darky on the place, especially to the little fellows who coveted the coming honor, and whose very dreams, if they ever had any, were tinctured by the hope of it. These officials high in office, with their wives and children, moved in the upper tendom. Their language was most pretentious, and they treated each other with exaggerated politeness, being especially fond of using long words, and never uttering a short one if they could find another of more extended syllables, and on the principle that familiarity bred contempt, the less they knew of its meaning the more respect they had for it. The house servants formed a second grade, visiting and associating among themselves. Occasional intercourse with à la crème de la crème, not enough to make them too proud, however, advancing them considerably in their own estimation. The dining room servant and underwaiters, the seamstress, the chambermaids and young assistants, the vice nurses under Mammy, belonged to this most genteel set. The footman, gardeners, and the laundresses were still another layer in the strata, while all looked down with extreme disdain upon the "common niggers," as they termed the field hands who, with their cottages away off from the house, never rotated outside of their own special orbit. Any advances from these ranks were as strange as the bestowal of the baton on the private, the title on the commoner, for such things usually went by right of heredity. Changed, all changed. The freedman has absorbed every element of those old Southern slaves, and if advanced to the dignity of voter and citizenship, our legislators and rulers withal, they yet have lost all their light-heartedness, the happy-go-lucky carelessness that made of them the jolliest race in the world. The old masters, as if a heavy responsibility were taken from them, would not reshackle a single wrist. Rather do they make each sable brow welcome to its furrows of care, its anxious lines that come with the new existence. But for all that, it is with tender memories of those olden days that we linger over the past, just because it is so completely dead perhaps. 4 generations of these sons and daughters of Ham have lived since the war, and but a remnant of the old plantation race is left. But it speaks well for former masters, hardly judged as they were, that in a moral point of view the negro had seriously deteriorated, few understanding the meaning of honesty, much less its practice, nor the value of an oath, while the marriage bond is a rarity, comparatively speaking. and above all, the former tie that bound the two races in such affectionate relationship has weakened into self-interest, suspicion, and enmity. Yes, the old type exists no longer. They fill the unmarked graves in the plantation burial ground, and take them all in all, we ne'er shall see their like again. The plantation we were visiting was a large one, and worked nearly 300 slaves. It looked like a village, with its barns, granaries, stables, corn houses, tobacco houses, wheelwright and blacksmith shops, cotton houses, storehouses, spinning and weaving houses, mansion, outbuildings, and long rows of cabins, each with its small garden in front. The house was filled with servants who did nothing but get into each other's way, bask in the sunshine, or huddle around the fire if it were cold. When asked about their separate duties, one said, "I combs massa's head," another, "I rubs massa's feet at night," and so on through. One had no need to pick up a handkerchief, for a half dozen pairs of hands stood ready to perform that service. What a change from the watching and waiting in the trenches to the freedom of a bachelor home. 4 privates no longer, they lived and moved gentlemen. Nay, barons, princes, for they were ready to overrate themselves, reveling in new dignity. How they kept the darkies flying on errands! What roaring fires they had in those wild chimneys, which held nearly a cartload of wood! What dinners they ordered! "Help yourself to everything in the house," the most philosophic of relatives had said. "Command anything the place affords, for if you do not, the Yankees will in a short time." And so we did our very best, and made valiant efforts to crowd a bushel of food into a peck measure stomach. Old hams, sweet as sugar, oysters, chicken, fish, wine. Ah, well, words are so weak. We considered it only a duty to quaff the cup of pleasure, for as the gentle Anacreon has said, "Death may come with brow unpleasant, may come when least we wish him present, and beckon to the sable shore, and gravely bid us drink no more." A week passed by. A week filled with such pleasant memories that often, months afterwards, when rations were scarce and the commissary absent, we would go over the old bills of fare and try to forget hunger in a Barmecidean feast. A week, one short week, and then came news of a contemplated retreat the next morning. A courier galloped up from the colonel with orders to join our companies on the retreat, if well enough. So with sad hearts we packed off into bed that night, thinking with Mickey Free, what a cruel thing it is to tear ourselves away from the best of living, with the run of the house in eating and drinking. The dawn had hardly broken when our host and kinsman came in with a lighted candle and roused us in a hurry. He was one of those nervous, fidgety men who never knew how to meet an emergency, but always lost presence of mind and ran from it. He had determined to retreat, and as no argument or expostulations nor reasonings could move him, retreat he did. On seeing how fully bent he was upon his course, leaving an estate with all its adjuncts, well stocked with cattle of all kinds, utterly uncared for, he by reason of his age, a non-combatant, his departing guest determined to help him and retreat with him. Nothing so delights the soul of a private as tearing down and pulling up. Ate, the destroying goddess, should have been his divinity. He follows in her train most naturally and devotedly. After breakfast, 3 4-horse wagons, 1 cart, 1 2-horse carriage, and 2 saddle horses were brought around to the door. Then, as the keys were missing, drawers were broken open, trunks knocked in, and the contents turned upside down on a fast gathering pile. Wardrobe doors were broken, beds tumbled up, pictures unswung and leaned against the wall, books taken from shelves, while from the attic, where stood a large linen chest, counterpanes, sheets, pillowcases, all the cherished hoardings of long years, articles of attire worn by generations now passed away, barrels of old letters and old family Bibles, all helped to make a heterogeneous heap that was a marvel to behold. Lastly came the wine closet, formed by the sloping eaves of the Dutch-built house close under the roof. Bursting open the door, the cobwebs were brushed away and the precious liquor carried down into the porch. This proved a veritable bonanza of its kind. There was a barrel of old cognac, a barrel of peach of old vintage of 1800, a barrel of apple brandy, any number of bottles of sherry, hundreds it seemed, several flat stone jugs of Holland gin, a half dozen or so demijohns of whiskey, and several kegs of home-made wine. The latter, however, were absolutely scorned. "By George," said one of the number, surveying the collection, "I wouldn't change places with the commander in chief." And so he continued, drawing up a pitcher of old brandy. "Here's to a safe fight through the war, a rich wife at the end of it, and a long life to enjoy her money." "No trouble about that," answered another, sipping his cognac with the air of a connoisseur. "After the war is over so few men will be left alive we will be able to pick and choose as we please." But these pleasant speculations suddenly came to an end as our host entered, with an aspect of perfect dismay and profound despair. "The darkies have all run away," said he, "and are hiding in the woods." "Impossible!" was the rejoinder, in various tones of exclamation and surprise. We went out and surveyed the scene. They could be seen dodging in the bushes, and when called would not answer. In their cabins the fires were still burning, but men, women, and children were nowhere visible. Doubtless they would never have left the old plantation if undisturbed, but the thought came in their untutored minds that they were to be carried away down south and sold, and so they determined to stick to their homes. To be sold to work cotton down the Mississippi was their idea of all that was hateful in life. So we offered our services and soon had everything taut. There was enough to fill the wagons to the top and leave something over: kitchen utensils, feather beds, pictures, books, barrels of flour, bags of meat, jars of pickles, dried beef, barrels of cider and vinegar, 200 hams, corn, oats, household linen, trunks, lard, boxes of pork, anything and everything. The cart carried most of the liquor, the balance being smuggled in the different vehicles. None of this was left behind, not so much as a drop. At this juncture 2 negro men and 1 woman put in an appearance and volunteered to go with the expedition, and of course they were accepted. Everything being ready for departure, we soldiers held council of war to decide whether it were more expedient to return to the regiment or accompany the wagons, and in solemn conclave it was deemed advisable under the circumstances to keep on a little way and join the command when its whereabouts were found. Other decision than this would have required more virtue and patriotism than any private possessed. Hence we mounted the wagons, found soft places, gave a hurrah that caused many a dusky head to be pushed through the bushes, and the cavalcade started. An imposing train, the carriage leading the way, the wagons piled high, we perched on the topmost peaks, the cart following, the led horses hitched thereto and bringing up the rear. Yes, the start was imposing. Like Massena, we were obliged to retreat, but like him too, we were hauling off with flying colors, munitions of war, and all the baggage and commissary stores. The commander was somewhat proud of his caravan and his military tactics, and little suspected, good easy man, the trials, temptations, and dangers of traveling 200 miles. The retreat was to another plantation on the other side of Richmond, and through an army with such tempting freight as that wagon train contained. But it was decidedly imposing for all that. Reverse the picture 12 days later, and witness the arrival. 2 thin horses that could hardly drag their limbs along, pulling a 2-horse wagon, only because there was nothing in it to pull, except a feather bed that had in some unaccountable manner escaped the general wreck. Teamsters, negroes, soldiers, all had left when the brandy gave out, the latter departing within 3 days, never having tasted water in all that time. As we made it a point to treat every Confederate soldier we met, the barrels, casks, demijohns, and bottles were soon empty. Then, not before, we rejoined our regiment. As for my uncle, considerably poorer than when he started, and deserted by his command, he sold the remaining stock for a mere song, and so reached the end of his journey. The family group were drawn up to receive him, and exclaimed, as the truth burst upon them, in sorrow, not in anger: "What, all? This all? Negroes, stock, furniture, liquors, everything, all gone?" Yes, too true. 1 rickety team and 1 feather bed were all that was left of the household effects of one of the finest plantations in Virginia. End of Part 1, Chapter 15. Part 1, Chapter 16 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Running the Block. It was now May, with all the budding loveliness and delicate beauty of this sweetest month of the 12. The season was, however, far advanced this year, and had rather the warmth and maturity of June. The army lay encamped around Richmond, recovering from the fatigue of the toiling march from the peninsula. They were in the best of spirits, too, for the affair at Williamsburg had a cheering effect upon the troops, and their morale was never better. The 1st Brigade, with rare good luck, had pitched their tents in a pleasant grove, at whose foot ran a clear stream of water, while lower down was a large branch affording ample means for bathing, the greatest of all luxuries to a soldier, and indispensable from a sanitary point of view. Here for 2 weeks we remained in a state of positive happiness. Rations were abundant and of good quality, a half pound of meat, hardtack, coffee, sugar and beans, and there were no drills except dress parade and an occasional practice by the company in skirmishing. The days were spent in perfect abandon, lying on our backs in the shade under the trees and whistling for want of thought. Then again new uniforms had just been issued to us, good serviceable gray pants and jackets, with metal buttons, also gray coarse shirts and drawers, yarn socks and brogans. We had long past ceased caring for dress, and that man was brave indeed who would essay a white shirt and a collar in camp. Questioned in every conceivable manner, ridiculed, jeered at by every one he met, made the butt of 1,000 witticisms, in sheer desperation he would be forced to remove the obnoxious garments and return to the primitive gray and check. The laughter-loving, fun-loving army, like all institutions, had strong opinions of its own, and a code of fashion which was as unalterable as the Medes and Persians. Any gray of the ranks who in camp aspired to cast his chrysalis and bloom into a butterfly might as easily have stormed a fort alone as defied those mighty weapons of raillery and ridicule. Such a simple thing as a tall beaver hat once came near throwing the brigade into fits. Such an article as an umbrella would have raised a regular cyclone of wrath and doomed its unfortunate possessor to an early grave, provided banter and satire could have killed him. And we all remember, oh how tenderly, as we cherish all such memories of Stonewall Jackson, how when he once donned a showy new uniform which had been presented to him, brave with stars and gilt, and gone outside his tent, his men opened upon him with such shouts and exclamations of amazement and wonder that he who never flinched under the deadliest fire, who would have led the forlornest hope without a tremor, flushed, pulled his hat over his eyes, re-entered his quarters, and when next seen wore the old rusty faded gray, with its missing buttons and its gilt tarnished almost black by sun, rain, and storms. This spirit was not confined to the army by any means. Citizens were sometimes as freely criticized as soldiers in their camps. No matter how hard it rained or snowed or hailed, any man who effeminately ventured out under an umbrella was invited by every little boy and every soldier to come out of it, asked anxiously about his health and how long it took for water to dissolve him. A shining new overcoat, showing by its length its recent make, for such was the new style of cut, was ever greeted with, "Mister, I see your feet," while a gaily colored necktie, a conspicuously displayed handkerchief, or any article of attire calculated to attract attention, invariably paid the penalty. Citizens were the soldier's own piece de resistance, his to jeer, to laugh at, to comment upon whenever he passed his little jokes around, and be sure he never hesitated to say behind their back what he greatly preferred to say to their faces. Next in order was the quartermaster, or boom-proof department, upon which was launched volleys of running fire. And woe to anyone, citizen, quartermaster, commissary, or cavalryman, who took offense thereat. It was all that was needed to fill the adversary's cup of happiness to the brim. Then, for the nonce, better for the poor soul had he ne'er been born. Of course, when visiting Richmond, the soldiers made their toilets as carefully as the Simple Simon dons his Sunday suit to go to meeting with his Mary Jane. Cleaning and furbishing, polishing and beautifying generally, but not the slightest display of vanity or fashion was ventured upon. While in camp we witnessed for the first time a drumming out. 2 soldiers who had deserted were caught, tried and sentenced to be drummed out of their regiment. The brigade to which they belonged was drawn up in line, as if upon dress parade, the ranks being in open order. The adjutant advanced along the line until reaching the center. He faced to the front, stepped forward several paces, halted, saluted the colonel, then, turning to the regiment, took a paper from his sash and proceeded to read the charges and specifications against the accused, after which came the findings of the court-martial. Sheathing his sword he retired. and from the left of the line the two prisoners were marched twice up and down the extended ranks, a guard on either side, with a drummer and a fifer in front playing the Rogue's March. One of them, a young fellow, seemed to feel the shame of it keenly. He hung his head, and the hot flush and deadly paleness alternated on his face. The other brazened it out, and proved himself of such hardened fiber that disgrace, if he felt it, made no outward impression. The heads of both were closely shaven, and though their appearance was ludicrous in the extreme, not a smile was seen along the entire ranks. It seemed worse than a funeral and more solemn, for it meant the burial of manhood and self-respect. After they had been marched up and down twice, they were brought back to the center, halted, and branded in their souls as it were, carrying each his stigma, were permitted to go their way. This proved the first and last instance of drumming out that ever occurred in our army, for such kind of punishment met with so little favor from officers and men that it was universally condemned. This unexampled public degradation, they reasoned, would kill all self-respect, and in 9 cases out of 10 ruin a man's future entirely. No gallant conduct or desperate bravery in the field could ever restore the honor that was lost. Dead to all incentive, utterly paralyzed to all exertion, the man would be sent adrift in the world, about as well ticketed to moral destruction as he could well be. For when you break a man's spirit and take all hope away, you do your very worst for him, both in this world and the next. It is all over with him. Then again, men were too scarce to be turned out of the army to make citizens, perhaps criminals, or both, or worse yet, deserters to the enemy, thereby increasing their strength just in proportion as ours was weakened. The bullet and barrel shirt were substituted. Orders now came to move the brigade nearer to Richmond, and with many a regretful sigh we left the pleasant grove, and after a few hours' march, pitched our tents in an open field about 2 miles from the 7-hilled city. The old routine of camp existence was only varied by running the blockade into the city. This was no easy task, as the cordon of guards enveloped the place and picketed every road, with strict orders to stop every soldier without a pass and send him back to his regiment. There, in the enforced solitude of a guard tent, which on a warm summer day was only a little less hot than the furnace room of a steamboat, he could spend days bemoaning his sins, or rather his bad luck, for the former implies contrition, and in this case the offender only wanted the chance to try again. The truth is it required sharpness, good fortune, and address all combined, to avoid detection, and even after a soldier had reached the city it was a jump, as the old saying is, from the frying pan into the fire. The provost guard patrolled the streets, and woe to any poor soul who fell into their clutches. He was ignominiously hurled into Castle Thunder for the day, and afterwards forwarded to his company. There his arrival was signaled by derisive cheers from his comrades, who, having once been caught in the same trap, were delighted to have others in like predicament. The soldiers sometimes wrote their own passes and countersigned them with the name of the colonel and generals, but that ruse failed to be effectual, for officers well versed in all the wiles of soldier strategy, as well as detectives who could tell at a glance whether or not the countersigns were genuine, scrutinized each pass with as much care as an expert does the signature of witnesses in a disputed will case. On one occasion, 2 of Company A, myself and comrade, with anything but tender consciences, lay awake at night trying to devise some plan that would obtain free ingress to the city, keep us unmolested while there, and bring us safely out. The result was that after so many hours spent in sifting the pros and cons, it settled down to a single plain stubborn fact, that unless we could get the bona fide signatures of the general commanding, all efforts would be in vain. That was a bright idea, surely. As bright indeed as the young rodent in the fable, who moved in a congress of rats that the cat should be belled. So with us it was who was to bell the cat, and how. We drew straws for the unlucky one of the two, and Walter Addison drew the short straw, and was thereafter left to his own devices, and from the depths of down-reaching ruminations, which he feared would unsettle his brain, evolved the following letter. My dear Aunt, as requested, I hereby send you the autograph of our Commander-in-Chief, General Johnston. Then, going boldly to his tent, he asked the orderly for admittance, for with General Johnston the private could often obtain an audience when officers high in rank were kept in waiting. The soldier handed the general his letter, who with one quick glance at his petitioner seized his pen and wrote his name at the bottom. To salute and get out of the tent was the work of a second, and then the young rascal ran as fast as his legs could carry him to his confrere in camp. Together in banded iniquity we rubbed out the words in pencil and inscribed others so that the paper read, "Pass in and out of Richmond at will, the bearer and friend for 2 weeks. J. E. Johnston, General Commanding." On that pass we went in and out and in, till the very stones in the road knew us, so virtue is ever its own reward. However, emboldened by success, we overdid the matter, and remaining in the city on a regular visit of several days, were confined in the guardhouse for nearly a week. But we kept our secret and our precious piece of paper. Our rations for the month still continued good and wholesome: a pound of flour, half a pound of bacon, a quarter of a pound of rice, sugar and coffee, with now and then an allowance of beans and onions. The health of the men was excellent, the discipline of the troops perfect, and the army had a profound confidence in General Johnston. No private soldier in the ranks feared for the result of the impending struggle, which all knew was close at hand. End of Part 1, Chapter 16. Part 1, Chapter 17, Part A, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Battle of Seven Pines, Part A. Toward the last of this month, May, 1862, a bolt like that hurled from Jupiter's hand burst so suddenly and unexpectedly that it startled, as with an electric shock, the people of both sections, and filled the graveyards and hospitals with dead and dying. To give the reader an idea of the mighty events that had shaped themselves in this dangerous fashion, I will present a brief outline of the events that had happened up to this time. After the affair at Williamsburg, between McClellan's advance and Longstreet's rear guard, the Yankee army followed Johnston in a leisurely manner toward Richmond until it reached the Chickahominy River, when McClellan divided his legions, a step which nearly involved its destruction. The right wing swung around toward the north, striking the Chickahominy at New Bridge, directly in front of Richmond. The left, keeping to the south, reached the river at Bottom Bridge, 13 miles below, and camped in that vicinity on May the 20th, 1862. The bulk of the rebels were at Mechanicsville, a little village about 5 miles from Richmond, and were easily driven back by a simple shelling. On the 21st, a Yankee division crossed the Chickahominy, occupied the high ground, and made 2 reconnaissances, one reaching below the Seven Pines to within 4 miles of Richmond. The rebels were nowhere found in force, and no traces of defensive works were discovered. The 2 corps of Keyes and Heintzelman were sent across the river to take up their position near Seven Pines. Johnston, in his retreat, had neglected to tear up the railroad from Richmond to Pamunkey. He had indeed partially destroyed the bridge by which it crossed the Chickahominy, but by the 26th of May the road was in operation to the river and the bridge was nearly reconstructed. There was no military reason why McClellan should not have crossed the Chickahominy and united his forces and fallen upon Richmond with his whole strength, but with his superb army of over 100,000 he greatly overrated the number opposed to him. The entire Confederate force only showed 54,000 men all told. He let the opportunity to take the rebel capital slip. On May 28th the army of McClellan was thus posted. The corps of Heintzelman and Keyes were on the west side of the Chickahominy, massed checkerwise for the distance of 6 miles along Williamsburg Road. The stronger corps of Sumner, Franklin, and Porter, forming the right wing, were stretched some 18 miles along the east bank of the river. The 2 wings formed an acute angle triangle of unequal sides, the apex being at Bottom Bridge. The distance from center to center of the wings was barely 5 miles, but between them there was the Chickahominy, across which there was then no practical passage except the Bottom Bridge. If the left wing of the Northern army was assailed in force, the right wing could only come to its aid by a march of over 20 miles, which, in the condition of the roads in the springtime, could not be made with artillery, and certainly not under 2 days. For a hostile commander with anything like an equal force, 2 courses were open. He might throw himself upon the weaker left, with hope of annihilating it before assistance could be obtained from the other wing, or he could assail the extremity of the right wing, threatening its weakly guarded line of communication with West Point. General Johnston, at the end of May, tried the first and most obvious plan and failed in his design by mere accident. General Lee, a month later, essayed the second plan and succeeded. On May 30th, General Johnston learned the military position of the enemy. He made the great mistake of supposing that one corps instead of two were across the river, and supposed that he had but 20,000 to deal with, whereas the actual number was something over 30,000 men. The attack was to be made with the four divisions of Huger, Smith, Longstreet, and D. H. Hill, numbering about 50,000. During the afternoon and night a violent storm swept over that region. The channel of the Chickahominy was already full to the brim, and the stream, swollen by the rain, would have prevented any aid being sent from the right wing to the left. The attack was to be made by the four divisions simultaneously at daybreak on the 31st of May. The storm delayed the movement of the troops, but by 8 o'clock Longstreet was in position waiting for Huger to come up, but he did not make his appearance. Soon after noon Hill began his attack. Casey's division of Keyes's corps was 3/4 of a mile in advance of the Seven Pines, its pickets being thrown 1/3 of a mile farther up toward the edge of a wood. The Confederates burst through the screen, forced back the pickets to the entrenchments, where a short stand was made, but Longstreet was now pressing upon the northern center and left, and Rodes's Alabama brigade charged. After an hour and a half of stubborn resistance, the Seven Pines was abandoned with all Casey's division camp. The Yankees fell back to a belt of woods, where Heintzelman succeeded in rallying most of the men of the two divisions, who formed a firm front and poured in a fire so deadly that the assault was checked. Night was now coming on, and the Federals fell back a mile to their entrenched camp unmolested. Meanwhile, the battle was going on with desperate fury a mile away, and McClellan, on the opposite side, directed Sumner to cross over on the two pontoon bridges he had just constructed and take part in the fight. The river had begun to rise, and the bridges were almost impassable, many of the timbers being already floating. After several hours of hard work, Sedgwick's division succeeded in crossing over the shaking bridge, and dragging his artillery by hand through the swamp, he arrived just in time to save the left wing from utter rout. He made a vigorous charge late in the evening and arrested the Southern advance. General Johnston being wounded about this time, all offensive movements were summarily stopped. After Johnston was disabled, he was succeeded by General R. E. Lee. Huger's failure to come up lost the day. Footnote: the official records state McClellan's loss as 800 killed, 3,627 wounded, 1,222 missing, in all 5,739 men. There was no official loss on the other side published. Longstreet reports the casualties in his command near 3,000. Smith says his division suffered 1,233. Hill probably lost 2,000, which would make Johnston's fully 6,000. End footnote. On the 30th of May, early in the morning, Addison and myself were detailed to go to Richmond, with strict orders to return that night. About noon it commenced to rain, a regular pour, filling the streets and rendering the crossings nearly impassable. We waited patiently for some rift in the clouds until the lamps were lit, shining dimly through the blinding rain, and then, seeing how useless was the hope of any cessation, we started upon our journey campward. But hardly had we gone several squares before the storm became so violent that we were obliged to seek the Monumental Hotel for shelter. There we waited until after 10 o'clock. A large crowd of officers were sitting around the big table in the center of the room, criticizing and discussing the conduct of the war, as every man, woman, and child thought it their first special province in life to do. If babies could only have talked about that time, they would have deemed themselves fully up to the occasion. While each had his own pet idea on the subject, all agreed that the present rain would effectually put a stop to military operations for days to come, for it would flood the streams, render the roads impassable for artillery, wet the ammunition, and prevent the moving of trains. All this sounded just as pleasant to the poor fellows who cherished an antipathy to having their heads blown off by a shell as a reprieve to a gallows bird. So we were in a pleasant frame for listening, when an old officer, with a flowing white beard, came up to the party and gave his views upon the subject. views which impressed his listeners all the more, because they were recognized as the result of accurate information and solid judgment. "The Chickahominy," he said, "rises in the swampy uplands about 20 miles northwest of Richmond, and flows about 50 miles parallel to and nearly midway between the James and York. The operations of McClellan embrace that portion of the stream from Bottom Bridge on the south, where it crosses the Williamsburg Turnpike, to Malone Bridge, 15 miles farther, at which point it is traversed by the Fredericksburg Railroad. Richmond lies nearly in the center, and about 6 miles distant from the stream. At this section the river flows through a wooded swamp a few hundred feet below the level of the surrounding country. In dry weather the stream is a mere rivulet, but a moderate shower fills the channel, which is about a dozen yards wide and some 4 feet deep, while a continuous rain floods the swamp and overflows the adjacent lowlands. These bottoms are intersected and seamed with deep ditches, and even when not overflowed, are so soft as to be impassable for cavalry and artillery. The stream could only be crossed on bridges, with here and there fords passable only in dry weather." "Then we hardly need fear an immediate attack, think you, Colonel?" asked one of the group. "Oh, no, it would be an impossibility at present," replied the officer, "for this spring of 1862 has been unusually rainy, and the channel is not only full to the brim, but the swamp and bottoms are all flooded. Any shower can do that now. Infantry might possibly pick their way through the swamp, but horses would sink to their girths and artillery trains to their axles." "Could not bridges be put up?" queried someone. "Not readily," was the answer, "for it would be necessary to build them above the level of the highest floods, and provide them with long approaches through the swamps. Hence we can easily understand that this narrow Chickahominy is a greater obstacle, with its bordering swamps and miry lowlands, than a broad river, which might be, across which forces could be carried in boats, or over which a pontoon bridge could be thrown in a few hours. And so, gentlemen," added the speaker, as he slowly lighted his pipe and was about to walk away, "we may surely make our minds easy on that score, for a while at least." We eagerly listened to every word, and discovering the lateness of the hour, now rose to go. The tempest was at its height, but further dalliance was impossible, so buttoning our overcoats tightly we set off for camp. It was as dark as pitch, but traveling along a broad turnpike one could not well be lost. We, however, plunged in mire up to our knees, with a big lump of mud on each foot and a stream of water pouring from each hat rim straight down the backbone beneath it. It was not a pleasant walk. We had known better, but after all, is there not a kind of enjoyment in beasting the elements? An indescribable exhilaration, which lingers in our natures as a faint trace of savage ancestry. The wild man, not the monkey. Perhaps so. At any rate, the suggestion can go for what it is worth. About midnight we reached camp and by instinct, for we had no other guide, found our tents. Wrapping up in a blanket, we lay down on the muddy ground, with the last sweet thought that the deluge would put a stop to drills, parades, and battles, and permit us to sleep the next day in peace. But it seemed as if our eyes had scarcely closed in slumber before the camp was rudely awakened by the light of swinging lanterns and the voice of the sergeant crying out, "Get up! Get up! Put on your accoutrements, pack up your knapsacks, and fall in right away!" From without came the warning drum, beating the long roll. We had no light and groped about as best we could, but in 5 minutes we had packed up and were feeling for our places in the forming line. By this time the driving rain had sobered down into a gentle drizzle. Soon the ranks were established and dressed, and the ordnance sergeant, coming along, distributed by the light of his lantern 60 rounds of cartridges to each man, 40 to go in his cartridge box, which was all that they could hold, and the remaining 20 to be placed in his haversack. This looked like business. Following in his footsteps came the commissary sergeant, putting in each soldier's haversack 3 days' rations. Yes, we were in for it now. That every soldier knew. Our work was all cut out and there was nothing left for us to do but face the music. Thus with the knowledge came the thought into every soldier's mind, will I be alive this time tomorrow night, or will I be lying stark and stiff with my sightless eyes blindly staring toward heaven? If I should come out,
Will it be unhurt? Or with a slight wound, enough to give me a furlough and send me away rejoicing? Or, dreadful thought, will the leaden missile shatter my bones, tear through my yielding flesh, take from me a limb and send me maimed through life, or lay me in a bed suffering, there slowly to linger unto death? It was an interesting problem which he was mentally computing, and it took all the man's philosophy to enable him to wait for the answer. And it was not altogether a selfish one either. The deepest sting ofttimes is in the thought that others suffer in his misfortune or his death, others whose happiness is dearer to him than his own. It is only by lying amid danger, being in battles again and again, passing through a score of skirmishes, scouting, a vidette in an unknown land when, quote, "death rides in every passing breeze and lurks in every flower," unquote, that the soldier becomes utterly fearless and holds his taking off in indifference, if not in disdain. We had not yet reached that point, and so when the brigade, in obedience to the order, swung itself to the right and struck the Williamsburg road, there was no reckless sound of voices or laughter, but a solemn, thoughtful silence. The marching was awful. Several small streams that crossed the road, now swollen by the torrent into rushing creeks, we had to ford. Some of them were breast high, and we held our cartridge boxes and haversacks way above our heads to preserve them from the water. But we did not mind it, neither did we complain, for hot work was waiting for us that would soon dry the wringing garments or make us heedless of them. About 5 miles from Richmond the brigade came to a halt. It was now broad day, but a gentle drizzle now obscured everything in a mist. The men sat on both sides of the road, each exercising his inventive genius in improving a seat of a stone fence rail or an old log, anything to keep out of the wet. After moving down another 100 yards or so, the regiment was again halted, and orders were given to get breakfast, by hook or crook. Some few fires were started, but it required infinite patience to kindle a flame, with everything streaming with dampness. However, by persistent blowing and careful nursing, enough smoke was encouraged to boil the coffee and fry the bacon. Then over our pipes we discussed the situation, for up to this time we had not heard a single gun. Devoutly we hoped it might be a false alarm, though reason told us what a vain hope this was. I have heard of soldiers whose bowels yearned for a fight, but such bowels were not inside my anatomy. In an hour or two the rolling of the drums brought the soldiers into line, and continuing our march, we halted 2 miles farther on, and lay at rest. It was now high noon by the town clock in our old home, if we could have heard it striking. The rain had ceased, the fog had lifted, and only the clouds still hung low their somber curtains, hiding the heavens clear blue and making the scene dark and dismal. What did this mean? We asked ourselves. Had some plan of the enemy's miscarried so that they failed to attack? None dreamed that we were to storm the works of the enemy, believing the while our role was strictly on the defensive. But we were on the wrong track, it seemed. At last it came. A little after 12 o'clock a gun sounded on our left, followed directly after by a peal of artillery. Hardly had the roar died away when was heard the rattling of small arms. Now battery after battery joined in the chorus, as if the world and Satan had concluded to join in the battle and fight it out. Was ever greater noise made anywhere, not excepting pandemonium? What grand and awful discord, as musketry and cannon's roar blent together. See! The smoke, dark purple, rising like mist from the ground and spreading upward, and those little puffs of white, which the bursting shells leave in the sky to dissolve slowly in the gray ether. We moved forward and bore to the right, evidently destined to be held in the reserve. At 4 o'clock the pounding was going on as heavily as ever. Still no sign of action on our part, so we began to hope that there were too many men on our side to need us, when just at this juncture an aide-de-camp came up in a wild gallop, his clothes spattered with mud from head to foot. He hardly stopped to utter some words to the commanding officer ere he was off like a flash. "Fall in, men!" cried the colonel. "Forward by the left flank! March, double quick!" And for a mile we went with a rush. As we approached the scene of action, the crash of musketry was appalling. Long streams of wounded made their appearance on their way to the rear, in every species of mutilation. Some borne on stretchers, others swung in blankets, from whose folds blood and gore dropped in horrible exudations. staining the ground and crimsoning the budding grass. Still others were carried in their comrades' arms. Many more were slightly wounded and could walk, their hands pressed to their wounds, or hobble slowly along with a musket for a crutch. But their faces bore a contented look, feeling sure that a leave of absence stood ready waiting for them, and because they had escaped so well when matters might have gone so much against them. It was a sickening sight on the whole, and tried the nerves of the men to the utmost. As we approached more closely to the scene of conflict, with its many terrors increasing at every step, the shells bursting in our midst, we beheld a sight that proved there was but one step from the sublime to the ridiculous. And even in this field of horrors, with the curtain rolled up, for we were all hurrying to play our parts in the bloody drama, such was the farce enacted before our eyes that the regiment burst into a peal of hearty, unrestrained laughter, that must have sounded as much out of place as tones of merriment in the torture chamber of the Holy Inquisition. The object of our mirth was a soldier, slightly wounded in the arm, the skin scratched off perhaps, but he had kind, sympathizing friends, who said unto him, "Where thou goest, I will go," and that was out of reach of murderous shells. Two supported him tenderly, one on each side, and two more, equally kind and sympathizing, followed after, the one lovingly sustaining the wounded man's hat, and the other affectionately bearing his musket. The countenance of the sufferer was twisted into a look of supreme anguish, while the assiduity and devotion of the four comrades was something beautiful to behold. Sooth, they were ready to fight for the honor of helping him, and, if it must be said, for nothing else. Ah, it was a most touching sight, and to a man the regiment responded to the emotions of the hour. He who fights and runs away, such was the philosophy of our heroes, but they broke and ran as the jibes and hearty laughter from the whole line reached them, relegating themselves to safe arcades. Later on in the war, all such poltroons were seized and placed in front of the advancing line. The brigade, by order, bore obliquely to the right, and then, without stopping to form, Kempner commanding the brigade, charged across the field, with a battery enfilading the line. Men dropped at every step we took, but nothing stopped the momentum, and we crossed the field at a run. After we had reached the vicinity of the woodpile, where stood a big barn and several outworks that had been thrown up by the enemy and recently captured by our forces, we could see the camp of Casey's division, not 100 yards from us. The shelling had now become terrific. We double-quicked it across the field in plain view of the foe, who had trained upon us several batteries located on the edge of the camp, and shell, shrapnel, round shot, and grape screamed about and around us. Now was the time to form in a line. Instead, we kept on without changing formation. Not but the soldiers knew someone had blundered. In fours we advanced, or in other words, we pushed toward the enemy like a lance, instead of spreading out in a line. Company A of the 17th was in advance, the lance head of the column. As we approached the woodpile, the musketry joined the artillery, and to go into that fire-swept camp seemed like entering the jaws of hell itself. Quote, "A looming bastion fringed with fire." Unquote. "Why do we not form a line of battle?" the rank and file cried as the men began to drop. In column as we were, none could fire their muskets. What did it mean? Who was responsible for so lamentable an error? But the onward gait was kept up by the column. "Forward! Forward!" cried the officers, wildly waving their swords above their heads. "Don't stop, men! Charge right into the camp!" And right into the camp we did charge, burst in the midst of it, with the rebel cheer ringing high above the uproar of the guns. As we dashed in between the woodpile and redoubts, we passed a rebel 4-gun battery deserted, every single horse killed, and the living remnant of men forced to seek shelter elsewhere from the terrible concentrated fire that swept through the camp like an iron and leaden rain. All save one little boy, the powder monkey, as they called his genus, who cowered behind the wheel of one of the guns, with eyes protruding, hands clasped, teeth clenched, and face wearing a look of horrified fright. Face so white, so startling in its terror, that it haunted me for days after.
End of Part 1, Chapter 17, Part A. Part 1, Chapter 17, Part B.
Of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Battle of Seven Pines, Part B. As we passed the barn and got in among the tents, the tempest of war was undeniably frightful, its severity beyond belief. Every deadly projectile which could take away human life and maim and disfigure lusty manhood was showered upon us. The air was alive with their coming, and shrill and shrieking with their passing. Quote, "The mailed Mars did on his altar sit, up to the ears in blood." Unquote. We saw no enemy, but the whole of Casey's division, some 8,000 strong, had formed around their camp in the shape of a half moon and poured a converging fire at the attacking rebels. It is sickening to the heart to recall what followed, a result that could not have been otherwise. Mixed up, mingled, crowded as we were amid the breastworks, barns, and woodpile, the brigade bunched in a mass, unable to fire a gun, its organization became a mob. Our splendid brigade of 3,000 muskets, that stretched out fully 500 yards in a line of battle, could have carried the camp by storm or retreated with comparatively little loss. But owing to the incompetency and criminal ignorance of our commanding officer, it was thrown into a contracted space, without order and without form, with never a chance to fire a shot, and there butchered like cattle. It was shameful. While from the half-circle on the other side the enemy were raining a feu d'enfer upon the struggling mass, our men fell in groups. The noise of bullets ripping through the canvas of the tents added to the horrors of the day. Men screamed as the balls struck them down. The officers shouted out unmeaning cries. The flag went down. Morrell, the color-bearer, the tallest man in the regiment, sank to the earth. Captain Fairfax caught him as he fell, in his left arm, and with his right hand took the colors, waved them a moment, and handed them to Corporal Diggs, who dropped prone on the ground. A private grasped them, raised the staff, and in a second he sank face downward, a bullet through his heart. Another gallant private, Harper, lifted the flag and bore it through the day. In 5 minutes 74 officers and men out of the 17th Regiment fell. A blind rush was made for shelter, and the soldiers scrambled over the breastworks or hurried behind the woodpile. The rifle pits built by the enemy to protect their camp proved a blessed refuge, nay, our very salvation. For to have attempted running the gauntlet across that open field in our rear would have been to rattle dice with death. Few would have lived to tell the tale. Not many of us could recall distinctly all the combined horrors of that useless massacre, and the one fully distinct was that on rushing back to the protection of the redoubt I stopped to help the color-bearer, Morrell, and had raised him halfway up, when 2 more balls struck him and passed through his body with a sudden thud, and he sank back with a deep groan. He had been married only a few days before, at the bedside of a dying sister, and had left both bride and sister immediately after the ceremony to take part in the battle. Safe behind good shelter, there was time to look around and collect our scattered senses, time to breathe freely and hold ourselves in readiness for what was yet to come. That is, if the day was fated to hold further horrors. We learned that Rodes's Alabama Brigade, earlier in the evening, had stormed Casey's division camp, and with such vim and so sudden a dash that the enemy were driven from their tents on a run. Casey, however, reformed his men on the outer edge behind an abatis, which, with wise precaution, he had constructed for just such an emergency, and from thence he rained a torrent of fire upon every force that undertook an attack. He could not reoccupy his camp, but he could keep us from holding it. Consequently, when Kemper's brigade came rushing on in column crowded into so small a space, he converged his whole fire upon it and caught it in a death trap. The 4th Alabama, of Rodes's brigade, had been forced to retire from the charge and seek shelter behind the works. They had witnessed our useless, rash, and vain sacrifice, and had we charged in line, as many as were in the vicinity would have rallied and advanced with us. We had listened to some heavy firing in our day, had heard the music of many a missile singing through the air, but never before had there been anything that could compare with that of Seven Pines. There was such a ceaseless pour of shot and shell that at least 20 men were struck while climbing over the breastworks. The bullets hissed like snakes around us, and that without a moment's intermission. Every second they hit the works and buried themselves in the damp earth, or striking higher, would scrape the top and send the mud spattering over us. The soldiers of the different regiments and brigades were cowering beneath the parapet, but few had the curiosity or daring to lift their heads over the works and take aim at the running line of fire that showed where the foe lay concealed. Indeed, it was a dangerous experiment. 2 men, an Alexandrian and an Alabamian, glanced over the parapet for a second and both fell back dead. I was looking at the former, Higdon, of Company H, as he lifted up his head to look, and saw the red spot come on his forehead. The very sky seemed alive with little fiery devils, who sang their songs, each in its own tone, as they flew over the works. The canister sounded more direful than any, and when they struck the earthworks, the bravest would cower more closely to the ground. A life insurance agent could have taken out any number of policies just then, though whether his business would have been a money-making one is open to discussion. For fully an hour did this metal rain keep up. For fully an hour did we lie there and listen to the flying projectiles striking the earthworks. For fully an hour did we congratulate ourselves upon being able to hide behind such friendly shelter. For fully an hour did we thank our stars that we were alive at all. A soldier's first thought at the close of a battle is always a selfish feeling of thankfulness at his own escape. After that, other emotions can find place. Behind the works where we were, ooze and mire were so deep that it reached to our waist belts. Many of the enemy had been killed just here by Rodes's men and had found graves without burial, for their corpses had sunk beneath the surface. We could feel that we were standing on bodies, but the danger all were in prevented any remarks and excited no feeling whatsoever. Around the barn and breastworks the water lay in pools, into which some of our wounded had fallen and were drowned. The body of one of our comrades was examined. It showed no mortal wound, but having dropped face downward in the water, he had suffocated. His mouth and throat were filled with liquid mud. Later in the evening, when the enemy's fire had at first slackened, then died away, Colonel Corse jumped to the open space and sung out for the 17th to form. No regiment in the army ever furnished more substantial proof of splendid discipline than did his when we responded with alacrity to that order. After such a terrible shock and fearful loss of life, it yet retained its morale. Its men came running from behind their different places of concealment, none lingering, and in 10 minutes were formed into line. I got hold of a drum left by the enemy, intending to beat a pas de charge, but the sticks were missing and I threw the useless instrument away. I might as well say here that this was the first and only drum I ever saw left on a battlefield, though in every war picture a shattered drum always occupies a prominent position, along with the overturned caisson and dead horse. Then the order was given to guide by the colors, and we advanced again through the camp, no longer a mob, but a crack organization, free to return the enemy's fire. The regiment went at a double-quick time, aiming to reach the shelter of the abattis. And there we arrived, panting and breathless, while not a hostile shot had greeted us. Breaking our way through the fallen trees of this obstruction, we kept on some distance in the woods beyond, but saw no vestige of the enemy, who had retreated, carrying off their wounded. As Rodes had had it all his own way at first, there must have been many hurt. We could easily see where the line had stood that fought us so relentlessly, for torn cartridges and useless muskets lay scattered around. Doubtless it was fine fun to stand and shoot us, crowding between the forts and woodpiles. The war did not offer many such chances, and not a man of them in after years had need to regret that he did not improve this shining hour. As it was nearly dark we were halted just on the verge of the camp, in the low ground, and of course half under water. Here we remained for fully an hour, up to our knees in the black mire, suffering, be it said, the peculiar trials of Tantalus. After all the loss of life and the hardships we had borne in the attempt to secure and capture this camp and to hold it, we were not allowed any of the spoils of war which we considered legitimately our due. Here we were, just on its edge, half buried in the mud, with nothing to do, the enemy safely miles away across the Chickahominy, standing hungry, thirsty, and wet and passive, while new troops who had never fired a gun were brought in under our very eyes and turned loose to help themselves at will. Was it not enough to make a saint swear? We fairly ached to enter that camp, and could have rapped the heads of those marauding rebels over yonder with a will. It seems that the Yankees were at dinner when the 3rd Alabama crowded in upon them as uninvited guests. A member of the 17th, Hector Eads, disappeared that evening most mysteriously and never made an appearance until next morning. With that instinct that marks the true soldier, with that intuition which is born in some men, he had spent the night in Casey's camp and conscientiously looked after the booty and the spoils. He reappeared loaded down, provisions, clothes, swords, pistols, and some fine old Otard brandy. His report, while it showed us what we had missed, was interesting too. "Barrels of flour," he said, "bags of fruit, boxes of meat, hogsheads of sugar, rice and mess beef, piles of clothes, were scattered around in profusion, while the sutler's tent was filled with luxuries. In the headquarters tent a fine dinner, with dainty surroundings, had been left untouched, the bottles of wine, with which it was flanked, standing on the table with corks undrawn. Everything went to show the bountiful system of the Yankee commissariat." And another incident he related of the night's experience that exemplified how closely death ever hovers over the soldier, ready at the most unexpected moment to stretch out his bony hand and clutch his helpless victim. In a large tent belonging evidently to the staff, he saw in the dim light a Federal officer reclining in a chair. His head rested on the table before him, and his whole attitude was one of perfect rest. Startled at the presence of such a person, he leveled his musket upon the officer and ordered him to surrender. No reply being made, he reiterated the command in a louder tone, and still the figure did not stir. With a strange feeling he advanced and laid his hand upon the shoulder. No movement. He touched the face. It was quite cold. He left the tent hurriedly, and calling some soldiers passing by, narrated what he had seen. They procured a light and together went back to the tent and found the corpse and raised him up. His jaw had fallen. In his right hand was a dinner knife, grasped tightly by the cold fingers, while on the plate before him was a piece of meat. The table lay spread with a repast half eaten, and he evidently had been in the very act of carving when the bullet, fired by some skirmisher beginning the attack, winged its way and struck him in the temple, killing him instantly. All that night the lucky troops who were camped in the captured quarters luxuriated in the spoils, and could be heard singing and carousing around their huge fires. After waiting until it was dark, the regiment marched back into the pine woods a mile or two to the rear. Without waiting to build fires, wet, hungry, and sad at heart for those we should miss from our ranks forevermore, and utterly broken down, we threw ourselves on the muddy ground and slept. Colonel Corse, commanding our regiment, says, "At 4 p.m. I moved the 17th by the left flank in double quick time for 1½ miles down the Williamsburg road, passing for 550 yards under a heavy artillery and infantry fire, to a woodpile to the left of the Barker house, where we halted for a few moments to permit the men to recover breath. We there filed to the right in front of a redoubt and into the enemy's camp, encountering a galling infantry fire from the enemy stationed in the edge of the wood. After advancing some distance I received an order to fall back and reform behind the trenches, which was done in tolerable good order, which position we held until near nightfall, and holding the enemy in check until they were driven from their position. In the advance into Casey's division camp, Color Corporal Morrell was struck down, wounded in 3 places, and rose on his elbows to cheer the men forward. The colors were caught by Captain Raymond Fairfax, who was struck. Color Corporal Diggs next seized them and fell wounded. They were taken by Private Harper, Company D, who retained them until the close of the day. Sergeant Major Francis fell mortally wounded some distance in advance of the regiment. With him was Sergeant Bays of Company F, who fell dead. Lieutenant Gray was killed. His conduct was always remarkable for heroism. Captain Knox, Company G, Captain Fowle, Company H, and Captain Burke were all badly wounded when leading their companies. Lieutenant Fitzhugh was badly wounded. Major Arthur Herbert was also wounded. Rebellion Records, Volume 2, page 580. Colonel John B. Gordon, commanding the 6th Alabama of Rodes's brigade, which captured the redoubt, says, "The right wing formed a line on the left of the 4th Virginia Battalion, and was ordered by General Rodes in person to charge the redoubt. The whole command went over the ditch and embankment into the redoubt, where we captured a stand of colors and 6 pieces of artillery. The enemy retreated to the abatis and delivered a heavy fire. Under this fire some of my best officers and men fell. 2 field officers had fallen, 3 companies had not an officer spared, 4 others had but one, and more than half had fallen when under orders they retired. Rebellion Records, Volume 2, page 980. The 12th Alabama of Rodes's brigade, which assisted in the rush through the camp, carried in action 408 officers and men, and had 59 killed and 156 wounded, losing more than half. Now just see the misleading character of the official reports, written 2 days after the battle, when all the facts had been sifted and the grains of truth supposed to be winnowed from the bushels of chaff. General James Longstreet, under date of June 10, 1862, gives his official report of the battle. The severest part of the work was done by Major General D. H. Hill's division, but the attack of the 2 brigades under General R. H. Anderson and Brigadier James L. Kemper was made with such spirit and regularity as to have driven back the most determined foe. This decided the day in our favor. Rebellion Records, Volume 2, page 940. Now read what General Hill reports a few days later in his official report. The magnificent brigade of General Rodes moved over the ground to assault the Yankees in their works. He met a galling fire after capturing the camp, and his advance was checked. Kemper's brigade was now sent me by General Longstreet, and directed by me to move directly to the support of Rodes. This brigade, however, did not engage the Yankees, and Rodes's men were badly cut up. Hill's report, official report, volume 40, page 944. In the official reports, General J. E. Johnston, the commander-in-chief, says, "Had Huger been in position and ready for action when Smith, Longstreet, and Hill moved, I am satisfied that Keyes's Federal corps would have been destroyed instead of being merely defeated." Official Record, Volume 2, page 935. Footnote: After the war, I saw a good deal of General Huger. He bought a plantation in Fauquier County, Virginia, and I was often a guest at his house. As a host, raconteur, and a man of the world he was without a peer, but he had no military genius. He was essentially and entirely a parlor soldier. His staff was more showy than the commander-in-chief's, and he loved the pomp and pageantry of war, but he was not made of the stuff that, like the stormy petrel, revels in the tempest, nor like the mountain eagle, who mocks the thunder and defies the storm. Like General Pemberton, his after life was made unhappy by the criticisms of Southern people. He was very gloomy at times, and always thought he had been unjustly condemned. Note: History of the 17th Virginia, George Wise, page 71, as follows: During the Battle of Seven Pines in the redoubt, Watkins of Company H and Alexander Hunter of Company A were particularly conspicuous in the heat of the first day's fight for bravery and unerring aim. Guns were loaded by the boys around them, and the 2, standing upon the embankment, fired as rapidly as they could take the guns. The colors of a regiment in front were cut down 3 times in succession. End footnote. Longstreet states in his official report that had Huger been in a position within 8 hours of the time he was ordered to attack, the battle would have been a complete success. Now let us see what the Union soldiers say about the battle. General Casey in his report says, "I occupied with my division the advanced position of the army, and parties were employed up to the 31st of May in throwing up rifle pits and a redoubt, and also constructed an abatis and earthworks in rear of my camp. About 11 or 12 o'clock I was led to believe that a serious attack was contemplated, and immediately ordered my division under arms. My force consisted of 4 brigades of 13 regiments and 5 batteries of artillery, composing the Pennsylvania and New York troops. I placed 1 battery under Lieutenant Hart in the redoubt. The 85th New York occupied the rifle pits, Captain Regan's battery in the rear and to the right of the rifle pits, and this battery was supported by the 85th Pennsylvania. The 103rd Pennsylvania were ordered to the front to support the redoubts. About 15 minutes after these dispositions were made, the rebels advanced, and the 103rd Pennsylvania came down the road in some confusion, having suffered a considerable loss from the fire of the rebel advance. The enemy now attacked me in the center in large force, and a heavy demonstration on both wings, my artillery in the meantime throwing canister in the ranks with great effect. Perceiving at length that the enemy were threatening with both wings, For want of reinforcements that had been repeatedly asked for, I then, in order to save my artillery, ordered a charge of bayonets by the 4 supporting regiments at the center, which was executed in the most gallant and successful manner, the enemy being driven back when the charge had ceased, but not until the charge had reached the edge of the woods, when the most terrible fire of musketry commenced that I ever heard. The rebels again advanced in force, and my flanks being threatened, a retreat to the works became necessary. To be brief, the works were retained until they were most enveloped by the enemy, the troops with some exceptions fighting with spirit and gallantry. The troops repeated to the second line in possession of General Couch's division. On my arrival at the second line, I succeeded in rallying a small portion of my division, and with the assistance of General Kearney, who had just arrived with one of his brigades, attempted to regain possession of my camp, but it was found to be impracticable. The troops of General Couch were driven back, though reinforced by the corps of General Heintzelman. I cannot forbear to mention the loss of my chief of artillery, Colonel G. D. Bailey, who fell in an attempt to spike the guns in the redoubt. If a portion of my division did not behave as well as could have been wished, it must be remembered what a terrible ordeal they were subjected to. Rebellion Records, Volume 40, pages 909, 910. That fatal redoubt and the narrow passage between it and the woodpile, the only entrance to the camp, was a death trap to the foe as it was to ours. Colonel Henry Briggs of the 10th Massachusetts states: I was ordered by General Keyes to proceed with my command to the road and form a line near a large woodpile near the works. I proceeded at once to execute this order. At this point on the left of the road there was a small oblong open space about 30 yards wide, and long enough to form 5 companies in line fronting the enemy. All at once a severe fire opened from the woods and underbrush on my left flank, not more than 50 paces distant. It was so severe that the lines were broken, and the narrowness of the open space made it impossible to charge front. I gave the order to retreat. Colonel Day was killed here in a fight almost hand to hand with the enemy. This position amounted to an ambuscade, and I believe no troops could stand the overwhelming fire they were subjected to. I myself was struck by 2 musket balls and carried to the rear. My loss was 121 killed and wounded. Official Record, Volume 2, pages 910 to 912. The foe that our brigade met face to face was the brigade of Negley, and the 17th's immediate opponent was the 56th and 11th Maine. General Negley, commanding, says: At 4 o'clock I ordered the 56th New York to save the guns, meaning some of Casey's. The regiment moved toward the Williamsburg road at double quick and held its position some distance in front for over an hour. Both regiments again charged, but we were compelled to retire with loss. These regiments formed in line behind the abatis, and they held their line for half an hour, doing great execution, and repulsed the rebel advance. Rebellion Records, Volume 2, page 896. Further on, General Negley of Casey's division says: Returning rapidly to my 56th New York and 11th Maine, I found the enemy had been successful in turning my right flank, and had opened a most destructive fire from the redoubt, and this state of affairs could no longer be endured, and they were withdrawn, and marched down the 9-mile road and placed in position in rear of this road, and this position they held for a time. Fully confirming the statement of my officers, I saw no running and no panic. Yesterday, 31st May, '62, at 1 p.m., the enemy, taking advantage of a terrible storm which flooded the valley of the Chickahominy, attacked our troops on the right bank of that river. Casey's division, which was on the first line, gave way unaccountably and discreditably. General McClellan's Report, Rebellion Records, Volume 2, page 751. General N. H. Davis, Assistant Inspector of the Army Potomac, says: Casey's division at the recent battle of Seven Pines was not surprised, but defective disposition and insufficiency of officers, together with bad discipline, accounts for its conduct in the battle. It was the common talk around our campfires that but for the stubborn defense made by Casey, we would have captured every Yankee south of the Chickahominy River. The Confederate attack was like a thunderbolt, and though Casey's troops had to relinquish their camp, yet they rallied and poured such a deadly fire on us that the 2 crack brigades of Rhodes and Kemper went to pieces for a time, and this deadly fusillade was kept up until near dark and effectually kept the rebels from forming in line and advancing. It is always the case that the defeated general must find some scapegrace, and Casey was the one picked out. He had to bear the whole blame of the defeat, which was owing to McClellan's faulty disposition of his troops. General Casey must have suffered the keenest pangs that the human heart can feel, when knowing as he did that he had saved the Army of the Potomac from a deadly stroke, yet had all the unsuccessful generals turning on him like a pack of wolves. Listen to the praise of the enemy. General Hill says in his report, "The gallant charge of my division demoralized the force, and our reinforcements were hotly engaged. The succor brought to Casey not fighting as well as his own men. This accounts for the fact that more than half of my entire loss fell upon my division. Kemper's brigade halted. Rodes's brigade cut up, losing 800 men killed and wounded, stopped the impetus of the charge, and saved McClellan's army from irretrievable disaster, and yet Casey was forced to resign for alleged incompetence." End of Part 1, Chapter 17, Part B. Part 1, Chapter 18 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next day. The preparation of breakfast was an event of great enjoyment to us. Our meal was of the primitive order, but we dallied and lingered over cooking it, enjoying the odor of the meat and coffee as it came streaming in grateful, fragrant clouds of incense from the fire, anticipation filling up the full measure of the pleasure. And in this wise did our foot cavalry proceed to cook it, each man alike, though there were no regulations on the subject, such knowledge being ever evolved from the innate genius and lofty inspiration of the occasion. Opening his haversack wherein the rations were carried, an uninviting bag of a storeroom, which was by long use grimed with dirt, blackened by smoke, and greased with fat of bacon that came oozing through the canvas, Johnny Reb would extract a chunk of fat wrapped up in a piece of rag and cut therefrom some slices. Then from the bottom of the haversack he would exhume his hardtack, as he called the crackers, and prop them up before the blazing fire to toast. Next, drawing the ramrod from the rifle, he would run it through the slice of meat and hold it in the flames. When it had caught fire as he intended it should, he would suspend it over the crackers, which had been toasted brown, and permit the grease to fall drop by drop upon them. And then he filled the old battered tin cup with water and adjusted it nicely upon the coals. This required some art and strict attention, as a tilt was ever dangerous, and chunks were generally very slippery and very treacherous. As soon as the water bubbled, he placed therein a handful of roasted rye or parched corn, and when this boiled some 10 minutes longer the coffee was made, and breakfast, dinner, and supper, just as you might name it by the clock, it was all the same to him, was served. Except when he captured coffee, or exchanged tobacco on picket duty with Billy Yank, Johnny never tasted it pure, and as for sugar, it was rarely issued to him now. So we used sorghum molasses instead to sweeten our concoction, and because sorghum was of southern manufacture, one of its chief merits was its abundance. The mixture of rye and sorghum was enough to produce deadly illness in any one who swallowed it, not excepting a rebel soldier. But we learned to love it. True, we would tire of the rye sometimes when it became very monotonous, but then we had sassafras tea to fall back upon, for the sake of a little pleasant diversion, as Handy Andy expresses it, and altogether we did not complain. It was quantity rather than quality with the soldier. He could pardon the first if the latter suited him, and doubtless Johnny enjoyed his humble meal more than many a guest his sumptuous dinner. Indeed, muddy water and crushed corn and molasses were sweeter to his taste than the rarest wines to the sated palate of the millionaire. The burnt slice of fat bacon consumed with keener relish than was the canvasback, the mountain mutton, the ham boiled in champagne of the bon vivant, and after all, hunger is the best sauce, and robust health the best stimulant, while there is nothing like a battle for an appetizer. Try it if you are inclined to be skeptical. Was there ever citizen in the world, think you, who extracted quite the amount of perfect content and pleasant reveries from his 50-cent Havana as the private by the campfire from his old briar-root pipe? Every soldier smoked, It was a necessity of his being. And then he had the blessing of pure tobacco, carried in a bag hung from the buttonhole of his jacket. Most of these bags were beautifully embroidered, for Southern women always gave their sweethearts and husbands two things, and kept them well supplied besides: tobacco bags and Bibles. A soldier, popular with the fair sex, and who never burned the incense of devotion to one, but dozens, had usually enough Bibles given him to supply the whole company. After a battle the men were ever in a complacent mood, and having escaped destruction and mutilation, they loved to sit and recall each incident. So around the fires after the fray, for the weather was damp and cool, the whole campaign was discussed from first to last. And as we continued to gain information from various sources, the rationale of the attack became clear, the different parts of the puzzle fitted together into a harmonious whole, and that which had been so hard to understand grew intelligible in the broad light of facts and reason. What was wanting even then, time, which shifts all things, supplied, and so the history of the battle gained its whole completeness. Our brigade commander came in for a heavy share of censure, and could he have assumed the magic cap of the fairy which rendered the wearer invisible, and strolled along in the vicinity of the different watchfires any night just about that time, and listened to the expressed sentiments of the rank and file, heard the unmeasured terms in which they denounced his fatal blunder of sending them into a battle 4 deep, pell-mell, to be shot down with never a chance to retaliate, he would have resigned next day. General Kemper denied having so blundered, and said he wished to make a display of his force, to prevent the enemy from advancing and retaking his camp. This may be so, but for all that the soldiers blamed him and him alone for their mad rush and useless waste of life. About 7 o'clock the morning after the battle, the brigade fell in line and halted on the spot where it had fought the day before. Its dead lay thick around, just as they had fallen. The regiment then took position in a redoubt, where was placed a 4-gun battery of Stuart's horse artillery but a little distance away. Colonel Corse made a short speech to his regiment, informing the men that in all probability the enemy would attack us in heavy force to try and retake his captured camp, and that the regiment must hold the fort and protect the battery at all hazards. In for it again, we thought, but then we would be fighting behind breastworks, and the enemy would do the storming. So with the metaphorical boot on the other foot, the men answered by a cheer that had the genuine ring in it. The ranks of the regiment were quite full by this time, and the stragglers had all returned. In every organization there were always many such, who slipped out when going into battle and as surely returned the next day with wondrous stories of what they had seen and heard and done. Stories, indeed, which imposed on no one, not even themselves. Of course a good many in the company became separated from it in the charge through the camp. These returned, and so it turned out that several who had been deemed killed were received safe and sound, to the great joy of their comrades. And welcoming them not exactly as repented prodigals, but as one alive from the dead, the regiment was only too sorry it had no fatted calf to kill. And now, after we had been placed in position and sharpshooters told off, the colonel issued orders that we should pay the last sad duties to some Alexandrians. Most of the dead had been already buried. A shallow grave was dug in the redoubt, and Lieutenant Gray and 3 others, Privates Higdon and Mary, Company H, Lunt, Company A, were laid on one blanket side by side and covered with another. A prayer was read and then the dirt thrown upon them. One of the 4 had been a great traveler, had passed through many lands and crossed many waters, had walked along the Corso at Rome, sauntered through the Prado of Berlin, ridden through the great Arabian desert, had seen the rush of gold seekers to the El Dorado of the New World, here at last to sleep in death, side by side with those whose lives had been so unconsciously linked with his. Unknown one to another, these men, day by day and year after year, had woven out the woof of their separate lives. The fates who weave the thread of life had drawn these strands together and woven them into one. But yesterday Atropos cut the cord, and now one grave. A more lonesome, forbidding spot than the place where we had charged the evening before can scarcely be imagined. The camp had been plundered of everything of value. Not a pound of coffee nor a pint of liquor or a piece of meat was left. The ground all along the scene of conflict had been trampled into a perfect quagmire and looked like a barnyard on a rainy day. Here and there lay the body of some rebel or Yankee soldier, half submerged in the mud, the mire around now tinged to a reddish hue by the life blood that poured through some bleeding wound. Often on dragging out the corpse and washing off the muck and mire they would find some comrade whom they thought had escaped or was missing. It was only on going to the barn just in front, where the colors of the 17th went down 3 times, that the tremendous severity of the enemy's fire could be realized. The whole side fronting them was shattered and torn by the missiles. There was not a space as large as the human hand that had not been struck by either shot, shell, or ball. Talk of a building being riddled, one might not understand the meaning of the term who had not looked on such a sight as this. With such tangible proof before the eyes of how thick and fast the bullets flew, to say nothing of the grape and shell, it was a source of wonder how, in the face of such a fire, any man had come out alive. It was nearly 9 o'clock when the sound of distant guns was heard, and in a few moments the regiment was formed into a line inside the works. "The Yankees will be along soon," our captain was heard to remark. The 4 guns were placed and sighted, the ammunition piled in heaps beside each gun. The rammers threw off their jackets and bared their arms to the elbow, and officers and men bent forward, shading their eyes with their hands to catch a first glimpse of the foe. But the pine woods effectually concealed all that was going on. Evidently there was fighting progressing somewhere on the left. All at once the noise of a stirring hurrah was heard, and from the woods about 300 yards on our left there came a long line in blue advancing against the brigade on our left, commanded by Generals Mahone and Pryor. It was a thrilling sight, and we held our breath in intensity of excitement. The charge was made with all the regularity of a parade, but encountering a heavy fire from the brigades, retired in confusion. There was further fighting on the extreme left, but none of the men in blue favored us with their special compliments, and the hours passed quietly by. After a while, some of our slightly wounded wended their way to the rear, and being interrogated, told the same tale that 99 out of 100 ever tell. Tales of fighting against fearful odds and of dreadful slaughter amounting almost to annihilation. In every battle the exaggeration is invariable. Perhaps this class of soldier, feeling himself for once safe and lucky too, takes a malicious delight in heightening the effect for the benefits of others going into action. Perhaps his fear had actually magnified the state of affairs, and out of the abundance of his terrors he spoke what to him seemed truth. Perhaps, having been terrorized, he wanted misery to keep him company. However it may be, the same chorus was ever kept up in the rear of the battle, and at first it had the effect of exciting the reserve to run, at the bursting of the introductory shell, but the boys soon became used to the recital and took it thereafter as a matter of course. While waiting in this state of suspense for the enemy's advance, an officer, seemingly about 35, splendidly mounted and high in command, rode up, and slapping Colonel Corse familiarly on the shoulder, made some jocular remark. He was a striking figure, and he sat in his saddle like Hotspur himself, who witched the world with his noble horsemanship. His face was bronzed. His eyes, the most noticeable feature, were of a faint blue, of that kind that keeps deep in their depths changing lights and shadows, but whose prevailing expression was mirth and laughter. A huge beard, full and flowing as the Norsemen's of old, covered his face. His uniform was rich, even foppish, the sleeves of his coat slashed with gold braid in the form of a Hungarian knot that extended nearly to the shoulder. His pants, light blue with silver cord, were met at the knee by a pair of embroidered cavalry boots, at the heels of which were attached large silver Mexican spurs that jingled with every motion of his impatient horse. On his head he wore a wide-brimmed slouch hat with a golden cord around the crown. One side looped up with a gilt star, while a large plume fell from the brim nearly to his shoulder. His voice was rich and vibrating, and his laughter was music to the ear. So full, so joyous, that once heard it lingered in the memory. As he reined up his horse at the entrance of the redoubt, sitting there with the surroundings of glittering bayonets and unmuzzled cannon, with a background of battle smoke drifting through the air, he made a picture that would have inspired an artist. One could imagine just such a princely form in those stirring scenes which Froissart describes, or picture him in the Holy Land, surrounded by the Douglas, as he threw the heart of Bruce, encased in the jeweled locket, straight in the midst of the Saracens, plunging and forcing his way among the countless infidels and dying at last beside his Scottish prince. Imagine just such a man leading the Imperial Guard of the Grand Army as it struck the Austrian center at Wagram. At all times the born dragoon, the fearless soldier, or best of all, see him as the prince of cavalrymen, one of the bravest spirits that ever fought for the Confederate cause, one of the noblest that ever unsheathed a sword, one of the truest that ever offered up on a country's altar a stainless life, one of the knightliest that ever graced the page of history. Quote, "As full of valor as of kindness, primely in both." Unquote. General Jeb Stuart, Commander-in-Chief of the Cavalry. The enemy on our front and left began in a desultory way to shell our troops on the Williamsburg road, though doing no special damage. A Rebel regiment, just fresh from camp and newly organized, was marching not 200 yards from us across the field, when suddenly 2 or 3 shells from the enemy's battery burst high above their heads. Instantly every man, from the colonel down to the drummer boy, dropped flat on all fours with a promptitude and in a perfection of time that was wonderful to behold. In a short time officers and men arose and kept on in the line of march. Again the little puffs of blue smoke appeared in the sky, followed by the peculiar noise made by a shell in bursting, and again the whole command sought the embrace of Mother Earth. While in this ridiculous situation, floundering on the ground, a mounted officer, probably a general, rode up, and from his earnest gesticulations we could see that he was not mincing words or flattering the hearers. After a while they proceeded on their way without practicing maneuvers not laid down in Hardee's tactics. Evidently from this they had been under fire in more ways than one. This weak-kneed regiment was afterwards placed in the 1st Brigade, and a braver set of men never shouldered muskets, proving that all men are timid in encountering for the first time an unknown danger. A year afterwards, and a whole battery might have played upon them and not so much as have broken their dressed lines. The day passed. The musketry died away and the guns only fired at intervals. Most of the soldiers lay around the redoubt and dozed. After sundown the regiment was formed and commenced the march back in the direction of the old camping ground. The roads were badly cut up by the artillery that had passed and repassed during the 24 hours, full of holes and ruts into which, amid the utter darkness that surrounded them like a pall, the soldiers were falling and wallowing every step of the way. After a most exhausting wade, the brigade halted in a swamp and went into bivouac. There was not a soldier in the command who had not been spattered from head to foot with mud. The prospect of a night spent in this spot was not cheering. Some of us found 2 fence rails apiece, which we laid parallel to each other about 6 inches apart and slanting from an old stump to the ground, upon which we lay down with our oilcloths for covering and slept the dreamless sleep of utter weariness. How the rest fared who were not so comfortably provided with beds, no one asked and no one cared. A short campaigning renders men selfish enough. Many were heard grumbling next morning and cursing their superior officers for making them pass the night in a noisome, miry swamp. In an hour or 2 we reached the old camp and so ended the Battle of Seven Pines. It was a splendidly conceived movement, and but for the wounding of General Johnston and the incompetency of General Huger, as well as the miscarriage of the general's orders, it would have put an entire new face upon the state of affairs. Indeed, after General Johnston was wounded, there seemed to be no fixed plan nor concerted action. In no case did any of our attacking force have the proper reserves, and thereby we failed utterly to accomplish anything except at an enormous cost of life, to drive the enemy from his camps and hold them. General Johnston, when he determined to attack on the 31st and had informed himself of the position of the enemy, made the mistake, as I said before, of supposing that only 1 corps instead of 2 were across the river. Seven Pines was called by the South a battle of blunders. Believing that 1/3 of the Yankee force was cut off by an impassable stream and swamp, he intended hurling his whole force upon that third before it could be reinforced. Through the wonderful industry of the foe the Chickahominy was bridged by pontoons, impossible as we thought it would be, in an inconceivably short time, and reinforcements were hurried on by thousands. But the history of the war for us is full of ifs and buts. The head that conceived, The hand that pointed the way was stricken down by a bullet, and then chaos came. Brigadiers and major generals blundered. Desultory attacks were made, and instead of driving the enemy into the swamps of the Chickahominy, they reformed their line and drove us back, holding their position until dark and then retreated to their reserves. It is true we held Casey's division camp, but it was a barren honor, and the dreadful loss of life it entailed upon the two brigades of Kemper and Rhodes did not begin to pay for its capture. The New York papers gave highly colored accounts of this great military wrestling match. The description of the first day's battle was partisan, of course, but rather fair, for they acknowledged the loss of Casey's division camp with all its munitions and stores. But they averred on the next day, June 1st, by a magnificent bayonet charge in which they fought an overwhelming force, they swept away the rebel divisions and recovered the camp which had been lost the day before, the rebel loss being estimated at thousands. How with such enterprising correspondence, such a plain, unvarnished falsehood should have remained uncontradicted and allowed to go down to posterity as history is inexplicable. For Mr. Swinton, the fairest and most impartial historian on either side, in his book, The Army of the Potomac, is misled by these grapevine reports, and states that General Sumner advanced on June 1st and retook much of the ground lost on the previous day. Longstreet held the redoubts and occupied Casey's division camp all that day, awaiting an attack. None came. The fight we witnessed having been only a heavy skirmish that could not under any circumstances have been designated as a battle. The truth of the whole matter was that both sides claimed too much, and there was just a little too much bragging all around. The conclusion that must be deduced after weighing the merits of both sides and their losses was that it stood a drawn battle. In this great game of military chess there was no checkmate. The enemy lost their castle, we our knight, and the vast contest remained still to be played. The Northern papers spoke, however, of their churches having celebrated the great victory by Te Deums. There was no exulting for us, no rejoicing, only a great nerving of the people for deadlier encounters, only a tighter strain upon the muscles for this life or death tug. As for our crack brigade being between 3,000 and 4,000 strong, we have seen how it was handled, how it was placed in action. Had this been managed skillfully, who can tell? Seven Pines might have been a proud name to Southern ears. As it was, the brigade lost between 300 and 400 killed and wounded, and in return killed hardly a half dozen of the enemy, for probably not 25 of the whole command fired off a single gun. From that time, from the Battle of Seven Pines, whether justly or unjustly, the privates of the brigade lost confidence in their commanding officer and ascribed all the useless bloodshed to his incompetency. This was but one instance in many of bloody blunders that were constantly happening in our army, made by men of no military training and who possessed no soldierly qualities. They were not only not court-martialed, but every effort was made to hush up the untoward affair and they were allowed to keep in command and concoct fresh butcheries. What mattered it? In this case of storming a camp in a column of fours, only 100 homes were made desolate, and twice that number of stalwart men crippled for life. Between the upper and nether millstone, the private in the ranks had a dangerous time of it. End of Part 1, Chapter 18. Part 1, Chapters 19 and 20 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Richmond After the Battle. The brigade moved into its former quarters, and but for the missing of old familiar faces Seven Pines would have seemed but a dream. Our camp was just as we had left it, the tents never having been taken down nor anything disturbed. For guard, the colonel had left various teamsters, convalescents, and others who always managed to get sick on the eve of any aggressive movement, and these had kept so faithfully to their posts in time of danger, we had no occasion to complain that our camp equipage had not been well protected. In the city, busy, bustling, and sad enough scenes were being enacted on every side. New regiments from the far south had just arrived and were marching through the streets, cheering and waving their hats as they passed. Batteries of artillery were defiling along the thoroughfares, the drivers cracking their whips and urging their horses into a trot, all going toward the front, down Main and Broad Streets into the Williamsburg Road. Long lines of ambulances coming from the opposite way toiled slowly along, filled with the wounded from the battlefield, who were being carried to the various city hospitals, the long, torturing way marked by the trail of blood that oozed drop by drop from the human veins within, or else might be seen a wagon load of dead piled one upon another, their stiffened, rigid feet exposed to view, showing to the horrified spectator that for just so many the cares and sorrows of this life, its pain and misery, were past forever. Every vehicle from the battlefield was crowded to its utmost capacity. The more slightly wounded were made to walk, and long lines of them could be seen hobbling along the street, their wounds bound up in bloody rags. The citizens turned out in full force and did all in their power to alleviate this suffering. There was scarcely a house in Richmond wherein some wounded were not taken to be nursed with tenderest care. Indeed, in some instances parlors and passages as well as chambers were converted into temporary hospitals, and everything done that unwearied nursing and gentlest attention could devise, and that for the roughest soldiers in the ranks as readily for the highest general who wore his stars. Ladies stood in front of their homes with waiters of food and drink, luxuries and wine, which they dealt out unsparingly to wounded soldiers that passed them. The Capitol Square was filled with officers, privates, and citizens. It had ever been a kind of news mart and a general rendezvous for the soldiers, while the ladies always loved to frequent its shady walks or rest on the seats beneath its trees, but the morning after the battle it was crowded. Many who were in doubt as to the fate of some loved one turned their steps to this battle park as the surest and easiest way of gaining information. Comrades met and congratulated each other on escape. Citizens listened to recitals of the battle. Dirty, mud-covered soldiers, looking as if they had been dug out of a clay bank, were met and hugged by the whitest of arms and kissed by the sweetest of rosebud lips. Handsomely dressed and beautiful women, with tears streaming down their fair cheeks, greeted husbands, brothers, and lovers. Many of those soft-eyed, soft-voiced women had dauntless souls, and when sobbing in agony at their parting, they yet could murmur with pallid lips, like the Roman wives when handing their shields to their husbands and sons, "Return with them, or upon them." It had been a time of terrible anxiety to the people of Richmond. The first battle to occur near them, they had listened all day to the thunder of the cannon with agonizing feelings, with nerves strained to the highest tension, awaiting the result. Not only did they have their own near and dear to think of, but from all the South had poured in letters from friends and relatives charging them to watch over kindred and take charge of them if wounded. Then, from all quarters of the Confederacy, wives had followed their husbands to the scene of action, filling with other refugees every available boarding house, public and private, in the city. To these strangers in a strange land it had been a trial of no light moment to listen to those death-dealing monsters and know one life was at stake. And yes, this battle had thrilled the city to its depths. Such an extraordinary call for hospital accommodations had found the Richmond authorities entirely unprepared. Buildings were hastily fitted up with the barest of comforts. Medical stores on hand were entirely inadequate for the demand. The city doctors were employed day and night, and as for nurses, if the women of the place, young and old, had not volunteered their services, matters would have been very much worse than they were. Soups and delicacies were sent from private houses, and so the suffering was in a measure mitigated. After some time, and throughout the war, the hospitals of Richmond were organized and better conducted, with their efficient surgeons, skilled nurses, and admirable routine. But at that time chaos reigned supreme, and many precious lives were lost from want of ordinary attention, that otherwise might have been saved. For days and nights wagons and ambulances never ceased to empty their wretched loads before the door of each of these hastily improvised hospitals, never ceasing until the building overflowed with maimed humanity and could accommodate no more. In some instances empty stores were taken, and pallets of straw placed on the floors and counters. At the handling of wounds, Rough it must have seemed, in spite of every effort to make it gentle, the racking of quavering nerves passing all bounds of patient endurance. Screams of agony would sometimes break out upon the air with startling emphasis. Here was some poor fellow being taken from an ambulance with an arm shot so nearly off that it needed only one stroke of the knife to quite finish the work. Another with a mangled leg. Yes, it were better to look away from such a piteous spectacle. A boy with his face so torn by a shell that his mother would not have recognized him. And a dying soldier, his countenance already pallid in the fast-coming chill of death. And, here one is dead, died on the way, they say as they lift a corpse from the wagon, while the passer-by, grown rapidly familiar with such fearful sights, glances hastily and passes on. And so passed the long procession of wounded, nearly 5,000, young, middle-aged, and white-haired, from the private to the highest ranks, hurt in every conceivable manner, suffering in every way, parched, feverish, and agonized, wearing a look of mute agony no words may describe, or else lapsed in an almost fortunate unconsciousness. Men from every state, pouring out blood like water and offering up lives of sacrifice for the cause they had espoused. No city in the world was sadder than Richmond in those days. All the misery and woe of Seven Pines had been emptied into her fair streets and homes, and she had no language but a cry, an exceedingly bitter cry, that rose in the night to God on high, if the heavens were not brass. It was sad enough to walk the streets, that is, if one were in the least observant. 10 to 1 you would see some scene enacted that would make the heart ache in sympathy. The dreaded ambulance might draw up before some residence whose doors would open to receive a burden borne in tenderly, father, brother, son, or husband. There might gather hastily on the steps members of the family to receive him, dead or hurt, some wife, sister, mother, whose words of tenderest meaning or bittersweet weeping you might hear ere you passed quite out of the sound of voices. Or, for women take such matters differently, it might be you would only catch a look of mute despair, as if a face had turned to stone. Crape waved its sad signal from the door of house after house, and it was no unusual sight to see 3 or 4 funeral processions on their way to the city of the dead at the same time. The people realized with a sudden shock the actualities of an internecine strife, and it was brought to their very doors. Before, they had seen only its pride and pomp, and a martial showing. They had heard only the rattling of artillery over the stony streets, and the tread of passing columns. But all at once, with the sound of hostile guns, gaunt, grim-visaged war touched their hearts, and sickened their souls with horror. It rendered them more determined, more earnest, more serious. It made them feel it was time to perform their part in the great tragedy, and not waste the hours in light comedy, vain regrets, or childish longings. In one day Richmond was changed from a mirth-loving, pleasure-seeking city into a city resolute and nerved to make any sacrifice for the cause she loved. One day Paris, the next Saragossa. End of Part 1, Chapter 19. Part 1, Chapter 20. A breathing spell. After a week had passed we changed our position, for what reason none could guess, but it was not for the better, so far as our comfort was concerned, the new camp being pitched on the slope of the hill, without the vestige of a shade tree near. About 100 yards off was a small fringe of pines, sufficient to furnish necessary fuel for cooking purposes. The food issued was of good quality and fairly abundant. As we had been paid off, and Richmond was so near, we made our hard-earned money fly. The most economical man in the regiment saw no use of hoarding paper in times so prodigal of human life. A pocket full of notes we thought would not turn away a bullet, and it was as well to die poor as rich. Consequently, no sailor from a 3 years' cruise made greater haste to spend his long earnings. Every cent went for the stomach, none for the back or general adornment. It was literally, let us eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. Blockade whiskey abounded. Strict orders had been given to keep it out of camp, but where money is, there also is found liquor. And no law, human or divine, though backed by the bayonets of all the military, could guide its flow or gauge its overflow. It would be carried on drill in musket barrels, with the cork drummed tightly in the muzzle and a close cap on the nipple. and made to go through sundry evolutions, which in some remarkable manner always improved the flavor. Soldiers going to the spring to fill canteens would, strange to say, come staggering back, leaving upon the minds of the beholder the impression that the stream ran brandy or some other fluid whose shallow draught intoxicates the brain. It seemed, too, as if the fairies of the midsummer night were at work upon the magic decoction, for just as sure as you hung a canteen on the branches of a pine tree some moonlight night, not forgetting to put $1 around the cork, just as certainly as you chanced to pass that way next day, you would find that same canteen filled with stone fence whiskey, and the $1 mysteriously gone. Humble-looking old negro men, who only wanted the chance to talk religion by the hour when they brought baskets of fruit or fowls around, always had a bottle somewhere. Simple Moses from the country, meek as his namesake's proverbial lamb, generally carried concealed under his belt half a dozen flasks. The old black pie woman was famous for her jug, which in some manner, known only to her feminine devices, she smuggled in upon her person. The very newsboys knew by intuition where a demijohn lay buried in the swamp. In consequence, everybody was drinking camp juleps and smashes, and every soldier knows what they are, while on divers occasions it was seen that some of the dress parade failed to exhibit that regularity of line upon which the old brigade was wont to pride itself. The regimental sutlers reaped a rich harvest on this one item alone. Ours of the 17th, once stating that he had cleared as much as $6,000 in one day, and then Confederate currency was comparatively good, about 50% in value. The middle of June was now upon us, and so hot had it become that we found it simply impossible to remain in tents. During the early part of the day and until the late noon, the heat inside was worse than that of the blazing sun without. The canvas seemed only to draw the rays to focus and keep them there in one white blaze. And to add to the discomfort, swarms of flies infested the tents and could never be induced on any account to leave them. They seemed to think exposure to the outer air not all that conducive to their health, while anything like a walk abroad would be positively fatal. Sometimes we fancied one of Egypt's plagues had been spread out again upon the land, or else that the North had sent good, loyal, flag-loving flies over the lines to harass the enemy and eat up their substance. Talk of a mule's persistence, obstinacy, how it fades into insignificance and dwindles into nothingness when you compare it to a fly's. You might take a mule's whole cussedness, all that stands out in his ears, tails, and legs, and fills his body besides, so that when he takes it into his head to stop, you have need to build a fire under him to make him go. Take that, I say, and condense it to fit a fly. Expand this last to the mule himself, and there is enough of power in it to blow him up like dynamite. No, for consistent, double-acting, perpetual motion, aggravating obstinacy, commend me to a fly. For instance, feel the day to be unusually oppressive. Take up a book or linger on the nearest verge of dreamland, ready to fall into placid unconsciousness. Then let one big fellow of the swarm fix you with his eye. Let him turn his bulging, calculating old orbs on your nose with intentions of his own. Let him roll those same eyeballs around once or twice in their sockets while he selects a particularly delectable spot for his own future edification and arranges his plans with a view thereto. Let him scratch his confounded old head several minutes with his forefeet to help along the idea. Let him sharpen his teeth and wet his tongue. Let him polish his claws and give himself a final rub all over, then fix his gaze steadily on the coveted morsel of a spot and make for it. Well, you might fight that fly for an hour. You may strike out with your soul in every blow. You may shock his delicacy by every big, bad word known to the English language, and back he comes with the persistent regularity of a pendulum. Spite of threats and battling and profanity, back he comes, and comes. Into that identical spot he comes, and nothing but death himself will turn him from it. Death, you cannot kill him. He bears a charmed life. So at last, with your temper gone, your strength exhausted, your face reddened, you take refuge in flight ignominious, with a last recurring jab at your nose and a farewell defiant buzz ringing in your ears. Anyhow, it was impossible to eat our meals in any comfort whatsoever, and on a rainy day we were driven as nearly fly crazy as men can conveniently run. Our dinner generally wound up with a favorite dessert of toasted bread and molasses stewed in the camp kettles. We thought it the very best thing to end off with, and so too thought the flies. In perfect unison of taste and opinion, they prepared to contend for every morsel and opened their whole flying artillery upon us. They assailed us with all their forces, front, rear, and on both flanks. We fought with one hand and carried with sudden jerks the food to our mouths with the other. Indeed, one man of the regiment, glorious Hector Eads, known as the best-tempered fellow in the world, a perfect Mark Tapley who always came out strong in adversity and under fire, had it recorded against him in the Book of Chronicles, memory's great volume, that so beset, aggravated, tormented, distressed, devoured, and so tortured was he by the swarming multitudes, each one beset by 40 devils, that having lost all patience, he on one occasion was seen to seize his canteen and plate and lay about him in a perfect paroxysm of rage, cursing worse than any of the army of Flanders. In the middle of the day, after morning drill and roll call, some of us would beg, borrow, or steal for the time papers and novels and repair to the creek about a mile away from camp. Then, undressing, we would lie in some shallow place in the water under the umbrageous foliage and so spend hours. It was a rather singular scene at first, to witness these heads with books before them rising above the water's level, with no other intimation of men anywhere about, the features dimly seen through the smoke that curled up from apparently the bottom of the water. One could almost imagine that the trunkless heads of the 40 thieves had floated to the surface from below, and were exhaling a little of their sulphurous breath. At least it had the good effect of keeping us clean, cool, and in cheerful spirits, while but few of the regiment had the camp fever that was filling the hospitals. The camp fever was like the old typhoid, only the surgeons pronounced it somewhat different. Many, very many, were stricken down with it, and the regimental ambulances were too often employed in carrying patients to the hospitals. Dysentery and diarrhea sent many an enlisted man to his long home, though the sickness was confined to the raw levies of the Southern troops, the veterans of a year suffering but little. Causes were easily traceable to the heat of the tents and their impure air more than anything else, and exposure to the sun, bad water, and unripe fruit. With several men sleeping in each tent, and the curtain down, there was absolutely no ventilation, and every pair of lungs breathed over and over vitiated air that became with each exhalation only more poisonous. One sick man, not caring to complain at the first symptom of approaching illness, would remain in his tent and infect half a dozen more. Then it would be discovered how very ill they were, and the doctors would forward them to Richmond. Only 2 from Company A were sent away for this cause, but neither returned. The fever was fatal to them both. The truth is, the 17th, in the person of Dr. Lewis, was blessed with the finest surgeon, the most skillful physician, the truest friend, the most compassionate man in the army, and the good he did, the lives he saved, and the misery he averted, can never be told in this world. It would take other than an earthly pen to write what the recording Perry had entered upon her tablets. It was a strange fact, and one that furnished subject for much conversation at the time, that the largest, stoutest, and apparently the most healthy were the first to be suddenly attacked. The big, strong, bearded men were the ones to lie tossing and moaning with fever in the tents, while the delicate, those who seemed as if they could stand no fatigue and would be the first to succumb, were the fortunate ones who escaped. The dread fever, so fatal in many cases, did not confine itself to the camp, but spread its devastating infection in the country round about. Women and children fell victims to all its long days and nights of tossing wretchedness, and helped to swell at last, and but too often, the fearful list of mortality. The medical staff of the army learned by actual experience the unhealthiness of tents, and whether through poverty or design, they were no longer issued to the troops, who ever afterwards tabernacled in the woods in summer and built log huts in winter. The soldier does not need them, except indeed the little shelter tents that button together, and when spread, open at both ends. These serve to keep off rain and dew, and that is all he cares about. As for the regulation Sibley tent, they must become, from natural causes, the prolific source of disease and death. When the news of Stuart's dashing raid around McClellan first reached the troops, it contributed no little to raise that branch of the service higher in their estimation. The infantry and artillery had ever expressed a most sovereign contempt for the cavalry, bestowing on them nicknames that were anything but complimentary. Let a squad of them pass through camp, on the principle that listeners hear no good of themselves, their ears were regaled with such epithets as bomb-proof, grub scout, kitchen ranger, buttermilk spies, and loons. They ran the gauntlet of ridicule and banter. In truth, the cavalry had been having rather a good time for the past 18 months, and because they had enjoyed such an easy, careless, roaming life, they were deprecated by soldiers who had to do their own walking, and up to this time all the fighting. Then, too, there was a good deal of envy at the bottom of it all, if the whole truth must be confessed. But this brilliant achievement of Stuart's brought his men prominently to the front and gained the thorough respect of the infantry. Certainly every dragoon engaged in it was a hero for days afterwards. The days of leafy June in all their beauty queened it right royally. About us the trees wore their fullest and deepest robes of green, the meadows bloomed with the brightest of field flowers, as if shot and shell were not soon destined to tear the one and stain the other with crimson. But then it seemed as if the month would pass in perfect peace and serenest rest. To us who watched each coming day as one likely to usher in the impending conflict, this quiet inaction was altogether inexplicable. However, as time slipped by and nothing was heard to awaken expectation, we ceased to addle our brains as to the whys and wherefores, and reveled in whatsoever pleasures our 4 months' pay might buy us. From the Northern papers that always managed to reach us by the grapevine route, we gained a pretty clear idea of the existing state of affairs in the United States, and especially of their national capital. Probably no contrast was ever greater than between the states of Washington and Richmond, each the glittering prize that rival enemies eyed longingly and set their hearts upon possessing. In the former, money that poured from an open treasury, and recklessness that knew no curb, were holding high carnival. Wealth had come suddenly to the vast army of contractors and speculators. Men unknown a short while past drew large salaries as government officials. Lavish expenditures blazoned the way of les nouveaux riches, and gilded the residence of those who but as yesterday were hewers of wood and drawers of water. Shoddy reigned supreme and lorded it grandly. The people were fiddling and dancing, attending and giving balls, receptions, matinees, and soirees. And while their wounded soldiers filled the hospitals and their armies stood in long serried lines, grimly waiting the word of advance and the carnage to commence. Gaiety, feasting, and revelry were in full blast, while events of great pith and moment were slowly unfolding, and the denouement close at hand. In Richmond there had been no upheaval of society, bringing a lower strata suddenly to the surface, with such a longing for display, such a greed for new-found honors, such zest in the novelty of them as made their sudden possession entirely heartless for the time. The war was no gala spectacle for poor Richmond, capital of a country against whom were closed the ports of all the world, with never a hand extended to her as she stood defiant and alone, battling for existence, rich in nothing but the blood that was being poured out so profusely and freely. No, it must have been a brave person indeed who would have dared to violate public opinion and court its censure by giving or attending public entertainments in the Confederate capital just then. They had not gone through the hardening process. This was not the time, they said, for gaiety, at least when sons and brothers stood with saber and musket in hand, waiting for the onset of a brave, determined foe, flushed with hopes of conquest and proud in the might of overwhelming numbers. Besides, her new-made saber-hewn graves were still too fresh. As soon expect poor Rachel to stop weeping for her children, and no longer refusing to be comforted, array herself in ball attire, and step out to the tune of the Devil's Dream. But Venus and Mars could not circle in each other's orbit and not mingle their rays, even if there was blood on the moon. So much valor on one side and so much wit and beauty on the other could not meet without their own quiet enjoyment. Every house was a center of hospitality. Every soldier who could get from camp, by fair means or foul, might be sure of his welcome. And so porches and balconies those warm summer nights generally held their quota of military visitors. The Army of Northern Virginia was in splendid condition. Its men were in the best possible spirits and confident of victory. We had been furnished with new uniforms, officers shining forth especially resplendent. Every day brought new regiments of infantry and batteries of artillery, which, marching through the streets, added to the feeling of confidence pervading soldier and citizen alike. Indeed, so sanguine were the Richmond merchants of a successful and speedy ending of the war, so different was the hopelessness from the despair of a month ago, that they sold the troops all they wanted at cost prices. Gold fell, and the fortunes of the Confederacy never looked brighter, or promised more. Its star, waning, obscured at times, now gleamed with dazzling brilliancy, when on that memorable month of June, Lee with his army of some 80,000 men confronted McClellan, who had under him 103,000, and stood prepared to try conclusions with his foe. It was so calm, there was so little news to tell, that even thousand-tongued rumor took a rest. Jackson's Valley campaign had during this month been of most absorbing interest to us. The army's pride and faith in him knew no bounds after the glories of his recent achievements. Banks, Shields, McDowell, Fremont, and Milroy were all in pursuit, all baffled, never hemming in nor conquering that erratic warrior and his fleet foot cavalry. Oh, if we only had him with us, we say, what an army Lee would have! Never dreaming in our wildest imaginings such a thing within the scope of possibilities. End of Part 1, Chapter 20.
Part 1, Chapter 21 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hot Times Around Richmond. The 25th of June, and the curtain was about to rise on our theater in Virginia, with the whole civilized world for audience. The play is a tragedy, it seems, and now the shrill whistle of the prompter is heard. There is that indefinable murmur as people settle themselves down in their seats, and then the silence of breathless expectancy. The forenoon had passed, and dinner had already been prepared and eaten. The men were lying without their tents, smoking postprandial pipes, when their meditations, sweet or otherwise, were rudely broken upon by the rat-a-tat-tap of the drum beating the long roll, and each soldier started to his feet as if touched by the wire of an electric battery. It meant much, this tap, how much we dared not stop to divine. Only the stars above us might guess of how many it was sounding the summons that comes to each of us but once. Yes, the time had come. The play was to begin. The curtain rises. Ladies and gentlemen of the world, the armies of the North and South are making their best bow to you. "Get your accoutrements, men," said the sergeant, "and fall in. Leave clothes and knapsacks behind." In 10 minutes, in light marching order, the brigade turned by the right flank and went into a swinging gait in the direction of Mechanicsville. The whole army was in motion, regiments, brigades, and divisions passing and repassing en route. Long trains of artillery went by us on a trot. Couriers and staff officers were galloping about like mad, making all the noise and dust possible. Ordnance wagons and ambulances were hitching up, types of the doctor and the undertaker who always hunt in couples. We marched along the suburbs of the city, and late in the evening reached a large earthworks about 3 miles from Richmond on the Mechanicsville Pike. Therein the regiment filed and received orders to bivouac for the night. We managed to pick up enough sticks to make a fire to boil our coffee, and then we sat about the parapet in the moonlight, discussing the coming campaign and the relative merits of Old Peter, Longstreet's nom de guerre, and Stonewall Jackson. Thursday was the 26th of June, and we remained inactive in the breastworks all day, and it was hot in the fort surely, but the soldier is an ingenious animal, and with the aid of his bayonet and blanket, secured a good shade, while a breeze was kept up by means of a tin plate used as a fan. About 4 in the afternoon a signal gun boomed through the stirless air, and we lined the parapet to see what was to follow. Another gun answered ere the echo had died away, and then all noise ceased, and the grim barking of the war dogs was heard no more. Tired of waiting, we had slipped down to our blankets and were sleeping or dozing through the sultry heat of the evening. Suddenly the battle opened, and the tremendous pounding of the cannon showed that a hard struggle was going on within 2 or 3 miles. The furious discharges of the musketry could plainly be heard, and evidently there was hot work in front.
A silence fell upon us as we sat all unconscious of the setting sun's glare and listened to the sounds of a struggle upon which hung such momentous issues. The firing never faltered until the sun sank beneath the horizon and twilight made each object misty and indistinct. Even when the stars came out, the sullen guns boomed upon the night, as if loath to leave their inhuman work. Once or twice the cannonading swelled into a volume, brightening the edge of the sky by its glare like the faint flashing of lightning after a storm. The shells were beautiful as they exploded against the dark background of the sky, seeming as if a Titan's hand with his giant brush had illuminated the vast opaque with a sudden crimson streak. It was 9 o'clock before the firing died entirely away. Friday is an unlucky day, they tell us. Sailors say so, and doubtless the young Napoleon thought it, for it was for him a day fruitful of disasters. Be that as it may, every private was of that opinion before another sun set in the heavens. Hours before the morning dawned, the 1st Brigade was in motion, and marching by way of the pike toward the battlefield. The men were yawning pretty generally, yet the excitement kept them thoroughly awake. The stars shone out with all their radiance from an unclouded sky. As we moved along the road, we saw some score or more of our soldiers lying asleep, with their blankets well drawn up over their heads, not at all disturbed by the moving troops. One of our number, in a spirit of mischief, fell out of the ranks and went up to the sleeping figures. 4 or 5 lay under one blanket, and this he selected as the fittest one for his purpose. He seized it by a corner and gave a jerk. Though it flew off, not one that it had covered roused up or changed his posture. Wondering at the stillness instead of the wrath for which he was prepared, he struck a match, held it over a face. It was the sleep that knows no waking. Killed in last evening's battle, they had been brought and laid together by loving comrades for identification and private burial. It was not a pleasant memory to carry into action, not a happy augury, one would think, and perhaps the saddened group had gathered around thought so. After marching about an hour, we were halted in the road, or rather causeway, that crossed the Chickahominy, the swamp being on either side. It was yet dark, and the order was given to break ranks, so the soldiers spread their blankets upon each side of the narrow road, and in less time than it takes to tell it, were lying unconscious. Suddenly there came a cry of "Cavalry!" In a second the whole line went over like a set of water rats right into the swamp, and reappeared, some hundreds of them, with a handsome coating of Chickahominy mud, that remained with them through the whole campaign. It was a false alarm, and as the men crawled back into the road out of the black pools, the cursing on the eve of battle was not edifying. Well, the swamp was rather damp and foggy, and we shivered and waited for His Majesty, the sun, who never hurries himself by so much as a second. At last he sent his slanting beams across the road, as much as to say, "Here I am, you would have me, but you may be sick enough of me before I go to rest across the way." Roll call soon after showed full ranks and no stragglers, and then after having performed the dainty duties of the toilet by scraping the mud off with a pocket-knife, we were prepared for breakfast, which consisted of a cracker, a piece of raw bacon, and swamp water. Strict orders had been issued to build no fires, and from this we knew our blue neighbors were not far away. A signal gun went off. Beginning early, the soldiers said, and the line was formed, the ranks dressed. As we stood at ease, a horseman, followed by a single aide, rode slowly by, touching his hat to the ranks. It was the man with the iron-gray beard and the slouch hat, General Robert E. Lee. The sun that rose at Austerlitz was no brighter than the one now circling full in sight, nor was the army of Italy more devoted to their little corporal than were these troops destined to be to him. "Right dress, right face, forward, march!" The order was quick and decisive as it came from the colonel's lips, and the head of the column soon neared Mechanicsville. When we reached the village, it needed no tongue to tell us that it was here a battle had been fought the evening before. Awful evidences of the conflict lay scattered everywhere. The dead and dying were stretched out all around, horses torn to pieces by bursting shells, overturned wagons, empty ammunition boxes, bayonet scabbards, hats, tin cups, playing cards, and all the debris that helped to mark the footprints of dread Mars. Wounded men lay moaning on the ground. Others were sitting bandaging their own hurts and waiting for the relief. Ambulances moved about the field, and surgeons gave direction and helped to fill each vehicle with its pale, wan burden. Even hacks and barouches from Richmond were there, with groups of citizens moving about, doing what good they could, and removing in their kindness a wounded man here and there to be taken back to their own homes. Through all these sights so eloquent of the misery of war we passed, seeing all around us the dead in every attitude in which death can lay the human form. Many of our soldiers were killed by grape and canister, as they charged up the hillside upon the enemy's batteries, and so torn and mangled were they by the iron projectiles that the women who loved them best would scarce have recognized them, poor shapeless masses of crushed bones, scattered flesh, and lacerated limbs that they were. Into the fort, which had been stormed and taken by our men with such fearful sacrifice, our brigade was halted for an hour or more. Soon many of us, filling canteens from the branch that ran near by, went among the wounded who, blue and gray, lay mixed together, and tried to alleviate, as far as we could, the world of agony around us. Uniforms made no difference in such an hour. Common suffering reduced all to an equal. Common anguish humanized the bitterest partisan. Our route then lay along a succession of sloping hills interspersed here and there with groupings of trees. The sound of cannon borne by the breeze gave token that our advance was pressing the enemy's rear guard, and we caught sight of their blue uniforms on a lofty hill some 2 miles off. Our march was now becoming exciting, for like fox hunters on the trail, we had warmed up to the work and were following with the quarry in full view. Our way was through the enemy's camp, which they had abandoned. Great piles of hardtack, coffee, bacon, and other stores lay roasting and burning and charring, and as far as the eye could reach, the hills seemed a mass of flames. Such immense amounts of commissary stores surely never greeted a rebel's gaze before. There were piles of pure ground coffee, hundreds of bushels, stacked fully 12 feet high. That, consuming slowly, made the whole atmosphere everywhere redolent with the rich aroma. Barrels and hogsheads of new pork were piled and built upon each other, roaring in very ecstasy of flames, and contending with the fumes of coffee every inch of the way as to which should yield the most appetizing of odors. Our very path was lit with flame. Oh, the fire had a good jolly old feast of its own, and it crackled and snapped in its unshackled mirth, as if to say, "Who can stop me?" It mocked, taunted, and fairly roared as it curled up in defiant wreaths of fragrant smoke. A blind man, consulting his nose, might have sworn that both armies had laid down arms and gone to cooking, and we know they might have been worse employed. As it was, we who looked upon the waste could do nothing but step from ranks and pause long enough to load our haversacks with choice rations. Then, with a slow, long, lingering, loving sniff, marched sadly on. The first brigade was in the advance, and we kept close to the heels of the bluecoats. Right ahead of us was our battery of artillery, and every time the enemy made a show of halting, the guns would be unlimbered and the shells sent screaming toward them, by way of gentle reminder to hurry up. Of course they would fire back, but only to gain time when too closely pressed. After a few compliments of the sort, both would limber up and keep on the way. In the afternoon, when we had halted and were eating our bacon and crackers, we heard the sound of a gun far away in the enemy's rear. Not only one, but 2, 3, 4, and then they came so fast we could not count them. What could it mean? We did not know, we could not guess. At last, as the sound of the reports kept gathering in intensity, an aide passed us who stopped long enough to give an answer. "Stonewall Jackson has arrived from the valley and effected a junction with Lee." Could it be true? A deafening shout burst from our men. Thousands of throats took it up and rent the very air. It died away only to be repeated in greater emphasis and volume. The news ran along the lines like an electric flash to other regiments, and the whole brigade, now fairly ablaze, put its whole soul in a shout that expressed the wild enthusiasm of the hour. Stonewall Jackson here! The genius of our Southern cause, its very soul, what could he know of failure? Every soldier in the ranks felt safe. The magic of that name, the prestige of his corps, was such that the most doubting Thomas had no longer any fears, but gave himself over with a sigh of relief to perfect faith and peaceful assurance. We halted early in the evening and kept position while other brigades continued the pursuit. McClellan, having been defeated on his extreme right, and knowing Jackson was in his rear, drew in his wing and massed his army about a mile from us at Gaines' Mill, 6 miles from Mechanicsville, awaiting our onset. The First Brigade, located in a strip of woods, could not see what was going on around, could only hear the tramp of the troops and the clatter of artillery. Where the enemy were or what they were doing was only a matter of conjecture. In fact, everyone in the brigade thought the fighting over for the day. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening, and the fiery rays of the sun had become more tempered as he sank slowly in the west. The men had obtained permission to make a fire and prepare some coffee, the first in 2 days. A heavy picket firing had sprung up some 600 yards away, but it attracted no attention. The men had stacked arms and were sitting around the fires that were nearly hidden by the regiments of tin cups in which the coffee had slowly begun to boil. Just at this time, when each one was watching his cup, or searching in his haversack for a cracker, or cutting off a slice of meat preparatory to a supper, they were thrilled through the depths of their pulsating hearts to the very ends of their fingers by an awful tempest of musketry which burst not half a mile away. It opened like a hailstorm, and the firing came in showers. So close were we that the bullets hit among the trees. The ranks were formed in a second. Our rations, our bubbling coffee, was left on the fire. Hunger and thirst alike forgotten. Who could eat when probably it might prove the last meal ever taken on this earth? Heavens! What furious musketry! Like the rattling of trains of a dozen cars commingled, so loud and so close, so deafening that one had need to raise his voice to a loud pitch in order to be heard. The fearful work was going on in the field over yonder, and men must have fallen by hundreds before the death-dealing hurricane of lead and iron. No living man would care to face such destruction unless he wearied of his life, yet each felt he would have to enter it, and reserves always had hotter times than the advance. And so the men stood pale and still, but with clenched jaws, waiting for the command to march. None came, but the bullets began to hit among us and the whole line lay flat down, while the balls and solid shells ricocheted through the woods. It was the one hard thing that veterans had to stand, that of remaining motionless under fire. Not a man moved in the line. The green of the forest was aglow with one last gleam of sunlight when the order was given to form ranks. In a double quick we neared the scene of action. The brigade was forced to reduce its speed to a slow walk, for the road was filled with long streams of wounded men making their way to a place of safety. One of the wounded wore a major's star on his collar, and he sat his horse as easily and gracefully as if indulging in a pleasant evening's ride, though his arm just below the shoulder had been cut clean off by a solid shell and was kept from dropping only by a fragment of his coat sleeve. The severed arm swung dangling and turning round with every motion of his horse, yet he gave no moan. The man, whoever he was a hero, grand in his suffering. No hackneyed tale of mischance and reverse came from his lips. But dropping the rein upon his horse's neck, and saluting the advancing reserve, he cried out, in clear, unfaltering tones, "Forward, boys! We are driving them, and the Virginians are in front!" A hero? The man was sublime. A ringing cheer answered him, for the soldier's superb courage inspired the heart and soul of every man who saw and heard him. A few steps brought us to the old grinding meal and flour edifice known as Gaines' Mill, where the road takes an abrupt turn. It was just here that the fighting began, and the mill, in consequence, looked like a sieve, ready to fall any second at a breath. Splinters, planks, bricks lay tumbled in heaps, while the huge fissures and rents made in its walls evidenced the severity of the fire. The ground all around was absolutely covered with dead. Keeping on and picking our steps so as not to tread on the fallen, the brigade marched up the hill on the right, where were situated those breastworks of the enemy which Hood's Texans had stormed and carried a short time ago. Reaching the crest, we halted behind our artillery, which vomited forth a stream of fire upon the plain below. Nothing could be seen, the thick smoke nearly choking and blinding the men. The guns were served with a will, and the very ground appeared to tremble with the force of the concussion. The gunners were so blackened and begrimed by the sulphurous vapor that they looked like blackest chimney sweeps. The fighting was indeed heavy in the plateau below, and the rebel yell and the Yankee hurrah clearly distinguishable. The batteries ceased their fire so as to allow us to advance. Darkness was near at hand. The line was formed and the order given to "charge bayonets." Then the speed changed into a double quick and the rush was made. The line reached the contestants. One volley and all was over. An officer rode along the front, slightly wounded. "Boys," he exclaimed, "you came too late. We drove them without the reserves." And such was the fact. They had carried by assault the enemy's works, strong positions, strongly fortified, without reserves. No wonder Stonewall Jackson, when he viewed that hill, said to the officers with him, "The men who stormed those forts were soldiers indeed." The stars were in the sky by this time, and the brigade was marched to the woods about 100 yards away and orders given to bivouac for the night. Many started over the field to pick up such spoil as they could find. Others, not quite so fond of plunder, and worn out with the excitement of the day, threw themselves on the ground and slumbered. Captain Smith called my name. I was sent for water and carried fully a dozen canteens to be filled from the stream that ran through the battlefield at the bottom of the hill. Scrambling down as best I could in the dark, I filled the canteens from the running brook and took a long, steady drink. The taste was somewhat brackish, but then I was not fastidious. So what mattered it? Carrying the water, I distributed to the owners each his canteen. No sooner did the obliged and grateful party proceed to drink out their thirst than they, with one accord, spat out the fluid and asked, where in the name of all creation did it come from? The water-bearer was not by nature a patient man, while black ingratitude is ever distasteful to the generous soul. Therefore he answered rather curtly and in the worst of humors that he never knew a branch to run with but one thing, and that was water. They were at liberty to drink it or not as suited them. "Water!" exclaimed one faithful soul, while another, of a quietly investigating turn of mind, had gone to the campfire and poured the liquid in a cup. It was of a deep crimson hue. He smelled it and pronounced it blood. And blood it was. Hundreds, in their mad craving for water, had crawled down to this stream to drink and bathe their wounds in its cool running current which accounted for the blood. But their Ganymede had suddenly collapsed. His spirit was quite broken for a day or two. His words were few. Indeed, he said, when affectionately questioned of the cause, that he was ill. Then dropped the subject most mysteriously, and no after inquiries gained an answer. From this time on, he examined with a private microscope every drop of water that passed his lips. 1 hour before day we formed ranks and leisurely took up the line of march, bearing toward the right about a mile away, where as stubborn a defense and as determined a storming had been made as we had witnessed at the old mills. About 10 in the forenoon the brigade halted at a hastily thrown-up breastworks, which had been a part of the Yankee defenses, and from which they had been driven with much loss. These rifle pits were constructed, not at the top, but at the foot of a steep hill. Directly in front of this work and running its entire length was a deep chasm or natural ditch that had been formed by the flow of water when heavy rains had swollen the streams to a high mark. This fosse of nature's own making was about 20 feet wide and nearly 12 feet deep, imposing a most formidable barrier to any rebel assault. The enemy's right was defended by thick woods 100 yards deep and made secure by rifle pits on its edge. It will be seen that their position had been strongly chosen, for all in their front was open ground, half a mile across which the rebel advance would have to be made. Yet it was a bad place for the Federals in case of retreat. To cross a level meadow of a mile in extent and obtain the shelter of the woods away back would have been equivalent to running amuck. These works were heavily garrisoned, and an attack as confidently expected. To Pickett's Virginia Brigade was given this task of storming and capturing the line. Pickett did not charge it in front. Well for him he did not, for the situation was simply impregnable, and any attempt to take it by direct assault would have eventually ended in a bloody repulse. But formed his line behind the brow of the hill, marched left oblique, and carried the woods on the right in a run. Then swung his line by right wheel and struck the enemy in reverse and rear. A heavy fight occurred here and the Virginians lost many men. But when the enemy broke, and instead of surrendering undertook to escape by running through this meadow, as level as a billiard table, and in which were no trees nor anything to serve for protection save a ditch through its center, the loss was simply frightful, and the men were picked off by hundreds. Some of the 17th went over the field afterwards and counted between 600 and 700 dead on the ground. Most of the wounded had all been taken by our ambulances in the night and early morning and sent to the hospitals in Richmond. The Battle of Gaines's Mill, though ending in our favor and practically relieving Richmond by sending McClellan back to the shelter of his gunboats, cost us heavily. Our loss exceeded that of the enemy, for in the whole battle we had been the attacking force, our opponents fighting behind their breastworks. Their loss was killed and wounded 6,500 men, prisoners 2,500, making a total of 9,000. They lost by capture 2 guns, besides thousands of small arms and munitions of war. The rebel loss was 9,500 men killed and wounded. The moral effect of the battle was great. On one side it had demoralized an overconfident army, causing him to retreat and burn his stores, while on the other it had inspired exultation, and had given us the prestige of having defeated the enemy and compelled his withdrawal from the field. The brigade spent all day in these works, very pleasantly engaged, many of them reading the letters which were to be had by the thousands for the mere picking up. They were of every style under the sun, for human nature is much the same all over the world. But the love letters, the tender effusions, interested us most, especially those love-lorn Rebs who had none of their own. The plunder left by our friend Billy Yank was calculated to gladden the heart of every poverty-stricken Johnny, and of such abundance as satisfied even the rapacity of the professional camp follower. The ground in the vicinity was plentifully strewn with knapsacks. All around in the greatest profusion lay new Minnie and Enfield rifles, which our soldiers gladly exchanged for their old Springfield smooth-bore muskets, altered from the ancient flintlock to the percussion cap style. Nearly every man in the brigade furnished himself with these new arms of approved pattern, together with the accoutrements, and there was hardly a soldier in Longstreet's division who did not obtain a complete outfit of clothes, besides knapsacks, haversacks, blankets, oilcloths, and all those munitions which add to a soldier's efficiency and comfort, and which now lay on the ground just ready for the men to help themselves. And they surely did. The Yankee knapsacks were a revelation to our impecunious Confederates, whose entire outfit was nothing to draw forth a single brag from the army itself. Each Federal had a good blanket, oilcloth, and overcoat rolled up and carried across his shoulder. Strapped on the top of his knapsack outside, he had an extra suit of blue clothes for dress parade, 2 suits of underclothing, an extra hat, and a case containing needles, thread, buttons, etc. Then there were razors in nearly every knapsack. There was hardly one in our 17th. Besides soap, brushes, comb, portfolio containing writing paper, stamps, flash novels, pens, song books, while several daguerreotypes generally completed the inventory. Many canteens were filled with whiskey, which was confiscated in the most satisfactory manner without loss of time. Haversacks held sugar, pork, dried beef, rice, and beans, with hardtack, of course. The brigade that occupied the works proved to be from the Empire State. The regiment in the breastworks immediately in the front opposite the ditch was the 44th New York. Its men made a gallant fight, but must have lost nearly 1/3 their number. There are men in every regiment totally callous and brutal, who go over the battlefield and search the pockets of the fallen for money and watches. Nearly every one of the dead had his pockets turned inside out. They lay, stricken by every kind of wound. Some rested as calmly and serenely as if asleep. Others had their bodies twisted, and fingers clutched and sunk in the blood-stained ground, showing the agony of their dying. Many lay with eyes wide open to the sky, their feet to the foe, and jaws clenched tightly with desperate determination. Here was an old man with his arm extended at full length above his head, ramming the cartridge home when the bullet made that ugly hole in his forehead. Not a rod away was a little drummer boy, who had fallen on his face. A ball had struck him in the side, and he had died a hard death, evidently having lived hours after he was wounded, for the ground showed where he had tried to crawl toward his lines, leaving a bloody trail. Death might well have spared him. Another body, that of a young Union soldier, was calculated to interest and touch the hardest heart. He had been shot while endeavoring to reach the shelter of the woods beyond, the flying ball having overtaken the fleeing form, and struck him in the small of the back, going clear through the body. It had not been an immediately fatal wound, for the earth bore evidence of his death struggles. His last effort had been to pray, for he had gotten on his knees, and his hands were clasped when nature yielded up the strife. He had evidently died with a prayer on his lips. Out of his breast pocket protruded a photograph, which proved to be that of a lady, so obscured by his life blood, and so torn by the passing bullet, that the features were obliterated. Some woman, watching and waiting for him, loving and praying for him, we said, and gently put it back upon the blood-stained breast, just where she would have had it stay. Then again there lay a pale, slender boy who could scarcely have numbered 16 years. The azure veins beat no longer beneath the skin that had all the fairness of a maiden's. Light hair was curling upon the brow in short, crisp, wavy ringlets. The eyes that gazed so blankly upward seemed as if heaven's own blue was mirrored in them. The face was infantile in its grace and touching in its rare beauty and sweetness of expression. No sign of pain, but a smile instead, lingering on the lips. The hands and feet were well-shaped and small, the form almost dainty in its symmetry. A grape shot had done the fell work, and he had simply bled to death. But tender hands, either of friend or foe, what matters it, had performed some last kindly office. A blanket had been spread over him, while another formed a pillow beneath the head. A canteen half filled with water lay beside him, and some hasty efforts had been made to bind the gaping wound. Vindictive feelings toward a foe pass away at sight of the battlefield. None with a human breast can see the agony, the pools of gore, the dead without being profoundly stirred, without stopping to ponder over the hearts that are riven, the hopes that are crushed, the firesides made desolate, north and south. Many a bullet, after it had done its deadly work, has stricken friends as well as foe. Many a ball that sped from Southern ranks has rebounded into Southern homes. Many a Northern missile has found its aftermark in Northern hearts. A mother had a son who bore the blue and another who wore the gray. Father and son have fought on either side. The dearest ties of blood and friendship stand suddenly separated and arranged in deadliest enmity. And yet nature will assert her sway at last, and should death intervene to lay one low, as passionate, tender tears are shed as if the war had been a dream. Strange, in a land whose people name themselves for Christ the Merciful, this should be so. The commandment from the Mount, love one's enemy, finds strange translation in bursting shells and tearing shot, and screaming bullets and gaping wounds, and holocausts of precious lives, and bleeding hearts and broken homes and fiercest hatred. However, to the end of time there shall be wars and rumors of war. But in all the range of creation, from the shore of the world's beginning until the angel with 1 foot on sea and 1 foot on the land shall proclaim time's ending, has there ever existed, or ever shall exist, aught so ruthlessly, utterly, hopelessly cruel as civil and internecine war. End of chapter 21.
Part 1, Chapter 22, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, The Battle of Frazier's Farm. On the morning of the 29th of June, the brigade started on the back track for Richmond, following the same road and repassing the same one it had traversed 2 or 3 days previously. Not a trace remained of the abandoned munitions or of the vast stores left by the enemy. Quartermasters and commissaries had taken the lion's share, while the camp followers, country people, and the ubiquitous darkies, acting the part of jackals, had swept away the last vestige of everything that could be put to any use. Not a tin cup, a battered canteen, a useless musket, nor even an old torn rag had been overlooked. Indeed, it seemed as if a vast army of chiffoniers and gutter-snipes had passed over the field like so many Egyptian locusts, and made a clean gathering of pickings and sweepings in general. The only thing they had not carried away was Virginia's soil. That the movements of the army may be better understood, a brief outline of the campaign is given. In the first place, it may be well to state just here that when General Lee assumed command of the army, he had, all told, Smith's division, Longstreet's, Magruder's, and D. H. Hill's, 1 cavalry brigade, and 1 regiment of reserve artillery. In all, an effective force of 53,688 men. Just before the 7 days' battle, he had been reinforced by Ripley's brigade, numbering 2,366 men, Holmes' command, 10,000 strong, Lawton's Georgia brigade of 3,400, and Jackson's 2 divisions, 8,284, making a total of reinforcements received 24,150 altogether. 80,760 men as the effective force of General Lee. Opposed to this force we have from the official returns of the Army of the Potomac, as given by Mr. Swinton in his History of that Army, that on the 20th of June, 1862, General McClellan had present for duty 150,000 men. At this time Lee had driven McClellan in 2 battles from his strongest positions, and the prestige of a great victory rested with the Southern army. But Lee had placed himself in a perilous position. Nearly 2/3 of his original force of less than 54,000 men were east of the Chickahominy, while the remaining third were on its west, of which latter number 7,000 were across the James. Between them lay McClellan with his 115,000, a third of which could easily have guarded the river, for the nature of the ground rendered any attack upon him extremely difficult, while with the remainder of his forces, say some 76,000 strong, he might have marched into Richmond in a few hours. We had then but few troops in the city, and it was only a question whether they could have held the defenses sufficiently long to have enabled Lee to throw in reinforcements. The citizens of Richmond, at least those who appreciated the dangers of the situation, were terribly alarmed at this juncture, fearing just such a result, and breathed freer when all possibility of an attack had passed. McClellan, for the strongest reasons, of which he no doubt was the best judge, determined on retreating to the James. The movement called the change of base means in reality a retreat. It was a very simple thing to accomplish on this occasion, however, and merely involved a march of 15 miles with no enemy in front, but with one, supposed to be superior, on one flank and possibly in the rear. White Oak Creek falls into the Chickahominy rather south of the Federal left, in their position at 7 Pines. It is bordered by White Oak Swamp, which near Richmond is many yards wide, and slopes up into a wooded track extending to the James. The main roads, the Charles City, Darbytown, and New Market, starting from near Richmond, diverge southward toward the Chickahominy, skirting the swamp on its southern side. The whole region near is intersected by obscure crossroads, upon which was here and there a clearing. The roads were ankle deep with dust, which rose in clouds in the air as it was stirred up by the movement of troops. Lee's plan of action was simple. Magruder and Huger, with their divisions, were ordered to move down the Charles City and New Market roads to take part in the flank attack. They were to be assisted by Holmes's and Wise's brigades from Fort Darling. In this attack, intended to cut McClellan off from retreating to the James and so surround him, the entire Southern army was to take part. Early on the morning of the 29th, the divisions of A. P. Hill and Longstreet crossed the Chickahominy by the new bridge, which had only been partially destroyed on the 26th, passed through the deserted Union lines almost to Richmond, turned eastward, and heading for the White Oak Swamp, moved down the Darbytown road, and at nightfall encamped not far from the center of McClellan's retreating army. The northern line was 8 miles long, one end almost touching Malvern Hill, while the other rested at the crossing of White Oak Creek. The bridges over the Chickahominy were down in front of Jackson, and he was unable to repair them until the morning of the 30th, having no organized sapper and mining corps. And to this fact, more than all others combined, we attributed the miscarriage of Lee's plans, and the failure of his device to envelop the Federal army in his toils. The inability of Jackson to cross in time was the hole in the web that was being spun around the Hornet. Had it been woven intact, whether the Hornet could have broken through is a problem that will never be solved. As it was, Jackson, finding the bridges down, had to sit on the opposite side of the river all that afternoon and listen to the heavy battle taking place not 2 miles distant from him, in which he was expected to have been chief actor,
and which his corps could in all probability have decided in our favor. Holmes and Wise had come in sight of the head of McClellan's column, upon whom they had opened a distant fire, but a few rounds from the gunboats and heavy fire from the enemy's batteries scattered their force of raw levies, and they took no further part in the operations that ensued. Longstreet and A.B. Hill resumed their march down the Darbytown road, and at noon came in sight of the Union line drawn up at Frazier's Farm near a point where a road leading from the James crosses those from Richmond. Huger was supposed to be moving by the Charles City Road to the same point, but he "mistook the way," so he said, and did not make his appearance all that day, and for this weak and unsoldierlike ignorance, to use no harsher term, he was removed from command by General Lee within 24 hours, and relegated to an obscure post where his proven incapacity could work no further harm. The enemy's line invited an attack, for it was so long, owing to the retreat and the topography of the country, of which they were ignorant, that its continuation was broken into great gaps. The Federal forces were placed: McCall with his Pennsylvania division at Frazier's Farm; on his right was Hooker's division; on his left Kearny's, while on Kearny's left was a strong force. Sumner's corps was held back in the center behind McCall as reserves. Keyes's and Porter's corps were nearly within reach of Malvern Hill. Franklin's corps was in the rear at White Oak Creek. At 4 o'clock the attack was begun by Kemper's brigade upon McCall's division. It was driven back with a loss of 250 killed and 200 prisoners, 1/4 of the whole number. Other divisions were sent in, and forced McCall to retire. But reserves from Sumner's coming up, the contest was prolonged until night put a stop to the conflict. The enemy's loss was 560 killed and 450 wounded and several hundred prisoners. On the morning of July 1st, the Union army was strongly posted on Malvern Hill, an elevated plateau a mile and a half long and half as broad. Its flanks were well covered by woods, and the front protected by a gully, rendering any hostile approach difficult, except by the roads that crossed them. At the crest of the hill 7 siege guns were placed in position, and the artillery so posted that the fire of 60 guns could be concentrated on any point that might chance to be assailed. Of course such a position could easily be held against any triple force brought to bear against it. Clearly, all along, the force of the foe, as seen in the light of history, was vastly underrated in this whole campaign. When General Lee crossed the Chickahominy on the 26th, he supposed the greater force of the enemy to be on the east side, but at Gaines's Mill he, having a preponderance of numbers, fairly assumed that the Yankees were weak on the other side, otherwise they would have brought more men upon the field. At Frazier's Farm the 2 divisions of Hill and Longstreet were inferior to the force opposed to them, but the dispositions made by Lee in the attack clearly evidenced that he did not suppose himself to have been confronted by an effective force of more than 50,000 men. At 9 in the morning Jackson received orders to attack. Including D. H. Hill's division, he had, after deducting all losses, about 30,000 men. Hill, being on the Confederate right, was opposed to the Union left where Hooker was posted. The attack was commenced, but Jackson found the heights so strongly fortified as to make the attempt one of sheer madness, consequently the assault was suspended. But he was ordered to make the trial and, of course, was beaten back. Magruder, with his splendid division, next advanced and met the same inevitable result. Nevertheless, these mad, hopeless charges were kept up until sundown brought the sanguinary scene to a close. In this battle every advantage remained with the enemy, for every attack upon him had been defeated with great slaughter. Our loss was 900 killed and 3,500 wounded, against 375 killed and 1,500 wounded on their side, a proportion of nearly 3 to 1 against us. The result of the week's battles, taken as a whole, were very gratifying, for Lee in 1 week had raised the siege of Richmond. The whole Confederate loss was some 9,500 men, that of the Union army 6,500, besides 2,500 prisoners, 22 cannon, and a vast quantity of small arms. After this synopsis of military events, the thread of the narrative is resumed just where the brigade on the morning of the 29th had taken up the line of march. After a short halt, the column was put in motion following hard on the heels of the foe. Then the brigade bore to the right and crossed the Chickahominy by the pontoons known as New Bridge, which the enemy had built and only half burned. It was the first thing of the kind our troops had ever seen, and it excited our admiration by the simple yet effectual manner in which a deep, sluggish stream and an apparently impassable morass could be crossed by long lines of soldiery, crossed without even so much as the wetting of a shoe. We had here before our eyes another proof of a hurried retreat, in the shape of a long brass 48-pounder, half submerged in the slime of the swamp, which had slipped from the bridge and been there abandoned. Lie there, old broadside, we thought, better there than shuffling off our mortal coils. Would that the rest of your Yankee fraternity were sleeping peacefully by your side. After we had crossed the pontoons, reached the highlands, and defiled into a meadow beyond, a sight met our eyes that caused the boldest to shrink back. About half a mile away was a perfectly constructed chain of breastworks, redoubts, and rifle pits, and in the embrasure of the former we could see the dull muzzles of the cannon pointing in our direction, while from the latter the bristling bayonets gave proof that the fortifications were filled with men. The brigade was formed in line of battle in the center of the meadow, and then came a halt while several officers rode away to reconnoiter. The men's faces were decidedly blank, and some 100 Testaments and Bibles were openly taken from pockets and conned with the same zeal that a schoolboy crams for the holiday commencement. "They are not going to make us charge those works," remarked one of the men. "We will be wiped out clean," responded another. "Not a man left alive," ejaculated a third, sadly shaking his head in all the solemnity of prophecy. "I am going to take a last chew of tobacco," said A.D. Saunders of Company A, close by, a long, slab-sided fellow, made so by attack of camp fever. "Pass that plug around, then," answered Connie Johnson. "You'll have no more need of it." "No, I'll be damned if I do," A.D. replied, returning the plug to his pocket decidedly. "I might get wounded. I might be taken prisoner. Anyway, it is a handy thing to have around." "You need not be afraid," remarked Mark Price, another of the crowd, a short, broad, thick-set boy. "You just turn yourself sideways and no Yankee can see you to take aim at you. The only danger is that the wind of a cannon ball might blow you away. You're about as fat as a match anyhow. As for me," he continued, "they might as well try to miss a barn as not hit me." "Boys," said Walter Addison, of the same rank and file, in most solemn accents, "I am not going to set the example, but the first man I see running, I hope I may die if I don't follow him." "Well," soliloquized John Zimmerman, of a philosophical turn, "a man can't die but once, and we are all bound to get killed before this war's ended, so what's the odds?" Just then I saw a fine rifle, of the latest pattern, lying near, so I slipped out of the ranks to exchange it for an old Springfield musket, and it so happened that precisely at that moment our colonel came riding by. Seeing a man out of his place, his wrath knew no bounds, and he shouted out in such stentorian tones that the whole regiment heard him. "Fire and brimstone! What are you doing out of ranks? Fall in there instantly, do you hear? And Alex Hunter, if I catch you at it again, I will send you straight back home." "I hope you will, Colonel," I responded. "I hope you will, for though I never want to be drummed out of the army, there's no place like home now, I'm thinking." A roar of laughter followed this remark, for there was not a man present who did not feel at this hour that home had never before held such charms, such allurements. Soon the officers returned and reported that they were our men and not Yankees who were garrisoning the works. A smile illuminated each face that broadened into a full broadside of a grin. The playing cards so repentantly thrown aside were carefully and painstakingly gathered up. Bibles sought their wonted retreats, and a most genial feeling of relief was felt. As we approached the works abandoned by the foe, now manned by our own men, cheers greeted us instead of shot and shell. We kept up a steady tramp, and as the day advanced the rays of the sun became more and more ardent, while the marching was beginning to tell upon the men. No halt at all was allowed, not even to give us time to eat or drink. Toward the afternoon the gait became almost a run, and with scattered ranks we went at a sling trot, almost blinded with the dust, which lay nearly 10 inches deep, and had been so trodden and ground down by the wheels of the artillery and the feet of thousands that it was ready now to fly out at the slightest breath of air. Like the patient worm, it turned under the foot that crushed it, rose aloft in wrath, filled our eyes, noses, and mouths with an impalpable powder, and whitened our clothes as much as the meal dust does the miller's. It was simply impossible to keep in close ranks. That would have resulted in nothing short of suffocation. Every now and then the men spread out like an opened fan into a field to get fresh, unburdened air. To add to our troubles, we were tortured with thirst. Water was very scarce, not a full canteen in the whole brigade, and when we passed a house that had a well, hundreds of soldiers would rush toward it, and such a scene would then ensue as made the good people of the domicile hold up their hands in holy horror. A frenzied crowd, struggling, pushing, fighting, cursing, trying in mad efforts to reach the brink. And when the bucket was drawn up, 50 hands holding 50 tin cups extended, and in their eagerness spilling half the precious water. Fortunately we passed a running stream, and in a moment a line extended for half a mile up and down its banks, many throwing themselves down at full length and, like animals, lapping the grateful, cooling liquid. But not one soldier in a dozen got a mouthful. I know I did not, and I almost went mad. I thought with Sheridan, all that I have, all that I am, all that I hope for, my property here, my interest in heaven, all would I give for a full drink of water. What queer, yet most painful, tantalizing pictures flit through the brain of a man who hungers or is athirst. I thought of the enticing pictures of the gardens of the faithful, as told in the Koran, and of the fountains running with frozen sherbet. I recalled that exquisite ode from Horace, wherein Neaera, with ruddy glowing arm, holds out the earthen cup of freezing, snowy goat milk, while on the other hand Lydia extends with a Cicerone smile a silver flagon filled to the brim with old Valerian wine chilled with snow. All that afternoon our speed was not relaxed, and we kept on at the same rate, the officers urging the men forward. It proved too great a task for many. The clouds of dust, the difficulty of walking, the impeded breath, the exquisite heat began to tell. Many, completely exhausted, began to fall out of ranks. The thermometer was over 90 in the shade. Satan only knows what it was in the open air. Some staggered and fell with sunstroke, and were laid out on the roadside and left with the doctors. About 4 o'clock scores of men lined the highway, while some had even fallen dead. Later on in the evening there were hundreds reclining under the shadow of friendly trees, utterly prostrated and unable to move a foot farther. It was not that the men were shirking or straggling. There was very little of that, but they had simply given out, and nature had rebelled against the inexorable task. The sun set, blazing defiance as it did so, and the sultriness did not seem to decrease. Darkness came on, but still the cry was "Forward!" The men who had not so far succumbed, with jackets off, wet with perspiration, their waists girded tightly, did their best and dog-trotted at the rate of 6 miles an hour. They had reached a state of sulkiness, and each man determined to keep up if it should kill him. But nearly a third fell from exhaustion, and the rest of the soldiers staggered down the road like drunken men, before the order to halt was heard. But at last, about 11 o'clock that night, the welcome cry was given. Footsore and with chafed limbs, the soldiers, too tired to eat, fell in their tracks, lying on both sides of the road for a mile or more, motionless as if they had been slain in battle. No sound came from the inert mass except the panting, like hounds broken down, with the scent cold and the quarry lost. We were up at the earliest dawn, and after eating our crackers and a slice of raw meat, prepared to move. It was a lovely morning, the 30th of June, 1862, and a day to be remembered by all. We kept our onward march very leisurely now, frequently halting. The scene was enlivening. Long columns of infantry, in the vicinity of Frazier's Farm, could be seen wending their way to take up their positions. Batteries of artillery went by at a gallop, the horses white with foam. Stragglers were beginning to drop into line, and the ranks were pretty full. This was optional with them, for then we had no provost guard to hurry the men up from the rear. The troops were in good spirits. It is astonishing what magic power for recuperation there is in a good sleep and a humble breakfast. No one would have recognized these serried, solid lines of infantry as the same hurrying, jaded-looking stream of men that seemed last night more like fugitives than anything else. On the road which we were so leisurely pursuing were many cherry and mulberry trees in full bearing. Against the most stringent orders, The soldiers would break ranks and fill the branches with a struggling, clamorous crowd, cramming the fruit by the handfuls into their mouths, breaking the boughs and pitching them down to comrades below, for whom there was no room above, while they made the welkin ring with their shouts of laughter. And the trees, one moment vigorous with growing life, rich in shade-giving leaves and brilliant in their red-hued fruit, the next, a stump with a few stick twigs extending therefrom, and a leaf only here and there, that rather displayed its poverty than served to cover its nakedness. About 3 o'clock we halted on the verge of a large swamp and lay on our arms. We failed to hear the echo of a distant gun, whose music had so filled our ears for the past week that we had come to miss it when it stopped. All nature seemed asleep, and many of the soldiers had followed her illustrious example. Nature and soldiers both suddenly awoke, and stayed awake, it is needless to say, for the rest of that day. Cannonading had begun on our left, and increased with every moment. Battery after battery along our line, to the right and to the left, merged and intermingled, until not one seemed wanting in the chorus, as in one of Sebastian Bach's fugues, where the first violin leads off alone, and then one by one each instrument joins in until there comes the grand crash of the whole orchestra. We had had no idea that the enemy was so close to us, until they had began to compliment us in such wise, saluting us with messages of cannon whose shells sang joyful sounds to the far off as they sailed through the air. Now there is something honest, rough, and straightforward about solid shot. It goes straight to the mark and scorns anything crooked. There is nothing mean about it. It is open and blunt, and turns neither to the right nor left for anything. If it hits you, it does so squarely, after a timely warning of the wrath in store, and then only because you get into its way. It likes a clear, rich, full, parabolic sweep. All its methods are lofty in scope and big in execution. So too with a mini bullet. It follows the solid on general principles, and is as independent as the 4th of July, and as cool as an iceberg. It has the most killing ways about it. There is something rascally low and mean about a shell. It never goes straight. It is never reliable. It always starts so high and ends so low, and then again it is a born spy. If there chances to be a dark wood a half-mile away, a shell is sent there to try to find out whether or not anybody is lurking within. If a half-dozen scared, harmless men are running to the rear, what is it but a cowardly shell which flies after them and fairly bursts itself to stop them? If there be an ambulance skulking along the road, the shell must go across to see what it is doing there. It has a sardonic way of screaming as it approaches you, the bully that it is, to frighten the heart into your mouth and induce you to run, for it has no notion of letting you up if it can help it, any more than a cat with a mouse. It loves to strike a man who is down, and it will not prove a good stroke either, not straight from the shoulder, but piecemeal. It will tear the body from the soul and lacerate the flesh and mangle the bones. Like a fiend possessed, it will not only aim for you, but for your friends also. In fine, it is sneaking, tyrannical, and cruel, and if there is any dirty work to be performed, the shell is ready for the task. On our left the musketry began to play, and soon the battle raged. The shells flew and burst around, and then followed an hour of torturing suspense. The same scene that we passed through at Gaines's Mill was reenacted here. At last, a little after 4 o'clock, the whole brigade, in line of battle, swept forward. It passed through a narrow swamp, nearly dry from the excessive drought, and entered on a broad meadow beyond. The men advanced on a run, one straight, unbroken line, with the guns before them at a charge, the bayonets like lances projecting forward and fencing off the rays of the sun, the colors waving proudly, while thousands of feet beat the earth in rhythmical time, the officers well in front with their unsheathed swords in hand. It was indeed a gallant array for the moment, and many eyes brightened at the glorious spectacle. Across the fields, with ranks as perfectly dressed as in review, the brigade was double-quicking, and not a shot was fired upon it. Across the field, into the dark, gloomy recesses of the swamp, the line entered. The trees were not close, but the vegetation was rank. The trailing vines were thick and barred the view. We could only see a few paces distant. We lost sight of our proud line and struggled to keep in dressed order, but it was impossible. A fence broke the formation as we climbed over it zigzag, and then in somewhat loose fashion the 17th reached the other side of the swamp and entered into a border of thick wood. Here a full volley of musketry came in our faces. Too high, messieurs. The balls skimmed the branches and perforated the leaves, but not a man fell. Not a gun answered from our ranks, the officers shouting to us to hold our fire. Reducing our pace, we straightened the line instinctively as each shoulder touched that of his next comrade. Guide center to the colors was always understood in battle. We crossed the woods, not 50 feet wide, and entered into an apparently impassable swamp overshadowed by lofty oak and gum trees, whose tops so interlaced as to shut out the light. The ground was seamed with ditches and gullies, and miry to the feet, the black ooze in some places permitting us to sink to the knees. It was right in front of the enemy, and well did they choose their position, for no troops could charge in any order across that stretch of brambles, trees, and mire. The regiment kept as even ranks as was possible under such untoward circumstances, but some of the men would tumble into the ditches and climb out, while others would sink into the mud. Many dashing, reckless soldiers surged ahead in spite of all order, for the bullets were now striking in our midst and doing execution. Consequently, the line was rendered most uneven and irregular. After struggling along in this manner we came to a fence. Across this each man swung himself and then stopped a moment to reform. That line was destined to dress by neither the center nor the right for some time afterwards, for no sooner were we across than a column of fire opened upon us. A battery of 6 guns vomited its grape and canister into our midst at pistol-shot distance, and the noise of the balls cutting their way through all obstacles was incessant and most fearful. The men fell on their knees and held their muskets at ready. We could not see 10 yards before us, but the enemy had our range and were making the situation unusually hot. "Fire! Aim low, men!" And at the command flames streamed from the musket barrels. Then we stood, and it was give and take for a quarter of an hour. The officers gave but one order, one single one: "Aim low, men, aim low." We were outnumbered, we saw that, but none knew how great the odds were. Had we possessed the knowledge which we gained afterwards, our soldiers at this juncture would have struck for the rear without pulling trigger. But the heavy rolling volleys from their line, and the light rattling ones from ours by way of simple contrast, were not long in disclosing to the most ignorant the unvarnished, unpalatable truth. Our salvation was only due to the elevation of their fire. Most of us were either crouching down and firing, or were protected by the trees. Fortunately also, our line occupied a slight dip in the ground about a foot or two deep, and this saved many from the stream of iron and lead coming vengefully toward us. Besides, it became such hard work, firing and loading, that we had but little time to look around or think upon the odds. The Yankees had been reinforced. A heavy musket fire then opened, while their aim became truer and more dangerous. Evidently the flash of our guns had shown clearly our position, for the opposing lines were not over 75 yards apart. Men began to drop fast, some remaining where they had fallen, others limping or hopping away to the rear. Just as we were fighting and dying our gamest and best, we heard the Yankee hurrah on both our flanks, their fire enfilading us from 3 quarters of the compass. But firing from the front was just as much as our patience could be induced to stand, inasmuch as we had but one pair of hands in front, no side arms, and so the game was up. The order came, "Retreat!" and to those who heard it, it was sauve qui peut. Regimental officers and men broke and scattered. Some sought the rear, others rushed about, too excited to know exactly what course to follow. The fire of the enemy was now at its height, and our soldiers were dropping by 5s and 10s. A few still kept up the contest. Concealing themselves in the fissures and chasms, they would load, rise, deliver their fire, and disappear again into their hidden security. No man could take note of the movements of the regiment about this time, for each individual was acting under his own orders. General, colonel, captain, and private all combined in their own consciousness. The timid were striking for the rear, the cautious were snugly ensconced in the ditches awaiting developments, the reckless and the bulldogs ramming home their cartridges with unrelenting ardor and aiming carefully along the lay of the land before they pulled their triggers, for no enemy was visible. The finale was near at hand. In a very short time, a few moments it seemed, a Yankee line of battle in close order came trailing through the woods. 4 of us, Boyer, Ballinger, Hector Etches, and myself, threw our muskets into the ditches and tumbled in after them just in time to have the bluecoats spring over our heads. Then rising in the rear of their line of battle and perceiving a great group of Yankees not 10 feet off, we scrambled out and helloed. "Billy Yank, we surrender." "All right, Johnny, come along." And we trotted after them contentedly. "Are you badly hurt?" one of them inquired of me. I looked and found my trousers covered with blood. Thereupon I proceeded to find out, pulled up my breeches, rolled up my drawers, and, "No, not a scratch," I answered. In truth, it was the blood of some unfortunate, splashed over me. Whose I did not remember, nor would I ever know, nor did I waste much time in thinking over it. I felt that the battle was over and I was not dead, neither was I in heaven, nor yet the other place. End of chapter 22. Part 1, Chapter 23 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sights and Scenes in Prison. With 2 guards apiece we made our way to the rear, seeing at a glance what madness it had been to send a brigade against such a force as this. A 6-gun battery in our front, 1 on each flank, with McCall's whole Pennsylvania division in the advance, backed by a heavy reserve. Another mistake, with a heavy slaughter, of course, for us. It was an exciting time. This wide road was filled with marching soldiers. Batteries of artillery dashed by, hardly discernible in the huge clouds of dust which they raised. Brigade after brigade was taking position, going in a double quick, as if they had no time to spare. How martial and soldier-like they looked, too. How distinguished in their uniforms. Used as we had been to the varying variegated shades of homespun and butternut, which were as ugly as unpretending, the spectacle of those bluecoats, their gleaming arms, together with their bold warlike appearance, their high discipline, struck us with admiration, a little mixed with wonder. The struggle was at its height. A vast volume of firing swelled up in a grand refrain. The field was filled with stragglers, and the slightly wounded were coming out of the fight by hundreds. A brigade passed us on a run to the front, each man with a spade strapped to his left hip. At the time we did not know the exact use of those implements so carried, unless it was to bury their dead. It never occurred to our minds that they were used to throw up rifle pits in case of need. After a retreat of about a mile, our conductors halted where there were some prisoners seated on the ground, surrounded by a heavy guard. We were then turned in amongst the throng, and to our delight found others, 10 or 12 of the 17th Regiment. Misery certainly does love company. No one can deny that sentiment in the unregenerate heart of man. To our eager questionings they could make no reply, having been, like ourselves, scattered from the main body and gathered up singly or in groups of 2 or 3 by the enemy, who took them in just as a crack sportsman would pick up the dispersed partridges after the covey had been flushed. The uproar by this time was fairly deafening, while the mingled clouds of smoke and dust hung like a pall over where the blue and gray had locked horns. It was a great fight that was raging, and momentous issues were at stake, so we sat there most absorbingly interested. We did all that our individual efforts could do. All now that remained of duty was to take matters as quietly as possible. It soon becomes a soldier's philosophy to waste no time in vain longing or fruitless regrets, so we watched the denouement. An hour had passed and still the firing had not lessened. It appeared to be a dogged, persistent, face-to-face, foot-to-foot stand-up conflict. Would their reserves never give out? We asked each other as brigades and divisions flowed onward to the woods. And can we ever face such a force as they have massed in column? The answer came sooner than had been expected, for in one supreme moment the noise of the artillery and musketry reached such an infernal clamor that it seemed that the last day on earth had come and the sleepers were to be awakened from their graves. Every face was pale, both of prisoners and guards. 1,000 stragglers were rushing frantically to the rear, and the battle's thunder came closer. The bluecoats were falling back. No one could doubt that, but there was nothing of a rout in those serried lines, only a giving of the ground, inch by inch. More closely yet sounded the roaring of the guns, and a stream of wounded now broke through the solid ranks, some without their knapsacks and bareheaded, some panic-stricken. But there was nothing in that. Even veterans would tremble as they entered into or retired from the mouth of such a fire-smitten hell. We were forced to make still another retrograde movement of several hundred yards, for the Rebel shells were bursting uncomfortably close, and the Yankee batteries were taking position immediately in front of us. The dust was blinding. It settled over everything. It covered horses and men with a dry coating. It stung our faces like so many gnats. We breathed it, we swallowed it. It lined our throats and inflamed our lungs. It made our eyes bloodshot. It parched our tongues. It was impalpable, ubiquitous, and almost maddening. Withal, there was no water to be had. Just as the sun was sinking behind the woods, quiet settled over the front of the battleground. Even the skirmishers had stopped their firing, when a brigadier general with his staff rode up to our squad and opened conversation. "What brigade do you belong to?" he asked. "Kemper's," someone answered. "Where is Jackson's force?" "In your rear, I reckon." "Is Longstreet commanding in our front in person?" "Reckon so. Haven't seen him." "Is it true that General Lee is killed?" "No, it's a damn lie." Just as he was about to ride off, one of his aides, a spruce young fellow in a natty uniform, said to me, "What are you rebels fighting for, anyway?" The question struck me there and then as supremely ludicrous. Here were we Virginians standing on our own soil, fighting on our native heath against an invading army, defending what every man holds dear, his home and fireside. As well ask a gamecock why he crows and bears his spurs on his own dunghill. So I replied, "We are fighting to protect our mint beds." There was an Irishman on the staff and he nearly fell off his saddle. He spurred his horse forward and slapped me on the shoulder and said, "True for ye, me boy. There's not a lad in old Ireland that wouldn't do the same for his poteen." Even the brigadier smiled, and said that he had heard often of a Virginia julep but never had tasted one, and the group clattered away laughing. Again, for the last time, the approaching storm of battle forced both guards and prisoners back. It was dusk when this occurred, and the sounds of the battle died away with remarkable suddenness. Only one rattling volley, then silence. The same story over again, we thought, a desperate struggle, blood flowing like water, and nothing decisive. The night was lovely. A full moon slowly rose from the horizon, and its resplendent light made the scene almost as bright as day. The soft rays covered the earth with a mantle of charity, hiding what was rough and unseemly and bringing out in greater beauty all that was fair and lovely before. They made a fairyland of fallow fields, they touched the woods with mellow radiance. They entered the soldier's heart and softened it with thoughts of home. They breathed upon the air, so lately rent with the mad sounds of vengeful strife, a holy peace be still. They calmed the fierce passions of contending armies into a lull that had the solemn quiet of cathedral aisles fragrant with the incense of ascending prayer. They rested as softly and solemnly on the faces of the dead as would some farewell kiss, dedicating them to their future rest, lovingly, like the benediction of God. The prisoners could not sleep, but sat in a circle and talked over the events of the day. The Yankees around us had claimed a victory, but we knew better than that. At the very best for them it could have been only a drawn battle. Our sole anxiety, therefore, was for our regiment and brigade. We knew the loss must have been heavy, charging with a single line such a heavy force in front. So we waited and watched anxiously for news. Prisoners, singly and in squads, were being brought in every few minutes now. Here we had conclusive evidence before our eyes that the accounts of the demoralization of the Yankees, which had been told and believed by our troops, had not the slightest truth or the barest foundation. These soldiers around us were full of enthusiasm. They actually claimed every engagement that had taken place within the last few days. When asked why McClellan was retreating and burning his stores behind him, they replied that he was merely consolidating his forces with the intention of taking Richmond in the rear. That it was, in other words, only a voluntary change of base. Never was an army in better plight than the Army of the Potomac on that evening of the 30th of June, 1862. A murmuring sound way off in the distance attracted our attention. It came nearer, rising louder every minute, until it swelled into a mighty shout as thousands upon thousands of voices rang out their enthusiastic cheers. Asking the meaning of this demonstration, a soldier, in answer, pointed out a group of passing horsemen, which he said were Little Mac and his staff. It was not quite light enough to distinguish the features of the commanding general, nor was he sufficiently near, but we could see that he held his hat above his head in acknowledgment of the tribute his soldiers paid him. At last, overcome by fatigue, we lay down in the middle of the road in the dust, for we had neither blankets nor overcoats, and like a litter of pigs, nestled closely for comfort. Hardly had we fallen asleep before the cry of "Here comes the cavalry!" scattered guards and prisoners right and left. It was a false alarm, but it was some time before everything was serene again. How easy to have escaped during that stampede, especially as the dust had made it hard to distinguish between friend and foe. None of us thought of it till afterwards, except one, a member of the 17th, who had quietly stolen away. Coolness and self-possession are not always inherent. They are faculties that need training well and long in the rough school of experience ere they stand one in good stead. About 10 o'clock the prisoners were formed into line for a long march. The officer in command told us that we should observe perfect silence en route, that our lives depended on a strict obedience to this order, as the guard would bayonet any prisoner who might venture to offend by so much as a word. It is needless to say that the most talkative man in the squad soon became remarkably mute. Our faces were then turned toward the James River and we commenced our silent march. Not a syllable was even whispered, nor did we stop at all, except to let troops pass and repass every now and then, which they did without so much as the rasping of a gun or the jingle of a canteen against a bayonet resting within the scabbard. It was a weird scene, the moving of that noiseless host through the shadows which the pine trees cast beneath the moon. Almost as if the disembodied souls from the 7 days' battles had taken form again and were marching phantom-like to the sound of spirit music through the woods, joining forces and moving in one vast procession into the unseen world. We could easily see that this road was the open line of their retreat, which they were fearful might be closed, hence all this secrecy and silence. This looked more as if the Yankees were escaping from a trap set by the rebels than a victorious army taking a new position. The march became wearisome after a while, and both guards and prisoners had hard work to keep their eyes open. A few of us started to escape several times, but wanted the nerve. It looked so easy to jump by the weary, unsuspecting guards into the dark recesses of the woods before they could fire. Indeed, it is not certain whether, under the circumstances, they would have fired. Every prisoner there could have gotten away that night had he only made a rush. The small procession was halted about 1 o'clock, in a small field on the edge of the swamp, and were asleep, all of them, before they could have been introduced to that ambiguous Mr. Jack Robinson had he come along for that special honor. But a dozen times were we roused from our sleep and made to fall into line and then drop down overcome, only to be aroused again and tortured until we prayed for the light, destruction, anything, rather than the darkness and disturbance. The dawn came at last, faintly tingling the fog, and resting on the swamp like a dark veil, heavy, opaque, and damp. The mist seemed determined to contest the advance of the day god, but when the sun rose above the tree-tops, it swept away its phantom foe with a few glancing beams, and soon set the earth simmering in a sickly heat. Falling in line, hungry, unwashed, and unrested, still keeping the road, we soon overtook another squad of prisoners belonging to the 17th. Hector Etches was limping painfully along with them, a buckshot having lodged in his knee-pan. After about 3 hours' march our captors came in sight of the James River and there halted for a time. The sun's beams poured down, the river shone like burnished silver. Before us lay broad sloping meadows, reaching away for miles, with not so much as a grove to intercept the view. On this immense plateau were 2 corps of McClellan's army, looking as fresh as if they had never fired a gun or marched a mile. One of our number said that he tried to count the regiments by the flags, and had reached as high as 25 when he lost the tally. There could not have been less than 20,000 men. Keeping on, we soon reached Harrison's Landing, and to our surprise and universal satisfaction, saw sitting under the trees about 70 of the 17th Regiment, with Colonel Mary at their head. There were 3 captains, nearly a dozen lieutenants, and the balance rank and file. They were busily engaged in some discussion, and when we perceived each familiar face, a mutual shout went up, and handshakings were liberally indulged in all around. Now for the first time we learned all about the battle and the extent of our loss. Nearly 500 men were killed, captured, and wounded in the brigade, fully 1/4 of the whole number. The 17th had lost 1/3 of its fighting strength. Company A suffered severely. 4 killed outright, 9 wounded badly, 13 prisoners. Conrad Johnson was seen lying at the foot of a tree, dead. A staunch friend and as fearless as any soldier who ever sighted a musket. Brave, true heart. That band of captives resolved themselves into an indignation meeting, in which the blame of the present disaster to the brigade was laid at the door of the brigadier.
A second time had that crack organization been rushed into the jaws of destruction through his gross mismanagement. It seemed he had ordered his command to advance into an unfamiliar, interminable swamp for the purpose of capturing a battery on the other side. How many supports that battery had, or just where the battery was, he had not the slightest conception, nor did he send skirmishers before attacking. Instead, he formed the line, with no reserves, no supports in the rear. With what results? Just what might have been anticipated. The brigade dashed like incoming waves upon a rock, in the form of McCall's division with its heavy reserve force, and in place of a single battery, as it had been assumed they would attack and capture, they found a whole battalion of artillery. When we charged in such poor strength, the reserve division flanked our limited line, and took the troop by flank and front. The other regiments made their escape, but only by running the gauntlet and incurring heavy loss. Comment was not wanting, and conjectures upon the, well, say mistake if you will, were severe among the rank and file. Good God! To think of 1,000 of the very flower of the Old Dominion, sacrificed by the incompetence of a man who surely should have known better, caused the privates of the 17th to use language strong, indignant, and to the point. The color bearers of the command had gotten out safely with their flags, which was all the consolation we could manage to extract from such an accumulation of woes. We remained in this cool, shady grove all day, for which we were duly thankful. We had rations issued, crackers, coffee, sugar, and meat of good quality and fair quantity. The rumbling of artillery in the vicinity of Richmond became more frequent as twilight grew toward night, and as we lay stretched at ease, enjoying the glories of that exquisite summer evening, we could not help but remember that the contest of the Titans was being now enacted, and that yonder setting sun was sinking behind a sea of blood. The next morning it commenced raining, and we were ordered into ranks and marched 1 or 2 miles, only stopping when we had reached the marshiest bottom possible to find. There a square was marked out on the ground, and around the edges of which the sentinels were posted, and we learned for the first time the meaning of a dead line. It was simply a line drawn upon the ground, a step beyond which was death. All that day we had literally to stand it, for the ground was too wet to sit upon, and the rainfall which always follows a great battle now came down in a continuous stream, just as if nature had many ugly stains to wash away from earth, or else weeping for her children, for their wrath, their wounds, their dead, with great splashes of tears which knew no stint or comfort. The space in which we were confined was very limited, indeed, not larger than a moderate-sized sheepfold, and the mud trodden by many feet was soon a mire. It was tiresome rather, standing first on one foot, then on another, like an old rooster. The hours dragged by, and then came the evening, but with no diminution of the rain nor of our misery. Our faces were well washed by this time. The hope of being removed to some place of shelter, a hope which we had fondly cherished, was doomed to disappointment, for the painful truth forced itself upon the mind that we were to spend the night in this worse than hog pen. Our officers, field and staff, fared better, having been put as a single mark of favor in a corn house near by. The Federal rank and file of the Army of the Potomac were not held in the estimation of their officers as in the Army of Northern Virginia. It was a rare thing for men of great wealth or high social standing to be found carrying a musket or swinging a saber. At the beginning of the war, when brimming over with patriotism, all classes rushed to volunteer, but when war became a business, any man with any degree of prestige or influence sought and obtained shoulder straps. In our army it was different. There was not a company, in the Virginia forces at least, where the privates were not the social equal of their officers. When the son of the commander-in-chief, Robert E. Lee, served as a private, he made an example that all were proud to follow. The women of the South made it a point to honor the private in the ranks above all others. Dark, yes, pitch dark, the essence of blackness and a flood coming down at the same time. The question we ruefully asked each other was, where are we to sleep? What are we going to do? As we stood shivering, with water above our army brogans, the situation was deplorable. Not one of us had a blanket, much less an overcoat, nothing but our simple jackets, which had become thoroughly soaked during the first 5 minutes of rain. We shouted to the sentinels. We appealed to the officer of the day when he came to relieve guard, but a rough answer was all he vouchsafed. Huddled close together like cattle, some stood in sullen silence, others cursed and swore. A few, in a desperate effort, chanted a social glee, while Hartley, the best singer in the regiment,
and like poor Yorick, a fellow of infinite jest, caused a spasmodic grin to pass over the faces of the most miserable as he sang the sea song, "I'm afloat." Then he ended by ringing out, as it seemed in mockery, that gay camp song, "A soldier's the life for me, boys." Some of the Billy Yanks showed us most disinterested kindness by sharing with us their hot coffee and doing all in their power to alleviate our woes, but they were not at liberty to carry us to shelter nor to give us blankets. However, we thanked them in our hearts for what they had done and would have done. It was very chilly, and our teeth were chattering so we could scarcely eat our crackers, for we knew the rain would saturate them in the thin haversacks, and a soldier eats by instinct. How stiff, aching, and numbed were our poor legs. The voices so lately chanting their songs now sank to a dismal howl, then to a savage muttering, and soon even that was stilled. In this manner we passed the greater part of the night, and when at last fatigue had made us insensible to the mud, the water, and the rain, we crept close together, and lying down with caps drawn over our faces, forgot our misery in the oblivion of sleep. The drum, beating the guard mounting, awoke the prisoners to a scene which was not enlivening. It was still raining, and the men were numbed and stiffened by the exposure of sleeping on the ground, their features wearing a look of dumb misery. The rain it raineth every day. It came down when it was time that any reasonable pour would have held up, but the leaden-hued sky did not show a rift in the clouds. The men were not allowed to move out of the narrow limits, not even to get water to drink. What they used was obtained from the little holes or miniature wells which they hollowed out with their hands in the mire. It was so muddy, brackish, and filthy that nothing but the sternest necessity compelled them to drink it. Imagine water out of the puddles in a barnyard, and some idea may be gained of what this form of suffering was, of what we had to endure. We now beheld the strict discipline that prevailed in the ranks of the regular army of the United States, and in what low consideration the soldiers were held by the shoulder-strapped officers. On one occasion during the guard mounting of the regiment, which was the 8th United States Regulars, as the officer of the day was going through the routine of inspecting muskets of the men detailed for guard duty, he came across one weapon which was slightly rusty. Taking it out of the bearer's hands, he deliberately drew back and drove the butt end of the musket full in the soldier's face, knocking him backward and mangling his features terribly. No notice was taken of the cowardly act, and the brute kept on down the line. Had one of the officers so treated a private in the Confederate Army, he would have been bayoneted on the spot. Had the overseer of a Virginia plantation so punished a slave, the master, had he been a gentleman, would have shot him in an instant. Our pen was now changed from mud into a liquid slime. It was impossible for the men to become any muddier, dirtier, or more thoroughly soaked, so they lay down in the filth that even a hog might reject. But where was the remedy? The Yankee guard and soldiers cried shame at our treatment, and noble fellows that they were, did the only thing that was in their power to mitigate the wretchedness, shared their hot coffee. But the officers took no notice of our complaints. Toward evening the prisoners became reckless and desperate, for they saw it was impossible to spend another night in that quagmire already up to the knees, and in which none could have laid down without sinking beneath the surface. We shouted so long and loud for our colonel that he came to us under guard, and when he saw our condition, so dirty, muddy, and swinish indeed, that it hardly needed the touch of Circe's wand to convert us into hogs, a more angry man it would have been hard to find in the two armies. He had to swallow his wrath, but he went to the officer in command and painted our woeful condition in such strong colors that it had a beneficial effect, inasmuch as in an hour or two a large squad of men came, bringing arms full of hay, which they distributed lavishly to the prisoners. Then they brought rails and sticks of wood, which served as foundations for the beds. Though it rained hard all night, we managed to sleep through it comfortably. The faint beams of the sun, striving to dispel the mists, showed us the worst was now past. Under his warm rays we dried our clothes, and the blood was sent circulating through the erstwhile numbed limbs. In the afternoon we were formed in rank, and leaving our wallow, though we carried away plenty of mud by way of mementos, we were marched up the river and bivouacked for the night in a grove of trees. It was not until late in the evening of the next day that we stepped on the wharf at Harrison's Landing, prepared to take passage on the steamboat, en route for a most compulsory visit north. Marching single file across the gangway plank, then to the upper deck, we scattered in groups. The whistle blew, the ropes were cast off, the paddles revolved slowly,
and the boat, sluggishly turning prow in the direction of Old Point, steamed swiftly down the river. Each man now received a blanket, also full rations, and as the shades of night fell on the scene, the songs of the 17th Glee Club, or what was left of it, floated through the air, and they sang as men only can who have light hearts and full stomachs. Well, soldiers are but children at best. For them the past was gone, the future was hidden, the present only was theirs. The foe in our immediate front in this battle was the 16th Massachusetts and 2nd New York, the latter capturing our battle flag, on which was inscribed Williamsburg and Seven Pines, and the 17th charged in their ignorance the 1st Brigade of Hooker's division. General Grover, commanding, says in his official report, "About 3:00 p.m., the army moved upon General McCall's lines in our front, and having broken them, came down in great force upon our position. The 16th Massachusetts Volunteers, being in position and on the immediate left of the road along which the advance was made, received and repulsed the heaviest and most persistent attempts of the enemy to break the lines. The 26th Pennsylvania Volunteers, on the left of the 16th, were not hard pressed, and had not an opportunity to deliver its whole fire upon the enemy. The 11th Massachusetts was thrown upon the extreme left of our division lines in anticipation of an attempt to turn our flank. As no such attempt, however, was made in force, this regiment did not become engaged during the day. The 1st Massachusetts and 2nd New Hampshire occupied a line in rear of the 16th Massachusetts and the 26th Pennsylvania Volunteers. But the steadiness and determination with which the first line met the enemy, not only checking his advance, but causing him to withdraw from his position on the field, rendered any assistance at this time unnecessary from the second line." Reb Records, Volume 2, page 123. Colonel Kirk of the 10th Pennsylvania also had a hand in our defeat. He says, Reb Records, Volume 10, page 425, "The enemy charged boldly upon the breastworks occupied by the 12th Pennsylvania. When I charged successfully upon their flanks, completely routing the enemy, killing many and capturing about 60 prisoners. The 17th Virginia, by their extreme losses in killed, wounded, and prisoners, were almost wholly annihilated." The official loss of the 17th Virginia was 18 killed, 23 wounded, and 73 taken prisoners. As in Seven Pines, the 17th lost more in killed than all the rest of the brigade put together. Now just read what our brigade commander says about this fight. "About 5 p.m., an order was received from General Longstreet to advance by line. Advance continued to be conducted in good order until very soon, coming upon the pickets of the enemy, the men seemed to be possessed of the idea that they were upon the enemy's main line. The whole brigade charged forward in double quick time and with loud cheers. Nothing could have been more chivalrously done, and nothing could have been more unfortunate, as the cheering of the men not only served to direct the fire of the enemy's batteries, and the movement in double quick time through dense woods, over rough ground encumbered with matted undergrowth and crossed by a swamp, had the effect of producing more or less confusion and breaking the continuity of the line, which, however, was preserved as well as it possibly could have been under the circumstances. But a single idea seemed to control the minds of the men, which was to reach the enemy's line by the directest route and in the shortest time, and no earthly power could have availed to arrest or restrain the impetuosity with which they rushed toward them. For my orders, previously given with great care and emphasis to assembled officers of the brigade, forbade any movement in double quick time over such ground when the enemy were not in view. The obstructions were such as to make it impossible for any officer to see more than a few files of his men at one view, and it was apparent that any effort to halt and reform the entire brigade would be futile, and would only serve to produce increased confusion. But whatever the error of the men advancing too rapidly in disregard of previous orders to the contrary, it was an error upon the side of bravery. After advancing in this way probably 1,000 or 1,200 yards, crossing two bodies of woods and a small intermediate field, the line suddenly emerged into another field, facing a battery of the enemy, consisting of not less than 8 pieces, distant but a few hundred yards, while the enemy's infantry were found protected by an imperfect and hastily constructed breastwork and a house nearby. At the same time, it became apparent that another battery of the enemy was posted a considerable distance to our left. These two batteries and the enemy's infantry poured an incessant fire of shell, grape, canister, and lead upon our line, and did much execution. Still there was no perceptible faltering in the advance of these brave men, who rushed across the open field,
pouring a well-directed fire into the enemy, driving him from his breastworks and the battery in our front. The guns of the battery were abandoned to us for the time being, and my command was virtually in possession of the chosen position of the enemy. A more impetuous and desperate charge was never made than that of my small command against the sheltered and greatly superior forces of the enemy. The ground which they gained from the enemy is marked by the graves of some of my veterans who were buried where they fell, and those graves marked with the names of the occupants, situated at and near the position of the enemy, show the points at which they dashed against the strongholds of the retreating foe. The idea of this brigade rushing blindly forward was preposterous. A mob might have done so, but this command was splendidly drilled, was commanded by educated officers, and the discipline was perfect. And when General Kemper writes that these veteran soldiers broke into a wild fool rush over hill and dale, ignoring their officers' commands, and he too being present in person, he simply states a fact that military men cannot credit. Some officers lose their nerve, their brains refuse to act, their judgment becomes numbed in times of great peril. It is not a question of bravery, it is simply a matter of temperament. End of chapter 23. Part 1, Chapter 24, Part A, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prison Life at Fort Warren, Part A. The glorious 4th was clear and warm. No one ever saw a wet or cool Independence Day. It is always the sultriest, dirtiest day of the whole year. In old antebellum anniversaries it was a time full of loyal excitement, a time of firecrackers and of noise, a day of patriotic speeches wherein the American eagle flapped his wings and crowed like a rooster, and the orator took drinks between whilst to cool his burning patriotism and wipe the perspiration from his glowing brow. For ourselves, we did not hail the dawn with many loyal thoughts whose eloquence might find no tongue. Nor did any of us try a speech or apostrophize the American flag, except Hartley, who stood on a stool and commenced. When freedom from her mountain height unfurled her banner to the air, a voice here interrupted, she took a julep and got tight. The orator was somewhat daunted by the irreverence of his audience, and lost the cue of his peroration. However, he began again. The glorious eagle soared in pride, far up o'er reach of mountain peak. He caught old freedom in his beak, suggested another. She gave one piercing, yelling shriek, exclaimed a third, with violent gesticulations. He picked her bones and so she died, pathetically put in a fourth, when, say there, Johnny Reb, said one of the guards, you just shut up. If you don't, I'll make you. I always like to oblige a gentleman, responded Hartley, bowing politely. And so, baffled at every point, the only poetical inspiration of the occasion came to a sudden halt. About 9 in the morning, we arrived in sight of Fortress Monroe. The water shone beneath the sun like gold, and broke into diamond sparkles at his touch, while its burnished surface gently rose and fell with long, quiet, lazy swells that scarcely rippled the water. Hundreds of vessels, from the stately man-of-war down to the little fishing smacks, lay at anchor, every one of which was decorated with streamers, flags, and bunting in honor of the day. Our steamer rounded the point swiftly, her prow seeming scarcely to cut the clear blue water. We passed the line of battleship Cumberland, where it had been sunk by the Merrimac not many months before, its lofty masts appearing above the water, a splendid monument of American valor, whose crew went to the bottom sighting the guns. The Monitor Ericsson, that gained a world-wide celebrity in her contest with the ironclad, was anchored not far off, an object of great interest. We were disappointed in the half-sunken canal-boat of a looking craft with a turret in the center, having had an idea that she was an immense structure. It was difficult to believe that this insignificant little vessel before us had fought to a standstill the mighty Merrimac. The steamer was made fast to the wharf, and the prisoners marched into the fort. To us it was a splendid pageantry. The waving flags, the mounted guns, the fine, showily dressed garrison, the officers in full uniform, the bands playing and the booming cannons firing salutes. Our squad was halted at the barracks, and for the first time in many days we had the eating of a good dinner, to which we did full justice. As we were about reforming, a Yankee lieutenant, who had been drinking heavily, came out with a canteen of whiskey. "Boys," said he, "I will give you a pull if you will drink success to the Union." A silence fell upon us. We wanted a drink, but could we indulge in a toast whose sentiments were so repugnant to our feelings? And yet we were so thirsty, so very thirsty. Not a drop of old rye had we touched for many a long day. It smelled delightfully fragrant, and it kept on smelling, well, Esau was not such a wretch after all. We blushed to recall it. As many as could grasp that tin cup took the liquor and repeated the toast. Success to the Union! A doctor was called to see an Irishman whose native drink was whiskey. Water was prescribed as the only cure. Pat demurred. He said he never could drink it. Then milk was sent for, and Pat promised to get well on that. The doctor was soon summoned again. Near the bed where the sick man lay was a table on which rested a large bowl of milk strongly flavored with whiskey. "What have you there?" inquired the doctor. "Milk, doctor, just what you ordered." "But there's whiskey in it. I smell it." "Well, doctor," sighed the patient, "there may be whiskey in it, but milk's my object." A parallel case was ours. Union was in the drink, but whiskey was our object. Some of our officers began to jibe and taunt us, but they were soon silenced with the reminder that they had been sleeping in a corn house while we had paddled in a puddle. The warning of the steam whistle hurried us to the wharf, and instead of our steamboat there was a large steamship, called the Ocean Queen, which was to carry us to New York. Just as the sun went down the steamer started, and soon the last glimpse of old Virginia faded from our view. The steamship carried no passengers except deadheads, for with the exception of the crew, prisoners, and guards, there were no others on board. Our quarters were good. Yet men will rarely ever consent to let well enough alone, for within 6 hours of the time of starting, a plot had been started by one of the officers, Lieutenant Slaughter of Company K, to overpower the guard, seize the steamer, turn her prow toward Virginia, then beach the vessel on shore and make our way to Richmond. It would have been a comparatively easy task, fraught with but little danger. The guards were not many, and scattered all about the boat, each one generally surrounded by a group of prisoners conversing on the theme of war or kindred subjects. Really no attempt had been made to show us that we were under surveillance, for each man could roam at will all over the vessel, even climb the shrouds and up the mainmast if he chose. The prisoners numbered some 75 or 80, the guards all told were 16, under charge of one officer. The privates, with 3 exceptions, anxious for any excitement, eagerly joined the conspiracy and faithfully promised to obey all orders and run all risks. And they would have done it. The plan only needed the sanction of our colonel to be put in instant execution. The plot was laid before Colonel Mayer, who after careful consideration vetoed the whole scheme for the following reasons. "In the first place," he said, "there is no engineer or pilot on board who can take charge of the boat in case the present crew shall refuse to serve. Then the supply of coal is limited, while the gravest obstacle lies in the fact that it will be impossible to get beyond Fortress Monroe, either to go up the James or the Potomac. The steamer will be required by the gunboats to show her papers, and success will be almost impossible. It is true," he continued, "that the prisoners can probably escape by going to New York and overpowering the guard as the boat steams up the harbor, but then no one has any money, and the risk will be too great. Besides," the colonel reasoned, "we will soon be exchanged, and so what will be the use of taking all this trouble, incurring all this risk, without a particle of necessity for such a step? We will get back home very soon in the natural course of events." In concluding, he added, "If I were not very sure of my own mind that we would be exchanged without delay, I would head the movement myself." These words, so full of sound sense, put the matter in a new light. Some reckless, hot-headed fellows wanted to go ahead notwithstanding, but the men held back, having confidence in Colonel Mayer, well knowing how fearless and gallant he was. Just here Billy Harmon of Company A, one of the most popular soldiers in the regiment, came forward with a new plan. "Why can't we take the steamer to the North Carolina coast and beach her? Then we can make our way to our lines without any trouble." A majority of the men agreed to this and started for the door, with Billy at their head. Up sprang Colonel Marye and commenced talking at the rate of 150 words a minute, and at last persuaded them to have a ballot taken. A poll was then taken, and it was found that a majority of one was in favor of standing by their head officer, so the matter ended. But it was as Hartley expressed it, "a damned close shave." A view of the sun rising from Old Ocean was a spectacle that many of the squad had never before witnessed, and great was the wonder thereat. We were on the Atlantic, with not the slightest trace of land. A school of porpoises sported around the vessel and introduced themselves to landsmen. But Mother Carey's chickens were objects of greater interest. Indeed, everything we saw served to amuse and fill the hours with a pleasant excitement. The breeze began to freshen up a little, for Neptune had no idea of letting us go by without giving him the customary tribute. Every prisoner had eaten a hearty breakfast, but 2/3 of these rebels had no appetite for dinner. Their cheeks began to turn white, their noses cold, and then one by one they would disappear. A roar of laughter followed each receding figure as a slight token of sympathy. They were all to be seen in the evening, however, lying around the deck or in the saloon in a state of hopeless woe. The guards were in as bad a plight as the prisoners, there being scarcely 2 of them out of the whole number who could hold their heads up. Some of the healthy ones played cruel jokes on their languishing sea-sick comrades thuswise. They took a piece of rancid pork and tied it to the end of a string attached to a pole. Much as if intent on a fishing expedition, the angler would steal up to his victim, some limp, almost lifeless form, and suspend the rank, strong-smelling meat right under his nose. A shudder of disgust would thrill the sufferer, his eyes would unclose, and the whole inner man, revolting against the procedure, would yield to fresh spasms of misery that knew no stint nor mercy. It was mean, it was heathenish, but we thought it irresistibly funny. At least it served to illustrate the saying of Rochefoucauld that the greatest enjoyment a man can feel is in witnessing the suffering of others. In the evening, when the stars had jeweled the sky, those few of the 17th who were well enough assembled on deck and passed hours in singing strains, now martial and now sentimental. That chorus of well-trained voices sounding on the steamer's deck and floating away over the wide expanse of water, with no roof above it but the dome of heaven, seemed to us the sweetest music that ever fell on our listening ears. We could not break the charm by so much as a word, and hence were silent as the holy calm around us, while song after song rose and died away upon the air. The morning of the second day the boat passed Sandy Hook and made her way up the harbor amid a forest of shipping, steering her path toward Governor's Island. The steamship stopped at the wharf and the prisoners were marched ashore, where the garrison under arms received us. We were the first rebel prisoners to land there, and such was our appearance that it failed to make a favorable impression on our Northern friends. In truth, we were a cross between a scarecrow and a chimney sweep. After standing several hours in the sun, going through roll call and arranging preliminaries until our patience was threadbare, we were marched to a demi-castle which stands on the edge of the island, to a large row of tents that were pitched alongside of the beach. Rations were then distributed, consisting of crackers, coffee, rice, meat, and potatoes. Better indeed than we had ever received at home. Then the deadline having been marked and a guard stationed, we were left to our own devices. That evening we enjoyed a surf bath, and for the first time had a chance to wash off the Chickahominy mud that had stuck to us through all adventures and travel closer than a brother. We were sadly in need of underclothing, not one of us having had a change for nearly 3 weeks. Those we wore were grimy and black, but we washed them that evening after a fashion, and at night some 50 men could have been seen hovering over the campfire, their backs shining in the glare, while each pair of hands held up before the blaze the wet, streaming articles of wearing apparel. Lights were out at 9, and then followed the first perfectly restful slumber that had visited us since the 24th of the past month. Our stay at Governor's Island only lasted 2 or 3 days, during which we were in a high state of enjoyment, with as much rest, exercise, bathing, and good rations as were consistent with our position. The only thing of which we had reason to complain was the brutality of our guards, militia, of course. Veteran soldiers never ill-treated their prisoners, such was the experience on both sides. It was only those dressed in a little brief authority, only those whose sole acquaintance with war was gathered from the daily papers, who carried on the only warfare they knew anything about, and at the same time gratified their malice by insulting defenseless men under their charge. You see, it was so safe. Some men of the 17th were knocked down by musket stocks in these valiant hands. On the evening of the 9th of July our squad, composed of the 17th Virginia, was started again on the tramp. A small steam tug carried us over to New York, from whence we were transferred to the deck of one of the superb steamers that ply between the Empire City and Fall River, Massachusetts. "Where the mischief are they going to carry us?" asked one of our captains of the officer of the guard. "Turn us loose in Canada, or send us to some watering place to improve our health?" "You fellows ought to be very glad that you are going where you are," he answered, "instead of being sent to Fort Delaware. I have orders to carry you all to Fort Warren in Boston Harbor, and a fine place it is." "Do you think we will be well treated there?" one of us asked. "Yes, for there are no prisoners except political ones." The steamer was filled with a gay company going to Saratoga, Canada, and Niagara Falls. "Not much secesh in them," remarked one of the guards to us confidentially. "See how spiteful they look." So they did. Their pretty noses went up and their red lips curled disdainfully as they passed our ranks on the way to the saloon. At this point one of the fair ones dropped her handkerchief, and I, who loved the sex to a weakness, was only too willing to pick up the dainty article and restore it to the owner, which I did with a sweeping Sir Charles Grandison bow. The gentle dame received the handkerchief, but a fixed stony stare rewarded the bow, and chilled it to the bone, while her escort, a little slim-waisted, dainty-looking fellow, perfumed and yellow-kidded, scowled like the humped-back Richard when he ordered the princely Buckingham off to execution. We had left the island in such a hurry that the commissary either forgot or neglected to issue the rations. At any rate, we did not receive them. And after the steamer had gotten under way, we awoke to the fact that we were ravenously hungry. It happened that we were placed in an upper saloon with steps leading down in the front and rear, or rather in the bow and stern. In the center of the saloon was an open oval space some 20 feet long, around which ran a railing, and which, being directly over the dining room, commanded a most complete view of all that passed therein. An appetizing odor, the clattering of knives and forks, brought us to our feet, and looking down all sleep was banished from our famished eyes, while the pangs of hunger became intolerable. We reminded ourselves of poor Dives looking up from his place of torment upon Lazarus who was being comforted. It was a long, luxuriously furnished apartment. In the center the long table was laid with snowy damask, glittering with cut glass and plate, and decorated with brilliant-hued flowers. Why attempt to particularize the viands, the fish, the fruits, and all the dainties which passed before our eyes like the distempered visions of a dream? Bowls of crimson strawberries, piles of luscious raspberries, whose rich coloring grew more intense, contrasted with the powdered sugar, the rich cream, and sparkling crystal ice. Malaga grapes, whose looks suggested a cool touch to the parched tongue. Jellies, ices, cakes, salmon, mutton, ham, fried chicken, deviled crabs, salads, vegetables, 100 dishes it seemed, we did not know, but whose combined odor filled our souls with longing unspeakable. We heard the popping of champagne corks. We recognized the long, slender bottles of Chamberlain, the St. Julian, the Medoc, while the steaming coffee rose as incense. We watched each mouthful that passed between blessed lips. We grudged every dish. Nay, we could have fought over every cooling drop. It was a sight to awaken appetite in the satiated epicure, to make the eyes of the bon vivant brighten. Then imagine what pangs it caused the rationless, empty crowd above, whose eyes were burning down upon it, yet whose clutching hands were all impotent to grasp a single glass or touch a single dish. Poor Johnnies! We sat there for 2 mortal hours, our jaws working spasmodically as we fathomed the very depth of a punishment which only Dante could have conceived for the souls of his Inferno. The scene had its fascinations, though, and chained us to the spot. There were beautiful women whose eyes outshone the diamonds which sparkled on their hands. Sitting near the center of the table was, so a negro waiter informed us, a bridal couple, whom we watched. The groom, an old fellow with the love light in his ancient eyes, and well gotten up; she, fair as a lily and young enough to be his grandchild. The same old story, so many charms for so much money in Vanity Fair. You need not shrink, my lady, from those obtrusive attentions. You were fairly bought. Bargain and sale. Another bridal couple not far off, going to Niagara, where all the newly married go. Both were young, both bashful, both radiantly happy. Indeed, they were too ecstatic to eat. He, however, poured wineglass after wineglass of champagne down his throat, but love and champagne go together. There sat a wounded officer with his arm in a sling. Nobody seemed to take much notice of him. Indeed, one of the servants cut up his food and attended him. Ah, old fellow, we thought, if you only wore the gray and were in the South, every woman at that table would deem it an honor to wait upon you. At the head of the board was a general, of what especial rank and name we could not learn. He was exclusive, and it showed how great people gravitate toward each other, when the portly butler stood by him and paid him the most distinguished consideration. The butler, we must not pass him over, for though last, he was by no means least, was a venerable gentleman of color, so stuffed and bloated by rich living and good liquor and a sense of his own importance, he could only waddle slowly across the floor. He never condescended to do any service except to pour out a glass of wine for some individual as high in the world as himself. He was evidently what we would call down South an aristocratic nigger. Attending in full dress, broadcloth, and white vest, his big hands encased in white gloves, with marvelous studs of massive gold chain hanging from his neck, he felt as great as mighty Caesar. With a lofty wave of the hand, he signalized his pleasure to a sable servitor, who flew to do his bidding. Indeed, surrounded by his crowd of satellites, he was a very son of a system, and the air with which he gave them brief directions proved him to be a prince of deportment. But even watching these different types of humanity failed to stifle the gnawing pangs of hunger which were growing every moment more intense. So several of us held a council of war and resolved to get something to eat by hook or crook. We counted funds. All told they amounted to $26, a goodly sum enough, but woe the day, it was Confederate money, worth just about as much here as the old Continental. One of the rebels, tall, gaunt Jack Ballinger, took the money, determined to try anyhow, and slipped down 2 flights of steps to the dining room. There, calling a waiter, he offered him the amount if he would manage to provide a supper for 6. He seemed undecided, said he would go and see. Approaching the old fat bloated butler, he asked his consent, but that mass of flesh hated a rebel with every pound of his swelled carcass, and gave the waiter such overwhelming, withering rebuke that he slunk away and never came near us again. However, 1 or 2 hands on the boat took compassion on us and brought us a dish of cold tripe and bread. Ah, that tripe! It hung as heavy on our souls as Meg Merrilee's curse. It was true Union tripe, and refused to give any aid or comfort to the enemy whatsoever. Instead, many pains and many qualms. It is probable that not a man in that lot has ever eaten tripe since. End of Part 1, Chapter 24, Part A. Part 1, Chapter 24, Part B, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prison Life at Fort Warren, Part B. Early in the morning the steamer reached Fall River, where, leaving the boat, we were marched to the depot and took the train, a whole car having been allotted to us alone. Had we wished to escape, the guards allowed every opportunity. We were at liberty to stand on the platform of the cars by obtaining permission of the officer of the day, who was disposed to be very friendly toward us. Passing through a long tunnel, where the train went very slowly, it was debated among a few of us whether or not it were better to slip off, but we thought that in our gray uniforms and without a cent in our pockets and in the midst of bitter enemies, it would be only avoiding Charybdis to fall into Scylla, and so the idea was dismissed. Boston and its suburbs, with its villas, stylish country seats, and neat farmhouses, was a revelation to our Southern eyes. The houses and grounds seemed spick, span, and new, so different from the let things go and take it easy style to which we had been accustomed. To be sure, there was nothing of age to be met with anywhere, not even as much as of the 100 years, to which, as a new country, we were entitled, but on the other hand, there were no hanging gates, no tumble-down porches, no veteran pumps, nothing but what showed promptness of repair and energy, opposed to our put-off lazy plantation principle. The Southerner takes pride in his old house and will keep it intact as in the days of his grandfather or great-grandfather. The same old portraits hanging on the wall, the same old furniture. He may add wings to the building and a porch here and there, but the old parental roof remains like a hen with her brood around her. The spirit of decay is not kept down on his grounds and rolling acres. He is in no hurry to improve things. He will tie and prop up where a nail should go. Paint he does not hanker after. His very equipage is often wheezy, and so a flavor of age tinges his home as it does the hair on his head and his wine. What was good enough for my father before me is good enough for me becomes a maxim on his lips to be handed down to his son after him. The Northern spirit is essentially progressive, if not reverential. When the patrimonial mansion descends to a younger generation, and increasing coffers are the reward of thrift, he says, "I will put down my house and my barns and build greater." And on the site of the old foundation stone arises a structure whose elegance and comfort is only limited by the length of purse. Where money is no consideration, palatial residences are built fit for the nobles of the old world. Everything is modern, the more modern the better. His carriages are all glaze and shine, his furniture changes with the fashion. His grounds are laid out with mathematical exactness. The very trees are grown to shape, the hedges are cut according to pattern, the lawns are sown and rolled to velvet precision, and nature is made to step back and yield to the aesthetic as it may be apprehended at the time. The Northern characteristic, however, is essentially that of cleanliness. He is obtrusively neat. He hates dust and dirt more than anything else, snakes and sin not excepted. In soap and scrubbing is his national faith. If he had his mother-in-law cremated, and the sacred dust were by accident to escape from the precious urn, a servant with soap and mop would wipe her up. Early in the forenoon we left the cars and found ourselves in the spacious depot in the ultra-Union city of Boston. The first rebels that ever pressed with sacrilegious feet its loyal streets. The first rebels who walked under the shadow of Faneuil Hall. No, now that we think of it, a large gang of them passed its doors about 100 years or so ago on their way to burn some British tea that a loyal tax had been placed upon. It was rebellion, of course, but all New England gloried in the name rebel then. Boston, that city of furors, the Athens of America, the hub of the universe, the city of many titles, rarely enjoyed in those war times a greater sensation than was caused by the appearance of 100 live, genuine rebels captured on the battlefields. The great sea serpent taken off the coast, the walking giant, nay, even a grand circus parade of wild animals, with a hippopotamus and a giraffe headed up the thoroughfare, would not have collected a larger crowd in a shorter time. Had Bunker Hill Monument stepped down from its stately perch and walked away on feet, decorously wrapped in the American flag, bowing right and left to the multitude, they could hardly have excited more curiosity than did that line of simple gray jackets. A mob followed us up the street, a good-natured mob, though, that only used its eyes. After having passed a square or two, the crowd became so dense, the pressure upon us so great, that further progress became impossible. The guards could not keep off the throng that hemmed them in, so we were halted while a heavy detachment of police formed an outer cordon and another squad in front opened the way. Then we slowly made our progress through the streets. The pavements, the balconies, the very housetops were filled with an inquisitive, gazing multitude, while the little street Arabs swung like monkeys from the trees. Shops were suddenly emptied of clerks and purchasers. Windows sprung open, shutters flew wide. Heads were thrust out, and eyes stared us in the face whichever way we looked. The newsboys neglected to call their papers. The hackman pulled up on one side of the street, forgetting for a moment to lash his bony, lean horses. Carriages came to a sudden halt. In fact, All business was so effectually suspended as on that day when Jack Cade rode through London, announcing the arrival of the millennium, ordering all work to cease, and promising that quartern bread should be halfpenny a loaf, and that conduits should run wine. Old men peered at us through spectacles, women stopped to watch us, boys gazed, and the children, bless their innocent hearts, there is no knowing what tales those infant Bostonians had heard about the rebels that brought that look of fright into their young eyes. It was the same expression with which they gazed upon the man-eating lion in the menagerie, and they clung to their mothers and nurses as if they had been brought face to face with just so many monsters. What the citizens thought of us we had no means of finding out, yet it must have been rather a disappointment. Each one of us, to accord with the popular idea, should have been at least 7 feet high, with a villainous countenance overshadowed by a wide-brimmed hat. We should have had a shock of unkempt flowing hair, and a beard like that of the giant in the fairy tale, who wore 7-leagued boots and ate a child at every meal. Bowie knives should have been our chief personal adornment, and scowling our pastime. As it was, we were rather too commonplace, though our procession was quite imposing. First the police at our head, next followed our officers, with our colonel leading, and a handsomer, more distinguished-looking man to serve for our frontispiece would have been hard to find north or south. Last came the privates strung out in twos, with the guards on each side, the police escorting. Altogether, the train stretched out for fully a whole square. A more reckless, daredevil set of boys, for nearly all those privates were no more than boys, were never before brought together by the fortunes of war. It may be safely surmised that they kept no decorous silence as befitted les miserables on the way to prison. They scattered greetings right and left, they bowed to every pretty girl, they complimented every handsome woman in the same manner. So we went, making slow but steady progress. Not one rudeness nor insult was offered us during the whole route, which spoke well for the charity, the refinement, and good taste of the Bostonians. Many onlookers tried to get inside the line to talk, but were repulsed by the police, the soldiers not caring one way or the other. Only the newspaper men joined our ranks. They can get anywhere. As they talked with us they asked question after question, and it must be feared the papers next morning recorded strangely contradictory stories and some right hard tales that required much faith for digesting, inasmuch as none of the privates so interviewed had any serious fears of the fate of Ananias, or rather they were not disposed to talk as if they had, and though from the same state as the youthful Washington, living almost under the shadow of his tomb, well, they would not have compromised that good little hatchet as he did. It was an hour before we reached the wharf where a steam tug lay in waiting. Going aboard and bidding our police escort a polite farewell, the little boat picked her way down the river, reaching Fort Warren at the mouth of the bay after a pleasant ride. This fortification was an elaborate and massive work, commanding all of the approaches to the city. From the upper tiers of guns a plunging fire of 45 degrees could have sunk any vessel, ironclad or otherwise. Fort Warren, well garrisoned, was to our eyes simply impregnable. After we landed, a guard took us in charge, our former sentinels returning in the boat. We were led within the parade grounds, where we remained until arrangements were made for our comfort. We were soon surrounded by the political prisoners, who were of influence and had been incarcerated for their outspoken Southern sentiments, or for some acts considered by the authorities as disloyal, but whether justly or unjustly so remained to be proven. There were also some of our officers high in rank. Generals Buckner and Tilghman, captured at Fort Donaldson, Commodore Barron of the Confederate Navy, Marshal Kane and Dr. McGill of Maryland, and some other citizens of less note. There were none of the rank and file other than ourselves, and we blessed our stars that we had fallen into such a soft place. The political prisoners had a splendid dinner ready for us, such a dinner as the Confederacy in all its length and breadth could not have given us, a dinner that we had dreamed of in our days of short rations. It is needless to say that our onslaught was a heavy one. Indeed, the amount of food that we consumed and the bottles of wine which we emptied in that one meal would seem incredible to anyone not informed as to the expansive power of the rebel soldiers' digestive apparatus. The donors watched our efforts with the keenest delight. After a good smoke, the prisoners were assigned their quarters. consisting of two long casemated apartments, one for sleeping, the other the mess room. In the former, bunks were built one above the other like berths in a ship. A blanket per man was issued, while the political prisoners presented each of us with a suit of underclothing. No rations were given, but instead the storeroom was open, to the contents of which the messes could help themselves as it might please them. Certainly no prisoners of war had ever been treated so luxuriously before, nor were they ever afterwards. Breakfast consisted of coffee, real, not ground rye or corn, fresh loaf bread, mess beef, hominy, boiled ham, and eggs ad libitum. Dinner was proportionately good. The mess room was a large vaulted apartment, cool even in the hottest part of the day, the casements allowing a refreshing ocean breeze to pass through. A large cooking stove was at one end, around which were hanging all the necessary utensils, and on one side was the temporary storeroom with barrels of hard bread, flour, mess pork, beef, and groceries of various kinds. Later in the day a few of us visited the Maryland prisoners. Their quarters were luxuriously fitted up with Brussels carpets on the floors, mahogany furniture, and a fine library. At the same time they had their own servants and attendants. The officers and citizens, with one exception, were not prisoners except in name, inasmuch as they had no guard placed over them. They had the freedom of the fort and were on terms of cordial intimacy with the family of the commandant. With such a pleasant mess, theirs must have been a regular clubhouse life, very enjoyable to look back upon in after years. The authorities in Washington evidently entertained against our officer in rank, General Buckner, some bitter feeling, for by the explicit and positive orders of Mr. Stanton, Secretary of War, he was kept in close and solitary confinement, the parole extended to all of his comrades in arms having been denied him, with the exception of a short walk every evening, which he took for exercise between two armed sentries. The commander of the fort was not responsible for this, for a kinder and truer gentleman, a more gallant or chivalrous officer never lived than Colonel Dimmock. He was an old army officer and had commanded at Old Point several years before, when that place was a fashionable pleasure resort. Some of us having met him in those happier days, found no difficulty in recalling the erect, soldierly figure, the benevolent-looking face, and the kindly voice. In that large heart of his, no bitterness, no malice, no sectional hate could find an abiding place. There was not a prisoner under his charge who did not learn to respect and love him before a week had rolled over their heads. While doing his duty as a soldier he did not sacrifice his humanity as a man. It was the brave Archduke Charles who once said, "The flattery of friends I think nothing of, but the praise of the foe I value indeed." Most of the first day our men spent in writing home to relations and friends who lived within the Union lines. In their letters they were confined to business and family affairs, all political and war themes having been strictly forbidden. These communications were read by the garrison officers, and if there were found in them the slightest allusion to those subjects, the effusion was destroyed or handed back to the writer, with an admonition to be more careful in the future. A good many men were taken sick a day or two after reaching the fort. Several nearly shuffled off their mortal coil. Too much indulgence in rich food was the cause of it, though there were some who traced the primary cause back to that tripe eaten on the Fall River boat. Nothing but skill and unremitting watchfulness of one of the political prisoners, Dr. McGill, of Hagerstown, saved the lives of those who were so very ill that it was but a touch and go with them. What a noble specimen of humanity that man was! Of Herculean stature, outspoken and fearless as a lion, yet with a heart and touch for the sick as gentle as he was brave. Generally speaking, a private's life was considered by the outside world as comparatively nothing, only valued as so much finger power to pull a trigger or as good for powder. This good man sat up with these gray jackets through the long hours of the night, watched the flickering pulse, and nursed the wavering powers with just the same fidelity and untiring devotion as if those poor soldiers had more than thanks with which to repay him. A few days after our arrival, innumerable baskets, barrels, boxes, and packages of all sizes came pouring in for the prisoners, filled with clothes of all kinds, books, luxuries, indeed everything that could be worn or eaten by man. Most of the freight was from Alexandria, Virginia, where the majority of the 17th had lived, though Baltimore, New York, and even Boston added a quota. We were overwhelmed with presents and were made the recipients of clothes sufficient to supply a brigade. All the fine citizen suits and underclothing left by the volunteers when they made their hasty exit from Alexandria were boxed up and forwarded promptly to Fort Warren. Several Dutchmen who had been taken prisoners found themselves apparelled in broadcloth and fine linen such as they had never worn before. In fact, there was so much the men could not use that they gave the garrison guards a good deal of clothing. Not only clothes, but money was sent, and some of us found our pockets full for the first time in many a long day. The better class of prisoners who had funds formed a mess, and as there was a sutler at the fort, we lived like fighting cocks. The consequence was soon seen. As thin faces commenced to round out, stout figures began to change into fat ones, and in 3 weeks the difference between the hungry, gaunt crowd which made its way over the drawbridge and the well-dressed, lazy men sauntering about the fort was as marked as that between Pharaoh's 7 lean kine and his well-favored and fat-fleshed cattle that fed in a meadow. We find tares in all wheat. Nothing is quite perfect in this world, and so in the Union-loving, Hail Columbia, super-loyal city of Boston there were actually rebel sympathizers. They came on the steamer to visit us, but as such a procedure would have been contrary to military discipline, which permitted no visitors to enter the fort, their kind wishes took a more practical form in presenting each prisoner with a handsome gray uniform. Those were halcyon days, those days of July, 1862, light spots in a generally dark life. Our soldier prisoners, so inured to hardship, want, and suffering, had now not a care on their minds, not a trouble in their hearts. They drew in long breaths of content, and could only sigh sometimes at the thought of the dark future, which was doomed to hold so marked a contrast to that perfect rest and satisfaction. It was too good to last long, that life of ours. Roll call in the morning at 7, breakfast at 8, cards, chess, conversation, or reading until dinner, just as fancy listed. Dinner at 3, coffee and cigars at 4, then came the post-prandial nap. At 6 an hour's stroll around the ramparts and parole, or if preferred a bath in the briny deep. Supper at 8, music until 10, then taps. Such had been the order of our lives for 3 weeks, when the command was given to prepare to leave the next morning for Virginia. Well, of course we were glad to go, and yet sorry. 2 dry crackers a day washed down with parched corn coffee did not present quite an enlivening prospect. Then, too, everybody seemed to regret our departure. Our citizen prisoners would miss us dreadfully, for we stirred up the monotony of their quiet lives. The garrison guards would feel our absence, for many were the flasks of whiskey we had given them, and clothes. The sutler who absorbed our money would gaze wistfully after our receding pockets, all that was left of them, while the Dutch girls employed by the garrison to do our washing and mending would cry their blue eyes out, we feared. They came to see us once more, poor Gretchens, and told us in broken English they would think of us when we were across the rivers in that strange, dreadful country of Virginia. We swore that just as soon as the cruel war was over, we would return and marry every one of them, make them mistresses of 100 slaves to do their bidding, and so they smiled through their tears. Then the idea arose to celebrate the last night by giving those girls a dance. Colonel Dimmock's consent was good-humoredly accorded, with the proviso that the frolic should end at 12. The mess room was selected for the scene of action. Word was sent to the Dutch maidens to come at 8 exactly. The men were placed upon various committees, some to see the sutler and arrange about the supper, others to take down the stove and clear up the room, while others attended to the music. All worked with a will, and promptly at the minute the fun began. It was the famous Lanigan's Ball over again. At 10 supper was served, and in half an hour the dancing was resumed and kept up with a vim. Whiskey flowed like water, and the Dutch and English language became so entwined thereby that it was an impossibility to distinguish one from the other. Everyone talked enough and to spare, but no one understood anyone else. As the fated hour approached, the revelry was at its height. The fiddlers played as only drunken fiddlers can, the dancers shouted and swung each other, the onlookers in excited tones urging them to renewed vigor, while the uproar made the rafters of the vaulted chamber fairly ring again. Then the drum beat. "Lights out!" shouted the guard. The Cinderellas of the evening had touched the magic hour. The prince's ball was over. Not a moment's delay. Sad, tearful, and hurried partings and protestations were sworn to in English and whispered in Dutch, when presto! More quickly than the change of scene in a pantomime, the hall so brilliant in lights, so animated with moving figures, so resonant with music and joyous voices, was still, dark, and empty, the banquet hall deserted. Next day came the leave-takings. The Quartette Club serenaded by sunlight Colonel Dimmock and his family in that sweet farewell song of Schiller's, and afterwards every man of the rebel line went up to the colonel, and out of a full heart and with dewy eyes, thanked him for his undeviating kindness and generous consideration. He was touched by this sense of gratitude and showed that he felt it. His sleep that night was none the less sweet, doubtless, that so many Southern hearts held him in kindliest remembrance, and had never the memory of one harsh act to bring against him in this world or the next. Soon the farewell words were spoken, and we went aboard the Osceola, a fine ocean steamship. The last we saw of the fort, the daughters of Dutchland, like so many black-eyed Susans, were still standing on the ramparts waving their handkerchiefs. Gradually their figures faded away in the distance and became invisible. And as the powerful strokes of the engine sent the boat surging ahead through the blue waters, Fort Warren looked like a speck in the horizon and then faded utterly away. End of chapter 24.
Part 1, Chapters 25 and 26 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Back in Old Virginia. The voyage to Virginia was pleasant but uneventful. After arriving at Old Point, the prisoners were transferred to a steamboat, which carried its human freight to Aiken's Landing on the James. This place we reached in the early morning. Then the steamer anchored in the middle of the river, where it swung in the current all day. It was emphatically a hot morning, hotter noon, and hottest evening, with not a breath of air stirring through the long hours. The sultriness inside the boat became almost insupportable, while the memory of the cool casements of Fort Warren and the refreshing breezes of old ocean were quite too recent to permit the change to salamander heat to be other than absolute suffering. So it happened that several of the guard who had come from the cool ramparts of Fort Warren were utterly prostrated and would have died but for the energetic efforts of a surgeon who chanced to be aboard. 3 other steamboats were anchored near us, crammed to excess with prisoners from Fort Delaware. If the torrid night was made bearable to us who were comparatively few in numbers, and who could lie on deck and go to sleep counting the stars, what must it have been to them, packed in the saloons, upper and lower decks like sardines in a box with only room to lie in rows? Yet another blazing day was passed on board while the commissioners of exchange were arranging tedious details. Several more of our guards became ill, and we nursed them carefully and tendered all the comfort and attention it was in our power to bestow. So, good actions are not lost in this world. The bread cast upon the waters returns. The kindness they had meted out to us was not wanting when nothing but the careful attendance of rebel soldiers and the prescriptions of a rebel surgeon saved their lives. Like us, they were very grateful. As the day advanced and the glowing sun rose higher in the unsullied blue arch, the impatience and anxiety of the men were intensified. It looked so cool under the shadow of the trees which lined the river banks. The grass was so inviting in its velvety greenness that our officers had to assert all their authority to prevent the prisoners from jumping overboard and swimming ashore. On board the other steamers the suffering had become terrible. The men were standing huddled together in a close, contracted space like chickens in a coop, gasping for breath. And to make it worse, the water had given out entirely, the men drinking the almost hot river water, which so far from alleviating only intensified their thirst. Night had come, and yet the tantalization was kept up. The men were beginning to swear rather roundly that under any circumstances they would go ashore the next day. That the guards might have something to say on that subject never entered into their calculations, for these worthies had never so much as tried to keep us together, but sat on the deck in the lightest possible costumes, their clothes thrown one way and their arms and accoutrements another.
"If this is a specimen of a Virginia summer," they said, "we have had enough of it. Never will we go south again of our own free wills." After breakfast the longed-for order was given: "Prepare to go ashore." The steamer jarred heavily against the wooden pier, and without waiting for the gangplank to be put in position, and despite the orders of the officers, the expostulations of the guards, the prisoners jumped on the rails, and springing on shore touched old Virginia soil once more, prisoners no longer. Some of our simple-minded ones, fearing from the difficulty they had in landing that they might even then be carried back to prison, and to a much worse captivity than it had been their good fortune to know, took to their heels and struck manfully for the woods. Our boat, having discharged its cargo, backed down the stream, while first one and then the other of the waiting steamers came to the wharf. Those prisoners that trooped slowly over the gangplank, looking like the vanguard of the resurrection, were from Fort Delaware. Scores seemed to be ill. Many were suffering from the scurvy, while all bore marks of severe treatment in their thin faces and wasted forms. They were in the dirtiest, filthiest condition imaginable. Not a face there looked as if it had been washed for weeks. Their clothes were torn and ragged. In fact, some had not enough tatters to cover their nakedness. Take it all in all, it was the saddest sight that our eyes had ever looked upon, and made the heart ache to witness it. Some of the men were now being carried ashore on stretchers, so enfeebled by illness that they could not walk. Several died a few hours after they had landed. There were brought off also the bodies of those few who had died on the voyage. A large portion of these men had been languishing in the gloomy Fort Delaware for over a year. It was curious to watch their delight as they touched Southern soil again. They would throw their caps in the air and dance about in an excitement of feeling that seemed impossible to control. Strong men, whose nerves were all unstrung by their long confinement and harrowing trials, burst into tears. A few, a very few, took matters coolly, and sauntered quietly away, or stood meditatively looking upon the scene with feelings, perhaps, that were only deeper in that they found no expression. Scores of ambulances, wagons, hacks, carriages, and buggies stood waiting at the landing, their drivers anticipating a rich reward in greenbacks, which commanded a high premium, for carrying the returned soldiers to Richmond. Nor were such speculations vain. No man of the whole crowd but was anxious to reach the city to secure passports and have his furlough made out to visit home. In a single rush every vehicle was jammed as close as a streetcar, with not even room for one more. Not one half were accommodated. Many started to walk, hoping to reach Richmond, 15 miles distant, by night. Others again preferred to sleep at Aiken's, and next morning ride back in the carriages which were expected to return. One of the 17th, Hector Eads, who had been separated from us on account of his wound and sent to Governor's Island, had been removed to Fort Delaware. One boat still remained in the stream, whose prisoners would be landed in the night. I waited, hoping to find him in the last cargo. Lying on the shore on a bed of fragrant clover, I waited for my true and tried friend and messmate. After all, it was sweet to be free again, sweeter still to be at home. No sentinel in blue standing guard, no prison bars. Even though captivity be of the most pleasant kind, it is captivity after all. On the faces of those so lately prisoners, but who were now lying on the grass smoking their pipes in an abandon of liberty, there rested expressions of unmasked satisfaction, which were but the index of a grateful feeling within. Close by lay the bodies of 4 soldiers who had died on the boat from Fort Delaware, whose last wishes, that they might be buried in the land they loved so well, were to be gratified. On their faces, too, marble white in death as they were, rested a look of deeper rest, a rest no earth troubles would ever break. The hand which released them from their suffering and set their souls at liberty could have been no unfriendly one, albeit death's. My comrade joined me that night. His residence in Fort Delaware had sadly changed him, for gone was the rich color of his once round face, now thin and attenuated and pale to ghastliness. His eyes stared strangely and were sunken. 2 crutches enabled him to hobble along. His voice, formerly so ringing in its sweetness, he had the sweetest voice in conversation and in song one ever listened to, was weak and faltering. I never again heard the laugh that once was ever ready to break from his lips. In short, a month's residence in Fort Delaware had changed him from the very picture of health and strength, of robust manhood, into a lame, halting invalid, whose body and mind seemed to have received some great shock. By his actions, feeble as they were, and by his words, he expressed most extravagant joy of getting back alive. I made him as comfortable as I could, and soon both were dreaming. Next morning he related all the horrors of his prison experience at Fort Delaware, to which his appearance, made all the sadder looking by bright sunlight, gave full emphasis. He told a plain, unvarnished tale, in which nothing was exaggerated and naught set down in malice. A recital that every man who had crossed that gangway the day before would corroborate, for they all had but one story to tell, a summary of facts to which those rigid forms lying yonder bore silent and eloquent witness. With the smoke of our pipes curling about our heads in concentric circles, we heard him tell his experience. And it is one I do not care to repeat, for what was Fort Delaware to us, or we to Fort Delaware? The Federal government had treated us royally. Why the 75 men of the 17th Virginia had been chosen above all others to be sent to Fort Warren we could never tell. Our officers said that it was admiration of our reckless bravery in so small a force charging, all unsupported, the center of McClellan's army. If so, the Federals did not know the facts. It was the very last thing we wanted to do, and there would have been many stragglers in our ranks if the regiment had known what work was cut out for us to do. Certainly, never during the war was such an instance ever known. It stands solitary and alone. Later on it would have been impossible, but the passions, the sectional hate of the people, North and South, had not been fully aroused in the summer of 1862. In truth, our captivity was but a summer jaunt north, an ocean voyage, and several weeks at a watering place, where we were treated more as honored guests than as prisoners. The difference between Fort Warren, Elmira, Point Lookout, and Camp Chase was that of paradise and purgatory. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. The Advance. After a furlough of 2 weeks, the exchanged prisoners who arrived at Aiken's Landing were ordered to report to their regiments immediately. The 75 men of the 17th, then enjoying those warmer summer days in cool, shady country homes, were to repair at once to Gordonsville and there join the 1st Brigade. We were loath to break the charm of ease and comfort which the past 6 weeks had thrown around us, but needs must when the devil drives, as the old saying has it, and military orders are not like either pie crust or a politician's promises, made to be broken. So with full haversacks, if not with full satisfaction, we started for our destination. A passing outline of the state of the armies during the past month and a rapid horoscope of the future will enable the reader to understand more clearly the movements of the troops at that time, and the great climax to which they were tending, viz., the Second Battle of Manassas. After McClellan's change of base from the front of Richmond to the banks of the James River, both armies, like two gladiators in the arena, took a long breathing time preparatory to closing in mortal combat once more. About the 1st of August, the military authorities in Washington had begun to make preparations for the campaign they knew must soon commence, to guard the national capital against a sudden flank attack by Jackson, whose name had now become a household word and synonymous with rear attacks, flank approaches, and all sorts of unexpected advances. The War Department had gathered, as Mr. Swinton characterized it, all the fag ends of armies in Northern Virginia, lately under McDowell, Banks, and Fremont, and consolidated them into the Army of Virginia. The command of this force was entrusted to Major General John Pope, whose appointment had been made out as far back as the 26th of June, the day before the Battle of Gaines's Mill, but was not delivered until a month after. General Pope now found himself in command of 3 corps. McDowell, commanding the 3rd Infantry Corps, 18,575; cavalry, 8,738; Banks, commanding the 2nd Infantry Corps and artillery, 14,567; Sigel, commanding the 1st Infantry Corps and artillery, 11,498; total, 53,378.
These figures are from the official returns of the Army of Virginia, July 31st, 1862, General Pope's report. General Halleck had been recalled from the West and appointed by the War Department in Washington General-in-Chief of all the armies in the field. Pope assumed command of his army in fine spirits. He evidently had perfect confidence in his own powers, and from the certainty and strength of his convictions impressed others with a like assurance. He was the typical new broom which the department had secured to sweep clean, and he proposed not only to sweep the Confederacy out of existence, but the very cobwebs from the sky. We all remember the nursery song. His method of conducting the campaign was certainly simple in design and according to strict mathematical rule. A straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points, that line he proposed taking. Though his first duty was to protect Washington, his avowed intention was to capture the rebel capital by the untried way of an overland advance in this straight line. By aid of his eloquence he convinced the United States Committee of the Conduct of the War that this route would be the safest and best of all others. "Give me," he said, "such an army as McClellan had, and I will march straight to New Orleans." When Pope assumed command, he issued a proclamation to his troops which will stand alone for its amazing grandiloquence, charming simplicity, and its sententious bombast through all the tides of time. Caesar had his Veni, Vidi, Vici. Napoleon reminded his soldiers that 40 centuries were looking down upon them, but General Pope wrote this: "Soldiers, I have come to you from the West, where we have always seen the backs of our enemies, from an army whose business it is to seek the enemy and beat him wherever found, whose policy has been attack and not defense. Disaster and shame lurk in the rear. John Pope, Major General Commanding." Prophetic words! Wonderful seer! How the grim old veterans of McClellan's splendid army, who had come back from the jaws of death, must have smiled, sardonically smiled, when that order was read. It might have seemed easy enough to Pope to whip the rebel army, but to them it had been so far rather a tough job. Pope evidently looked upon it in much the same light as the Irishman did the playing of the fiddle. When asked if he could play, "I never played before," quoth Pat, "but it has the looks o' being easy, and by me soul, I thinks I can do it if I thried." In the meanwhile, McClellan, the best organizer in America, had gotten his army in good condition, despite the sickness prevailing in his ranks. Every day the skies in the north were brightening, and every day the clouds in the south were darkening. General Lee, resting with his forces around Richmond, perceived that without some steps taken on his part the combination being formed against him meant ruin and disaster. There was McClellan near the Southern capital in an unassailable position, able with ease and celerity to transfer his army across James River and operate on the south side, threatening the city in reverse and rear, and compelling the rebel general to remain where he was, locking him up, as it were, in his own fortifications. At the same time another Federal army of over 50,000 were preparing to launch themselves directly in his front. Hence, unless some steps looking to extrication were soon taken, General Lee knew that the game would be ended and his checkmate given. When contemplating any great undertaking or a vast strategic combination, General Lee had an abstracted manner that was altogether unlike his usual one. He would seek some level sward and pace mechanically up and down with the regularity of a sentinel on his beat. His head would be bent as if in deep meditation, while his left hand unconsciously stroked his thick iron-gray beard. In such a manner did his brain evolve and shape the plans upon which hung the lives and destinies of thousands, the weal or woe of the people. This was the man quietly pacing up and down, upon whom rested the responsibility of baffling these two invading armies of a vast nation. A nation rich in treasure, rich in resources, fertile in expedients, and with the world at large from which to fill its overflowing ranks. When General Lee was in one of these moods, his staff and orderlies, aware of the momentous results depending on these deliberations, never approached him themselves nor allowed anyone else to interrupt him. Like General Jackson's old darky, by these signs they felt the battle in their bones. For whenever de master's wakeful, and whenever he prays and groans, why dem that lies by his campfire feel battle in der bones. Jackson, Stonewall Jackson, What a magnetism there is in that name even now. Bravest warrior, truest Christian, knightliest soul. He was the one strong arm upon which Lee in all his trials and difficulties could always count. He was the mailed hand to strike the stunning blow. He was the ripest counsel that advised and knew just when to strike and where. My right hand, Lee called him. So in this emergency Jackson was summoned and came. Sitting under the shadow of a tree in the cool of the evening, Lee unfolded to his lieutenant his plans, which were as follows. Jackson with his corps were to proceed northward to engage General Pope, while Lee stood ready to strike McClellan should he advance on Richmond, or join Jackson by a forced march should General McClellan see fit to combine his forces with Pope. It was General Lee's great hope that McClellan might evacuate his base at Harrison's Landing and transfer the war to Piedmont, Virginia, for Lee well knew that his opponent across the James threatened the most vulnerable point in his defenses, and that it was there that true military policy dictated the base of an advancing army. He knew also that an attack on his communications was what McClellan most dreaded, and that he therefore would very likely decide upon the route as affording the greatest safety and facility in that respect. Hence he trusted that the alarm awakened at Washington by Jackson's advance against Pope would cause a withdrawal of McClellan's army and a change in his whole plan of campaign. General Halleck, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Army, fell into that trap, and urged the retiring of McClellan's army. Therefore, on the 3rd of August, the young Napoleon commenced his retreat from the peninsula to Aquia Creek, there to make a junction with Pope. When Lee saw this false movement of the enemy, he must have been greatly relieved, for it gave him the chance of neutralizing numbers by strategical combinations on a broad area. About the 15th of July, Jackson started for Gordonsville, which he reached on the 19th. There he halted, hearing of the large force under Pope, and sent to Lee for reinforcements. A. P. Hill's division, in response, was forwarded to him, reaching Gordonsville on the 2nd of August. At this time Pope's army was along the turnpike extending from Culpeper to Sperryville, while his cavalry did picket duty on the Rapidan. On the 18th of August, Jackson began to start things in earnest. Breaking camp with his troops in light marching order, he moved down the road to Culpeper Courthouse. 8 miles south of the courthouse he ran into Banks's corps, which had taken position on Cedar Mountain. A hard-fought action occurred, which, though indecisive in its immediate results, yet caused Jackson to establish his base at Gordonsville and created in the minds of the authorities at Washington the liveliest apprehension for the safety of the national capital. Halleck sent urgent telegrams to McClellan to hasten and join Pope as the danger was imminent. McClellan was doing his best, but it required time and infinite labor to change one base for another, and to transfer a large army across several rivers or carry them by steam to the desired point. He had marched his army from Harrison's Landing on the James River to Fortress Monroe, and by transports and steamers forwarded his troops by installments to Aquia Creek. Watching with a cool and critical eye these different movements unfold themselves, Lee now determined on his course of action. It was so simple, so plain that every private soldier in his ranks could understand its workings. Relieved from the menacing presence of McClellan, he intended moving his entire army northward to join Jackson, and together destroy Pope before McClellan could reinforce him. On the 12th of August, Lee broke camp around Richmond and put his columns in motion. On the 15th, the van of his army, Longstreet's division and Stuart's cavalry, united with Jackson's forces at Gordonsville. As soon as Pope discovered that this dangerous bolt had been forged to hurl upon him, he drew his army back behind the Rappahannock and shouted lustily for help. This retreat was in good sense, but Pope did not lie off the flanks of the rebel army, as he had promised the War Department to do, but decided upon the more sensible thing of concentrating his army in a compact space where it could be easily handled. Lee now determined on acting on one of his bold conceptions, to send Jackson around in Pope's rear and cut him off from Washington, while he would attack in front. Such a step was rash and fraught with many dangers, for Pope, by turning his whole army on Jackson, might overwhelm him before Lee could assist. It was a game full of nice calculations as well as chances, And if the rebel general had not entertained a rather poor opinion of his adversary's military talent, he would hardly have dared to divide his army into two parts, with a chain of mountains between in which there were but few gaps. At all events, a great deal of danger was incurred, not to speak of the difficulty and doubt of reaching his lieutenant in time had an emergency arisen calling for a junction of forces. However, he decided, and Jackson, with 17,300 rank and file, set off on the morning of the 25th of August and moved up the western side of the Bull Run Mountains, lying between him and the Yankee posts. A forced march of 20 miles brought him to Thoroughfare Gap, by marching through which he would gain the Union rear. This pass, which by the commonest instinct of military prudence should have been guarded by General Pope, was left open to his enemy. Early in the morning of the 27th, Jackson slipped through, and that night struck Bristow Station on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, from which depot Pope drew a large portion of his supplies. Of course, Jackson's men filled their haversacks and themselves, and around their campfires that night feasted on potted game and canned preserves washed down with Rhine wine and champagne. On the morning of the 28th, Jackson's foot cavalry reached Manassas Junction, where there was a town such as one sees in the mining camps on the Pacific slope. The sutlers had brought along liberal supplies, and judging from the neat frame buildings erected by them, they had come to stay. Here it was that Pope's quartermasters had collected a vast depot of supplies for the army. In about 15 minutes the sutler stores were sacked. Then, as the drum beat for falling in, the match was applied, and soon the flames from these buildings were mingling with those shot toward the sky from the burning camp supplies. In a couple of hours the town of Canvas and Pines was a smoldering waste. Lee had remained in front of Pope, but on the other side of the Bull Run Mountains. On the 26th, Longstreet's division set out to reinforce Jackson. Pope, suspecting the intent of this movement, began to fall back toward Manassas, where half of Jackson's troops were standing upon their arms. Ewell's division was still at Bristow Station, at which place they were attacked on the morning of the 27th by Hooker, who did not, however, press the advance. This slight engagement convinced Jackson that he was in danger of being himself surrounded by the enemy, who were even then closing upon him. His only chance was to fall back to Thoroughfare Gap and effect a junction with Longstreet, who was hastening to his relief. As a feint to this movement, he moved off toward Centerville, then turned abruptly to the west, crossed Bull Run, and took position about a mile northwest of last year's battlefields. The position was selected with great care and judgment, the abandoned cutting and the embankments of the railroad forming the best kind of rifle pits. Pope was close behind, and now felt that the great opportunity of his life had arrived. On the morning of the 29th he commenced to throw his whole army against Jackson, proposing to crush him before Longstreet could come with succor. Sigel and McDowell hurled their separate corps against the rebel line and were driven back with great loss. Jackson, by hard work, held his own, and late in the evening received the welcome news that Longstreet would join him in the morning, the van of the approaching division being seen filing through the gap as the sun went down. At nightfall Jackson's extreme left was considerably drawn in toward the left center, a movement which had the aspect of a retreat. On the morning of the 30th neither party, it seems, was anxious to begin the fray, but at noon Pope, thinking that Jackson was in full retreat, ordered his whole line to advance. Never was a greater mistake. Longstreet's corps had now arrived and were taking position. Lee massed his forces in the form of an irregular L, Jackson's command forming the longer line, and about half of Longstreet's the shorter, the balance being held in reserve. So, stripped to the waist, both parties commenced the fight, eager for the fray. On the morning of the 30th of August, the decisive day, after deducting the losses in the engagements of the 27th, 28th, and 29th, General Pope reports his effective strength, including reinforcements, as follows: McDowell's corps, including Reynolds' division, 12,000; Sigel's corps, 7,000; Renault's corps, 7,000; Heintzelman's corps, 7,000; Porter's corps, 12,000; Banks's corps, 5,000. Total, 50,000. In addition to these troops there were in reserve the divisions of Sturgis and Cox and the corps of Sumner and Franklin. These two corps together, numbering 30,000 men, were only a day's march distant from Pope, but did not join him until after his retreat to Centerville. Sturgis's division was 10,000 strong, and Cox's 7,000, so that from first to last there were assembled in front of Washington, as shown by official reports, not less than 120,000 men, though not half were brought into action. Pope put his strength the day after the battle at 63,000 men. Lee's fighting force all told, comprising both Jackson's and Longstreet's corps, amounted to 49,700 men. Pope, having made the fatal military blunder of advancing his forces before he knew to a certainty Longstreet's position and at what time and place to expect him, paid dearly for his folly. The corps of Reno and Heintzelman, making the attack, were driven back with much loss. Fitz-John Porter's corps, which up to this time had taken no part in the events of the campaign, was ordered to move upon Jackson's right, their line of march, all unknown to them, passing by Longstreet's division, which thus lay upon its flanks. Porter's assault was so vigorous and determined that Jackson called for aid, but Longstreet, perceiving his advantage, instead of reinforcing Jackson, opened by order of Lee all his batteries upon Porter, and in a few moments advanced his infantry. Porter, outnumbered, was hurled back straight across the plateau toward Bull Run. Jackson now received a courier from Lee and simultaneously advanced his line, pressing back Heintzelman and McDowell. The angle between the rebel wings gradually lessened, and the sides seemed to enclose Pope's army like a vise. The Yankee retreat threatened to become a general rout, more disastrous than that on the same battlefield a little over a year before. The man to save the Grand Army of the Potomac was on the spot, Colonel Warren, who was then commanding a small brigade. He, seeing the threatened disintegration of the Federal host, with one of those happy inspirations born of the occasion, threw his brigade, without waiting for orders, upon an eminence west of the Henry House called Bald Hill, and held it until surrounded on three sides for just that space of time, keeping the rebels in check. His men fought unyieldingly and with the savage tenacity of bulldogs. Never was bravery more singly acknowledged, for it saved the army. Out of 1,090 men with whom Warren maintained this position, he lost in about 15 minutes 400 killed and wounded. This check enabled Porter's corps to retire across Bull Run by the stone bridge, and forced the rebels to halt and reform their lines. It was nearly dark by that time, but Longstreet's corps carried Bald Hill by an impetuous attack, and the battle was ended. Under cover of the night, the wearied, beaten Federal army retired to Centerville and took position on its heights. Owing to the darkness and the uncertainty of the fords of Bull Run, General Lee attempted no pursuit. At Centerville, Pope united with the corps of Sumner and Franklin, there remaining during the whole of the 31st. Lee had not given up the pursuit, for leaving Longstreet leisurely advancing northward, he sent Jackson by a detour on Pope's right to strike the Little River Turnpike, and by that route to intercept, if possible, Pope's retreat to Washington. Jackson did strike Pope's right at Ox Hill near Germantown, and close to Chantilly engaged the enemy with Ewell's and Hill's divisions, beating them back. Pope had his troops massed. Jackson, seeing no chance of succeeding in his task, halted and awaited orders from Lee. So ended the great Second Battle of Manassas, which came near being the Federal Waterloo, through the military blunderer and vain pretender, General John A. Pope. There is no account of the losses in this bloody battle, but they must have been terrible. Lee's general reports put the rebel loss at 1,090 killed and 6,514 wounded. Total 7,604. Only partial reports of the Federal loss were given, and these indicated a loss of 11,000 killed and wounded and 7,500 taken prisoners, in all nearly 20,000 men. General Pope, who hitherto had only seen the backs of his enemies, whose business it had been to seek the enemy and beat him wherever found, whose policy had been attack and not defense, fell back to Washington and resigned his command. Disaster and shame had lurked in the rear. End of chapter 26.